Other services and charges. The budget category described as other services and charges amounts to $1,699,675, or 15.3% of our budget requests. Those projected expenditures are broken down as follows: $149,000 for the repair and maintenance of equipment and automotive repairs based on traditional expenditures, building repairs, landscaping, and exterminating services. $254,575 for the rental of office space, rental costs of copiers, postage, and other equipment. $439,800 for routine monthly professional service contracts and security services. $17,100 for the printing and binding of documents and transportation expenses. $403,000 for our monthly communication costs, such as telephone, T1 lines, internet, conference call services, and advertising and promotion. $343,700 for inter-island and off-island travel expenses. That includes the purchase of bulk tickets, cash advances, and to facilitate off-island training. $92,500 for all miscellaneous items not otherwise classified in the ERP system, such as bank charges, community events, and other initiatives of the government water consumption. The expenditure of these funds will be managed through the single-payer utility fund at the Department of Finance. Our capital budget requests of $75,000 will provide for the replacement costs of office furniture for the Office of the Governor, St. John Battery. An analysis of the Office of the Governor's General Fund distribution trends to include 2021 actual expenditures, 2022 adjusted appropriations, and 2023 and 2024 recommended budgets are shown below. Miscellaneous special activities, $1,635,000 is requested in FY 2023 to cover expenses for miscellaneous annual activities and events, to include the USVI British Virgin Islands Friendship Day celebrations, the USVI Puerto Rico Friendship Day activities in both districts, the Emancipation Day activities, inaugural activities, Government Access Channel, the Virgin Islands Commission on Status, Office of Health Information Technology, and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention for operational expenses, the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, and the establishment of the Emancipation Commission. And there's a chart on the next page that breaks it down. I'll actually go through that chart. Expenses for annual activities include a total of $150,000, and that includes the Governor's Summer Reading Challenge, the Governor's Youth Program activities, Transfer Day activities, and the D. Hamilton Jackson Day activities. There's $150,000 earmarked in the miscellaneous for the Government Access Channel. There is the $50,000 for Puerto Rican Friendship Day activities on St. Croix, $25,000 on St. Thomas, $75,000 for the BVI Friendship Day activities, $10,000 for Emancipation Day activities, $250,000 is earmarked for inaugural activities, $75,000 for the Commission on Status, $250,000 for the Health Information Exchange, $225,000 for operational expenses of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, $275,000 for the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, and $100,000 for, excuse the typo, $100,000 for the Emancipation Commission. Bureau of Economic Research. The Governor's budget proposal for the Bureau of Economic Research of $1,080,455 includes $780,455 from the general fund and an additional $300,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund. The Bureau of Economic Research's mission is to serve as the territory's leading generator of and source of quality data that promotes a better understanding of the Virgin Islands economy. To that end, BER provides objective research, data, and statistics in support of planning and evidence-based decision-making by both federal and local government leaders, as well as the private sector. The BER produces statistics on critical issues such as economic growth, tourism performance, price changes in economy and business and economic development. During the current fiscal year, the Bureau of Economic Research has developed or assisted in the development of the following data products and reports: the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration database on the blue economy to enumerate and understand its economic impact on states and territories, the estimate of the 2020 gross domestic product for the U.S. Virgin Islands, which was released in March of 2022, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy between the periods of 2020 and 2022. They have facilitated the collection of the data that was used for the annual publication of the Kids Count data book, and they have provided monthly and annual calculations of consumer price index and inflation rates. The BER website has been revamped with real-time analysis and visualization, intuitive dashboards, and easy navigation to provide unlimited access to socioeconomic data, studies, and reports on the USVI economy. For fiscal year 2023, the fiscal year 2023 budget reflects the priorities of the BER, with funding to support BER's core programs, as well as new measures to understand our territory's economy better. Visitor exit surveys, which is the production, analysis, and publication of a wide variety and qualitative data on Carnival's economic impact. They'll be providing a self-sufficiency standard or a living wage study. In recent years, the minimum wage has declined in real value as the cost of many staple food items and living expenses for families has increased substantially. There is a need to update the standard that will define how much money a family or household needs to provide for basic needs: housing, food, childcare, healthcare, transportation, clothing, and other miscellaneous household expenses. They'll be providing a health insurance access survey. The BER intends to conduct a 2023 Virgin Islands Healthcare Insurance and Access Survey with $350,000 in grant funding. The information from the survey will be an update of the 2003 and 2009 Virgin Islands Healthcare Insurance and Access Surveys and can be used for monitoring changes over time. They'll also assist the U.S. Census Bureau in conducting the economic census, the 2022 economic census of island areas. The economic census's main goal is to provide periodic comprehensive data on the U.S. Virgin Islands economic activity and structure. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention was established by Act number 8423. The office was established to create strategies that will reduce the incidence of gun violence in the territory. The budget proposal of $219,028 from the general fund will cover staffing for the office in the upcoming fiscal year. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is a territorial office and requires personnel to be readily available on both districts. The enacting legislation calls for a staff of 13. However, we believe it's fiscally prudent that we staff the office in increments and grow to full strength as the need presents based on the progress of the program. The Office of the Governor has contracted with the National Network for Safe Communities, NNSC, which is an internationally recognized research center at John Jay College of Criminal Justice that provides proven evidence-based violence reduction strategies to dozens of communities across the country to assist with development of a tailored response to violence in our community here in the Virgin Islands. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention has also convened the Gun Violence Prevention Advisory Council, which includes our local and federal partners in this endeavor. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention has been active in community outreach efforts, even as it builds its capacity to engage in violence interruption strategies and activities. Its fiscal year 2023 priorities include onboarding a violence interrupter, which is someone who will engage at-risk individuals and attempt to offer solutions, options, or resources that may dissuade that person from engaging in violent acts. They'll be onboarding a community engagement coordinator who is responsible for organizing, facilitating, participating, and supporting community events aimed at promoting nonviolence and connecting communities with resources or programs that may assist them with their needs. They'll be onboarding a survivor engagement specialist who is tasked with making contact with families that have been victims of violence and attempt to offer assistance and connect them with appropriate resources to move them through their grief. Finally, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is working to build an active and engaging online and social media presence as part of their strategy. Okay, there's a typo here. The Office of Health Information Technology. The governor established the Office of Health Information Technology within the Office of the Governor to provide greater visibility and accountability for major health information technology investments, to include those associated with the governor's Healthy Initiative. The Office of Health IT will be at the forefront of the Brian Roach administration's health information technology efforts and will serve as a resource to the entire healthcare ecosystem through the promotion of a territory-wide standards-based health information exchange to improve healthcare. An overview of their accomplishments so far: they have developed the USVI Health Information Technology Strategic Plan that lays out the vision for the territory-wide collaboration and coordination of health IT efforts over the next 3 years. They are launching the first USVI Digital Health Summit on July 25th in St. Thomas to bring first-class and renowned experts' information and potential resources and solutions directly to USVI providers. They've submitted for ARPA funding on behalf of the hospitals to support their technology infrastructure needs. They've helped implement the Pulse Patient Unified Lookup System for emergencies. They've also created an audit and spreadsheet of the major health IT investments in progress or in use at both hospitals, the Frederiksted Health Care Center, the St. Thomas East End Medical Center, the Department of Health and Medicaid, in order to know and see at a glance what major medical record systems, telehealth systems, or other digital tools are in place currently within the government of the Virgin Islands. Their fiscal year 2023 priorities include completing a unified admit, discharge, transfer, and data lake pilot project to provide one unified way for providers to track when their patients are admitted, discharged, or transferred within the territory, Puerto Rico, Florida, and beyond. They want to continue engaging with key stakeholders in the healthcare sector for the development of the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange, and they will be working with the new Project Management Office to apply for a new round of funding to bring that Health Information Exchange to fruition and to provide for the project management over that entire process. The strategic priorities for the overall Office of the Governor in the upcoming fiscal year include our continued efforts to lead the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. We're also looking forward to leading policy efforts to facilitate the implementation of the 8 aspirational goals that were developed as part of the Vision 2040 Economic Development Plan. We'll be assuming responsibility for the adoption of the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, VIVIS, as mandated by Act 8550. In conclusion, as you are aware, the management of the executive branch and its instrumentalities is a complex endeavor. Despite the greatest attempts to execute an agenda in accordance with the budget, unanticipated matters that require the urgent attention of the Office of the Governor are inevitable. The rapid surge of the deadly Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus last year are reminders of the uncertainty of governance. I wish to thank this body for honoring our requests in prior years of providing the office with a lump sum budget. I trust that we have demonstrated our willingness to manage the fiscal resources afforded us responsibly and transparently, and as such, we respectfully ask that you extend this courtesy once again to the office. Our office has been at the helm of the executive branch as we have navigated some very difficult waters in recent years. Yet through it all, we have provided the management, leadership, and coordination necessary to steer clear of the most challenging obstacles. We have coordinated the multi-agency response to the COVID-19 pandemic and kept our communities safe. We have led the efforts to recover from the economic harm done by the hurricanes and the pandemic to keep our economy thriving. We have worked with the governor's financial team to prudently manage revenue collections and control operating expenditures, and we have witnessed the resulting fiscal stability of our government. The Office of the Governor remains focused on the governor's mission of enhancing the quality of life for the people of the Virgin Islands and our guests. I thank the wonderful men and women within our office that contribute to this mission daily. They are truly dedicated public servants. I also look forward to the continued collaboration with the members of this body as we strive to positively transform these islands. On behalf of Governor Albert Bryant Jr., I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the Finance Committee and the other senators present for the opportunity to discuss our budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. We are happy to answer your questions. We're happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 6-minute round, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Mr. Knight, and your supporting team there with you, and those virtually. And thank you so much for your testimony. I too want to give my personal condolences to our former governor, Dr. Turnbull, and I pray that his soul rests in eternal peace. Let me go to the postal report. Miss, what's your name again, ma'am? Who's going to deal with the numbers? What's your name? Yeah, how you doing? Good. Okay, let's go to the postal report. I'm going to start on page 4 of 13. Under appropriated funds, under supplies, there's a large variance of $335,000 between fiscal year 22 and 23. What accounts for that such a large variance?
I'm sorry, what is your question? Page 4.
4 of 13. The variance of $335,000. What accounts for that such a large variance from $728,900 to $393? At the top of the page, page 4 of 13.
Hold on, Senator, time.
Are you with me?
Yeah, so, Senator, let me jump in. Last fiscal year, we spent a lot of time building out or renovating Government House St. Thomas, the Battery. We had some more specific needs then. As those facilities are now online, our need for those those supplies has reduced. So we're able to reduce the budget in that regard.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. That explains it. On page 5 of 13, let's go to the non-operational miscellaneous section at the bottom. There's also a 13%, which is $800,000 more in fiscal year 23 than in fiscal year 2022 under other services and charge. What does that large increase include, and what the reason for it?
So I know Mr. Rand can correct me if there's any additional items, but I know one of the larger items there is the inaugural activities. So every 4 years, there's set aside traditionally of about $250,000 for inaugural activities. Right. Oh, and I'm also being told Vivis is also a part of that miscellaneous. That's a new mandate. We haven't really had a chance to adequately treat it in the budget because it's I think that was enacted in April, and we're still trying to wrap our heads around what the full cost of doing that program properly will look like. So there is a small set aside in there to get Vivis up and running.
So in that same category, how much have it been extended to date thus far for that same category for fiscal year 22? And while you're looking for that, because I know you need to get it for me, while you're looking for that, let's go to page 7 of 13. On rental property, I see you have three properties listed here in the post audit report, but the one in Estate Carlton, who is the leaser? And what the term of the lease?
The leaser in Carlton is, it's written here a little funny, but the leaser is the same Zephos Enterprises.
Okay.
That parcel number 2, Estate Carlton, that is the leaser.
And what the term of the lease? When does the lease expire? Is it up to date?
Yes, it's up to date.
Okay, stay on the mic.
Please state your name before you speak because we have a recorder.
I was just going to say, hold the Senator time. If you have the answer for the question, take your mask off and answer. Don't look to Mr. Knight for all the responses. You guys are welcome to answer.
All right.
Durant speaking. We have state services, which expire in July 2023. And we have ZEFO, which expire June of 2026.
Okay, very well. Go to page 9 of 13. Under your contract listing, you have several contracts stated, but you have two that's, both of them are consulting contracts.
2 minutes.
Have those contracts been updated or are they still pending? And what the reason for the delay, may I ask?
Durant speaking. The contract for Rutnick is fully executed. That has been completely executed since May of 2020. The contract, the renewal contract for tomorrow is still pending. The contract for PEO, James, and OTI are still pending.
And do you have a date to complete those? Anticipated date?
They're all going through the process, Senator. I don't have an anticipated date, but they're going through the approval process as we speak.
Okay, thank you for that. And finally, before my time is up, let's go to page 8 of 15. You have under the miscellaneous section also, you have several activities that there is no listing for in terms of allotment to date. Can you just explain to me exactly what's going on there? The Health Infotech Exchange, the virtual information system, that's the stuff you're speaking to?
Right. So those are all new initiatives. We don't have any. We didn't have any appropriations for those initiatives. We're asking for appropriations for the upcoming fiscal year, and so that would include the Health Information Technology Exchange, VIVIS, Commission on Status, the inaugural activities, which is listed here as transitional activities, and Government Access Channel, as well as the Emancipation Commission. Those are all new requests for 2023.
And how much of your budget have been expended to date? What's the number?
Year to date, for the Office of the Governor, is 6 million, as of May 31st, sorry, Durant speaking, 6,588,406 for the Bureau of Economic Research. As of May 31st, 89,513.95.
89,000?
$89,513.95.
Time.
That seems pretty low. Are you sure?
Yes, Senator.
No, you're not putting in
That's too low.
salaries and positions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at all other. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
For the Bureau of Economic Research, $395,559.46. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. That sounds more like it.
Say it again.
Repeat the total, please.
For the Bureau of Economic Research, $395,559.46.
Thank you so much. And I guess I'll come back. We have a second round, Mr. Clerk? Mr. Chair?
we probably do.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back in a second round with some more questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And I appreciate your responses.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I also want to welcome Senator Noble Francis, who's joining us on St. Croix, and Senator Janelle Sorrow. Please put her down as present. Mr. Knight, your explanation with the supplies, you mentioned to me capital outlay. You said with construction of the government house and...
Not necessarily the construction. We're talking furnitures, we're talking equipment.
The furniture for government house St. Thomas.
For St. Thomas and the Battery, there's also equipment copiers and other, just supplying the offices after we reopen them.
And you included an additional $75,000, I think, in your testimony requested for the Battery this year?
Yes.
For furniture?
Right. Towards furniture.
Okay.
So what's in there now is everything to make it functional, including the the dishwashers and all of those things. But we were loaning furniture up until this point, so we're hoping to be able to acquire permanent furniture for the battery.
Okay, and you also said $100,000 for the Emancipation Commission, but there was recently an announcement, I think, on Friday, of $1 million going towards the Emancipation Commission.
That's correct. The request that we're making in this budget is for the operational expenses of the commission. The governor's announcement on Friday really speaks to some of the visual art, the sculptures, the plaques, the more of capital outlays related to the year-long celebration of emancipation. We are actually hoping to fund the operation expenses of the commission, as well as some sort of a reception that coincides with Emancipation Day, and we're hoping that that miscellaneous appropriation will be granted so we could provide for that.
Okay, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I also extend my condolences to the family of late Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull. Okay, for Bureau of Economic Research, based on your statistics, can this recommended budget for 2023 be sustained?
Good morning, Dagazan.
Good morning.
So I need a little more clarity for your question, meaning sustained based on...
Based on the total amount of money requested for this budget to the Senate, can all the taxes and everything sustain this budget that we're asking for?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. You know, we take time and we clearly analyze the information before we present it. Okay. So the numbers that we give to you today is based on what we believe, based on revenue, based on everything that we currently have, we can sustain accordingly.
Okay, good. And now go back to the beginning. Personnel first. You have 5 employees?
Yes, I do.
Unionized?
Are they part of the union? No, they're exempt employees.
All exempt?
Yes.
You need to know that before. Okay, so for Officer of Gun Violence, director, or you don't have any staff as yet?
Not yet. We're currently reviewing interviews and taking on applications, and we're going to be putting out a notice for the positions very shortly.
And based on the salary structure for those employees, do you think you would be able to attract individuals who will be willing to work for the salaries that they are?
I certainly hope so.
You hope so. So you think they need to increase to attract persons? Because again, this is a vital part of our economy and community.
It is. But I think where we're trying to start the salaries is commensurate with other agencies in the country.
Okay. And for the Office of the Governor, how many unionized employees do you have?
No unionized employees.
No unionized employees. How many GS you have?
None. They're all
Not
The security staff?
No, they're all exempt.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're all exempt.
All exempt.
All
Everyone.
exempt. Yes.
Okay, so wage increases. When last have they received a wage increase?
So there was a round of wage increases a couple of years ago when the 3% for exempt employees, all of our employees that were on board at the time, they received that. We have adjusted some of the salaries for security personnel, as those were very low, and it's becoming very hard to retain our security personnel. Anything else?
They are very low. That is my point in terms of when you say adjusted a couple of years ago. Then a good answer, because people listening want to hear, hey, a couple years ago, 2 years ago, we're going to get something coming forward. Because I'm saying you're projecting. That's why I asked the question to Director of Economic Development first. Can we sustain the budget?
We are a very frugal office, and everybody that works for the governor understands that there's no guarantees. The salary that you accepted is your salary until opportunities present themselves otherwise. So most of our employees are at the salaries that they started at in 2019. We tried to be as generous back then as we could, And if revenues continue to grow, we'll always adjust and take care of our employees. But they know that the penny pinching and the belt tightness starts in the office of the governor, and they all understand that.
2 minutes.
When the man at the bottom and he look up and you got people, a lot of people ahead of me, is telling me that again. Okay,
But
the government house was just rebuilt on St. Thomas and stuff, St. John. What are they insured for? Each government house, each island. What are they insured for?
What are they? Sorry.
What are they insured for?
Oh, the insurance.
The insurance of the facility.
PMP.
Yeah, that falls under the blanket government insurance for property and procurement. I honestly don't have that specific information today.
Look, I was just wondering if we were insuring our buildings.
They are insured, but they're insured under the Department of Property and Procurement.
Because
as
the
blanket
insurance-
umbrella policy for the government.
The umbrella policy was $20 million a year.
I'm
Is
sorry.
it the same amount for the insurance prior to when they were destroyed? And that's what I'm saying. They've been rebuilt and stuff. Again, this information, I think you should know that we should increase the insurance for our properties.
I think that has been a conversation. I think especially with new facilities coming online, and Commissioner Anthony Thomas,
Okay,
I think
good.
can probably have a more engaged conversation with you on that.
Okay, good. I'll check out that. Now, I see the administrator salaries in 2023 budget. The administrator in St. Croix makes more money than his administrators in St. Thomas and St. Croix. How come?
That is correct.
St. John.
I'm not going to discuss personnel matters.
No,
like that.
that's why I ain't even call a number, but I'm saying now, again,
St. Croix is a larger island.
oh, man. I don't want to cause no fight in here.
No cause, no fight.
I ain't
So,
gonna cause no fight in
I
here.
won't discuss that. But that was negotiated with the governor when those folks were brought on board.
Yeah, but the administrators and St. Thomas and St. John ain't doing no less. They're doing just as much and just a greater. And the administrator in St. Croix is doing an excellent job also.
Time.
But again,
I agree.
parity with the man on the bottom looking up. And if I may, Mr. Chair, one final question. In regards to fuel and the issues that are going on with gas, I didn't see any information regarding fuel and maintenance for your vehicles.
Which category that falls in?
What are we budgeting for maintenance? What are we budgeting for fuel?
So that falls under that supplies category as well.
Okay.
We are making a push we have 2 electric vehicles on our fleet. We're making a push to add, I think, 3 additional electric vehicles. So we're trying to curtail our fuel consumption in the office of the governor as we push the rest of the government to do the same. So, but those that allowance for that increase is part of that supplies category as well.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for being the union rep for government house employees. Really appreciate that. The little man looking up, you said? Government house has the right to set salaries for exempt employees. I don't think when you're talking about administrators, all of that, that's on government house. They negotiate those amounts. That's not us. We just provide a lump sum budget, and they function. And that separation of powers has to be respected, and that's how we proceed. Senator Blyden, you had a point? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knight, you spoke in response to the last senator's question. You said that you have 3 electrical vehicles on order, or are they here?
2. We have 2 in the fleet right now. One on each, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas, and we have 3 more that we're trying to acquire.
And with you increasing the stock when it comes to electrical vehicles, what's the plan for the charging station? That's my question and my concern. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that question. So we have charging stations at both government houses. We're very proud of that. Right outside the entrance to both facilities is actually an electric charging station with existing vehicles. So we'd be using those. However, I am working with Director Kyle Fleming at the Energy Office to build out more charging stations at other government facilities, as well as some public charging stations that the general public can take advantage of. So there's a very big push by the office, the Energy Office, to do what they call the Go Fleet. to add more electric vehicles to the government fleet, and to also facilitate those people in the community that want to use electric vehicles as well.
Point of information, Senator. Thank you. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and no disrespect, but in addition to your comment of the branch of government, I do highly respect that, but as a legislator, I represent all branches, all persons in this territory. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your clarification. Senator James, do you recognize?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me, Chairman? Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to focus mainly on some salaries here. The first thing I want to touch on is I see we have the housekeepers, and I want to ask Chief of Staff Carl Knight, when was the last time the executive housekeepers got an increase? Because I see they're at $27,000.
Good morning, Senator Durant speaking. In fiscal year 2022, some of the staff did receive salary increases, which included housekeepers. We have maintenance staff, and some of the financial staff receive increases. And we continue to work and increase the salaries as we go along.
So when you made that statement as far as increasing the salaries, is that a broad statement across the board or specifically for the executive housekeepers?
I'm sorry.
When you made the broad statement about increasing its salary, not just
No, that's for everyone. Good day, Durant speaking. That's for everyone.
So here it is. I'm not really focusing on every single one. And I'm not saying that everyone doesn't deserve an increase, but I'm speaking specifically to the executive housekeepers who seem to be the lowest paid amongst those in government house.
Senator James, Kevin Rodriguez, Deputy Chief of Staff. As we look at the salary, we realize that the housekeepers are $27,000. That is an area that we must look at their hardworking employees. And I know Senator DeGraff also asked, we're going to look at the ESU also, staff at Government House to hopefully, when time permits and funding available, we'll be able to adjust those salaries.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the protocol officer, I see that is vacant. How long has that protocol officer position been vacant?
That position has been vacant. It was vacant most of the current fiscal year. We have not. We've been making do. We hope to be able to fill that position in the upcoming fiscal year, if not sooner.
One thing I must admit, anytime I see the governor, the security is always tight. But as far as the protocol officer, I think that person is responsible for overall protocols in government house, dealing with events and security as well.
Not necessarily security, but dealing with events. So we have an events coordinator that's been doing double duty in that regards. But yeah, there are certain, like we do have a state funeral to prepare for, and there's other more specific protocol heavy activities that we engage in where we would like to have the benefit of a specialist in that area.
Thank you. And if somebody can just briefly explain to me what is the responsibility?
Office that process all our payments, that process our payroll, provide those general business office type duties.
Mr. Chair.
We having a small technical issue. I think you're back, Senator. Go ahead. Let's see.
Yes. So asking the financial control officer seems like a technical name, sounds fancy, but as we see the salary of that position, it doesn't match what it sounds like. So I just need somebody to explain to me what is going on there as far as the role.
It's merely the individuals that work in our business office that process the payroll, process payments, all the financial transactions of the office of the governor, payments to vendors, etc. That's the exempt title that we've selected.
2 minutes.
Okay, and I know that position is vacant, and I respect when it comes to the separation of powers, as a good finance chair said. But if you really want to keep individuals on board, especially a person of that responsibility, I'm just kindly asking that you kind of address that and give them a little bit more, especially dealing with those sensitive documents and information, if you want to find qualified workers who will stay on board. Just a suggestion.
Senator, I take your suggestion to heart. I'm encouraged. Like I said, we understand that there are hardworking public servants throughout this government that are in line for pay increases. We bite the bullet and take the sacrifice in the office of the governor. However, if this body is understanding of the need to adjust our salaries as well, then certainly that gives us the impetus now to be able to make the necessary adjustments. Certainly, we understand better than everyone how hard our employees work. The fact that we do ask them to do things outside of the scope of their duties very often, and we are most desirous to adjust those salaries and make them comfortable in their positions. So we operate within a budget ceiling, just like every other government agency, and we don't cheat. We live within our ceiling. But based on the feedback that I'm getting, we will take it back to the drawing board with OMB and see what we can do.
And I see here, when it comes to the vehicle listing, I see that there is a 2009 GMC Denali, and it says for the division of the governor. I'm hoping and praying that is not the vehicle that the governor rides in, because it says it's in fair condition. Can somebody elaborate for me?
Yes, that 2009, I believe it's driven by one of our agents. As we get new vehicle, we will put that vehicle on retirement and then give the agent a more updated vehicle.
And who's in charge of the fleet when it comes to all the vehicles that falls under the office of the governor? Is that property and procurement, or is that somebody in-house?
Time.
Overall, Senator, the Department of Property and Procurement is responsible for all executive branch vehicles, including ours. We manage and maintain in-house, but the ultimate responsibility for those vehicles is with DPP.
I don't want to abuse my time, and us kindly asking that we take pride in the office of the governor. We know that position, what it comes with some serious responsibilities. So we want to make sure that when we're operating as an executive branch, that we have good vehicles. And lastly, I just want to say my sincere condolences to the family and friends of former Governor Turnbull, and I just want to say thank you for your service, and God bless the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to everyone, and also our testifiers. I just want to also just add my condolences to the family of former Governor Turnbull. I had the pleasure of serving during his administration in the office of the governor. He endorsed my candidacy for the Senate, and he was a great teacher, my professor at the University of the Virgin Islands. In fact, my navel string was buried at his home, based on what my mother and my parents have told me. So we have lost a great person. I trust and I pray that his homegoing service would be a credit to the Virgin Islands and all of the people he served and his family. I want to grow into my discussion on the Office of the Governor budget. I noted, and I did some quick math and comparison, and noted that this budget is about $2,415 less that you're requesting than the 2022 recommended budget. And it is it's about $1 million more than we gave you. So I'm looking at those numbers and trying to analyze where the money is going. And so for me, Ms. Durand, I need you to break down because I wasn't really very effective in getting a line itemized budget for all departments. Yours was the only exception, but I need to get a breakdown of all your expenditures. Let's start to year to date. Let's start with your personnel, year to date.
Okay.
Personnel, year to date.
As of May 30th.
Year to date expenditures, actuals.
Good day, Durant speaking. Personnel service year to date as of May 31st,
May 31st. Continue.
2022. Personnel services, $3,029,207.76. That's for the Office of the Governor. We have fringe benefits as of May 31st, $1,350,962.60. We have supplies in the amount of $343,000.
343,000, go ahead.
$477.77. Other services and charges, we have $1,664,300.39. Capital outlay, $8,115. And we have utilities paid via the Finanace single payer account, $192,342, for a total expenditure for the Office of the Governor, $6,588,406.
Okay.
For the Bureau of Economic Research,
I don't need a Bureau of Economic Research. I just need the big figures. So now let me ask you, I see that we have some increases here in your budget expenditures, and I see that personnel has an increase of $721,690,000.
2 minutes.
Over last year. And our colleagues have been talking about the low payment of some of your persons who have been working round the clock to provide protection and cleaning. Those are our people who have to go and have 2 jobs, while we only have 1 job. And so how do you propose to increase or look at increasing those individuals' salaries? Chief of Staff, you want to handle that?
Yeah, Senator, we'll always look to make adjustments. I'm not going to discuss salaries here on the floor, but to the extent that we have the financial resources, of course, we'll always look to adjust and make decisions as far as salaries.
I'm happy to see that there's going to be consideration to do a study on living wage, because that's critical. Having a living wage and being able to have a quality of life, that's what it goes towards, the quality of person's life, being able to go to work, earn your money, and not have to go to a second job to cover expenses. And we have to be mindful and have that at our heart. If we are good, we should be able to make our people good. Remember, the word of God says, even the dogs eat at the master's table. They have the crumbs at the master's table. So we should be looking out for them too. Tell me some of the challenges that you have experienced as far as staffing, because I noted that you have a number of vacancies to fill those staffing vacancies that you have on board.
So we haven't necessarily had a lot of challenges, Senator. We do have some new positions that we are trying to stand up and staff up. So
and they are advertised already?
Where are we with the advertisement? I know we've developed the job descriptions. I think personnel has started to advertise.
And so all of these new position or vacant positions, new position, you have 1, 2, 2 new positions. I see 3, 4. But four new positions you have, 4 or 5 new positions. Those are all already being advertised in the Division of Personnel.
The ones for the Office of Gun Violence are being advertised. The one position I think for Bureau of Economic Research is a vacancy, which it's just a matter of finding someone that has the right skill set to fill that post. The other vacancies that we have some vacancies, I think 1 or 2 in security, and that's just folks taking other opportunities. And, we throughout the course of a fiscal year, some individuals may choose to take other opportunities elsewhere, move on, and leave vacancies. And I think that speaks for most of those other vacancies in Government House.
Okay. And I noted there was a vacancy.
Time.
Yeah, even, Mr. Chairman, may I just wrap up?
You may.
Thank you. How are your vacancies being funded? Because how many persons have you brought on from last year for this fiscal budget that you have filled as vacant positions or new positions?
Senator Durant speaking. In fiscal year 2022, we have 3 new or rehired persons and 1 transferred in.
Okay, and so that's a total of 4?
4 positions, yeah.
4 positions you were able to fill.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to just conclude by thanking all of you for the hard work that you're doing. I know it's not easy, but I just encourage you, as with all departments, to press on regardless. We have a lot of work here to do, and let's try to work together. Take care. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Took advantage of your time there, Senator. We'll have a second round. Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going off of the previous senator's question, when she spoke about, she lauded you for having the study on living wages, correct?
What about to be done?
Senator, pull the mic to you.
Degazanga Day. So the living wage study is one of the upcoming priorities for Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay, so how does that coincide with the Tax Study Commission?
So this is
just before she could answer. I just want to clarify, just to give you more brevity, or not brevity, but
yeah,
to expound a bit more, because the Tax Study Commission does include like property taxes, gross receipt taxes, and all of that impacts the cost of living.
Yes.
So how is your study going to interface with the Tax Study Commission, or are you leading that project as well?
No, I am not. My team and I are not leading that. However, we look at more of the household side of it, where we're going to focus on what wages, what's the correct comparable wages based on the prices and the cost to live. So then they're going to look at the overall income or what that hourly wage should be.
So just to follow up, because both of those studies, they're not mutually exclusive. They have a symbiotic relationship. You know, what they're spending, it's contingent upon or it's predicated upon, the cost of groceries, which is included with a gross receipt tax. Understand?
But I think the tax side is going to look more at the revenue on the commercial side, and then. But you're right, there is some synergy there. At the end of the day, the both of them will give the accurate help people like you make the right policy decisions.
Okay.
If I may, Senator Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, so the living wage study would be a point-in-time study. Whatever the prevailing taxes are at that point in time would be what's reflected as the cost of living. So it'll reflect that and that information will then, as the Senator is pointing out, inform that Tax Study Commission, inform the senators as to what we should be doing with tax policy based on what living wages look like in the territory.
Okay. That was my question. How does it interface and how are you going to use it toward them? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Sorrow. In reference to the numbers, Dr. Degazan, on the website you have year-to-date stats. And you also gave us a letter with some projection based on travel, air and cruise. I see you have hotel occupancy at 65.9%.
Which letter is that, may I ask?
Okay, well, I'm on the website now,
Oh, okay.
but I'm referring to this letter that you sent to us.
You just received that?
Yeah. Okay, but not the letter yet, just the website. Hotel occupancy. I'm seeing 65.9%. And for the last 2 months, I have had extreme difficulty booking a hotel room in St. Thomas. Can't get a hotel room, switching here, switching there. This weekend, they moved me from Emerald to Lindbergh Bay because no room. So how we got 65.9? I swore that would have been more.
So without focusing on the 65.9, I just want to, I'm happy you brought that up because it highlights the need that we have been bringing before to the legislature for needing to have the funding, which we do have now, to be able to streamline the data that we receive. So part of it in the website, we noted that we're going to revamp a lot of the information, make everything real time. So it's difficult sometimes to be sure that the number is in fact, for example, 65.9 when there's some difficulty getting information from the hoteliers, which is why we need that legislation.
So hold up there. Why is there difficulty getting information from the hotels?
Because whenever there's self-reporting, Senator, there's going to be difficulty. So then we have to rely on them to get specific information, which is why we want to do the exit surveys, et cetera, so that we can make sure the information is being given to us. So when we do an exit survey and they said they stayed to Emerald, and we have 50 people that said they stayed to Emerald, but Emerald is saying 20, then there's an issue. So this is why we submitted legislation at the beginning of my tenure here to get support in that area. So there is we know that there is a gap. That's why we focus in on, and that's where we come up with other projects or studies to ensure that we can make sure what we report to you and the public is correct.
Okay, and I think that sometimes just a phone call would make a weekly phone call. Can I book a room? Are we full for this for today? You just check it out, full, 100% occupancy. We have to have a mechanism because hotel occupancy transfers to taxes collected by this government.
Correct.
And I know we're collecting some 30-something $million now in hotel occupancy tax with Airbnb combined every year. But how much are we leaving at the table? We need to develop a mechanism in which we will be sure as to what is the actual occupancy at these hotels, because I don't think it's 65.9%.
And our office is ready to collaborate with the centers and the team to come up with something that makes sure that the hoteliers are doing what they need to do and reporting correctly. And we have submitted something, but we're willing to work with the team to make sure it is something that can pass.
Okay. And air arrivals, 303,000? This is FY fiscal year or calendar year?
I gotta look
on your website, on the website.
Calendar.
It's calendar year.
Yes.
So this is January to present.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers from the Office of the Governor, and also good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too join in, again, offering my sincere condolences on behalf of myself, my family, my staff, to the family of the late Governor Turnbull. As you know, I've had the opportunity to work with Governor Turnbull in his administration as Deputy Chief and Territorial Chief, and I often spoke with him as a confidant. Many times I spoke with him most recently for his birthday, so we were all really deeply saddened by his passing. I want to thank the Office of the Governor, Chief of Staff, Carl Knight, for his comprehensive testimony today, and just to ask a few questions in respect to that. Mr. Knight, who is, of course, you.
Hold the Senator time. We're having some little technical issues. Senator, we held your time. You're back on now, so you may.
Very well, Mr. Chair. Just for your knowledge, yeah, we keep falling in and out. Even with the prior senators asking questions, there seems to be a lapse every so often. Mr. Knight, I was asking whether or not you are practicing the performance-based budgeting.
We are part of, so we do work with our agencies to make sure they are keeping their key performance indicators, and we do assist OMB in enforcing it with the other agencies. Because our office is so cross-cutting, we haven't necessarily adopted KPIs specific to our office. That is probably an evolution that we need to get to, but we take responsibility for everybody else's KPIs.
Very well. So I'm hoping that, again, I will like to see where the entire government is really moving towards performance-based budgeting and having KPIs, because it drives accountability. So, I'm hoping that you could move in that direction as well.
Yes,
I saw that you're holding B accountable for their KPIs. So, similarly throughout the Office of the Governor, I'd like to see that move in that direction. In respect to your vacant positions, I know that you have addressed this a couple times, but I'm on the rant this budget cycle for us to be able to fill position, because I think is critical. It assists our retirement system, as well as to be able to get our employees working. What have been the difficulty in being able to fill the vacant positions? Not the new ones, obviously, that's really now on the books, but the prior vacancies. What's the issue with that?
Senator, a lot of these vacancies became vacant at some point in the midst of the fiscal year. It's just a matter of finding individuals that meet the requirements that we're looking for. Some of these are they're specified in or specific in the talent areas in some regards. So it's just making sure that we find a right fit for the office. A lot of these positions, as you can appreciate, are handle sensitive information. And we just want to make sure that we have competent individuals. So I want to say there's any particular difficulty other than us recruiting and being able to find the right fit. And sometimes these vacancies come up in the middle of a fiscal year, and it's just a matter of putting the focus in our recruiting efforts to make sure we get those vacancies filled.
Okay. Again, I want to really see us move into that direction and being able to fill some of these vacancies, because everywhere I go, people keep talking about wanting jobs, and I really want to see us, when we talk about 1,200 employees, rather than having musical chairs, that in fact that we're hiring individuals and putting them to work. In regards to the funding allowance for the Office of Gun Violence, and I would imagine that the Office of Gun Violence is an that I heard you that you want to ramp up the employee is there, but
you may go ahead.
In order for effective.
2 minutes.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Senator. Pose that question to us again. You were breaking up.
In regards to the Office of Gun Violence, and I would imagine that, I supported this piece of legislation because I believe that there should be a level of urgency. Do you believe that a little bit over $200,000 would allow for the hiring as well as for the mission of the Office of Gun Violence to be able to carry out their tasking? So
there's two sources of funding that we're also hoping to supplement that with. So there's a request in our miscellaneous budget to assist the office with some of their operating expenses, because the 219 really speaks to salaries. But we also, at least for now, have access to the part of the American Rescue Plan Act included funding for community violence intervention. And so we're drawing on those funds, for instance, to purchase vehicles for the office, some of the capital one-time expenditures for the office. We're leaning on those grant funds to supplement the 219. So the 219 really speaks to the 4 staffers we're trying to bring on board, or including the current executive director. And there's some additional miscellaneous resources that we're asking for matching funds for grants, as well as just overall operations for the office as we go through this fledgling stage of the office ramping up.
And if I could ask the director, Emmanuel, whether or not, if you could just quickly talk about the synergy that's being developed with the other government agencies, more importantly, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Labor, Human Services, those big agencies that will assist them in carrying out their mission. Can you just speak quickly to the synergy that's being developed in that area?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We've already had our first advisory council meeting, and there was a lot of good energy that the other stakeholders wanted to give us. We've also met with faith-based organizations, nonprofit organizations. I've been out in the community speaking with folks. So yeah, there's a lot of good energy there. We're waiting on our to get our contract signed from the National Neighborhood of Safe Communities, so we can do the outreach based on the model that we think is best for the territory.
Time.
Very well. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with one question to the director of the disability area.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Director, in respect to your work with the area of disability, can you speak to some of your concerns, some of your challenges, if any, or some of the work that you have been doing to address the infrastructure and getting our government offices and other areas really up to snuff in respect to disability access?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I've been working really close with Department of Public Works, knowing that they oversee a lot of our projects in the territory. Presently, especially in the areas of sidewalks, making sure that the sidewalks, when persons are traversing, that we're making proper decisions with the needed striping and the needed signage to making sure people know where to cross and so on. As to our government buildings, our government offices, all our government offices are accessible physically. There's some components that we're working on in heights of machinery that's inside the offices, but right now there's no lack of access. Those that had lack of access have been adjusted and corrected as far as parking and other things that was required.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your responses. I'll broach BER in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Office of Gun Violence. The last senator spoke to Synergy, and you spoke to the different organizations, to include non-for-profit organizations that you have been meeting with, to basically come up with a plan for the territory. Let me ask you, the non-for-profit organizations, have you met with those organizations that are already doing the work that you're trying to accomplish, like Victims United, etc.? Are they part of that synergy?
Repeat it again. I'm sorry.
Non-for-profit organizations who are already doing the work.
Oh, yeah.
And what you're trying to accomplish, too, especially onboarding a survivor engagement specialist. I know they do that kind of work for years. Are they part of the discussion and involvement moving forward?
Absolutely. There's an incredible amount of work being done in the territory, and there are people that are out there doing wonderful things. And so part of my goal is to sort of harness all that and not necessarily take it over, but offer resources and assistance and supplement what they're doing. For instance, one of the first things I did was I was on the Victims March in St. Croix, and a young lady is doing it on her own, and so I assisted her and helped her with the walk, and so we're doing that, doing those kinds of things, and reaching out to community influencers in the different neighborhoods and trying to make sure that we supplement what they're already doing. We're not trying to take over anything. There's too much stuff going on. But there needs to be a coordinated effort of those applications.
Happy to hear that. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Senator, just supplement the response to Senator Blyden. So the community engagement coordinator position that we're seeking to fill, their main goal will be to coordinate those existing community partners and make sure that we're all seamlessly working in concert with each other.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, Mike.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. Just very quickly, I want to touch back on the conversation around the Office of Gun Violence, because, of course, this body created that office, and from my perspective, very reluctantly. Has the office established a mission and vision? Do we have a document that clearly outlines the mission and vision of the Office of Gun Violence and how the Office of Gun Violence plans to go about with executing its duties and collaborating with the other entities, the court system, the Department of Justice, and of course the nonprofit organizations here in the territory, et cetera? Do we have something that tangible, that we can look at that says to us, this is the direction that the Office of Gun Violence is going in?
I'll take that, Senator, and then Mr. Emmanuel can supplement me. But yes, we do have a mission for the office. We are actually working on a formal strategic plan that will encompass everything that you're asking for. We already have a mission as set out by the mandates by law. We already have a vision, but we actually are in the process of now trying to tighten that up in a document that we can circulate that says this is how we will function.
And when do we intend to see that document? I think it's
before the start of the fiscal year.
Yeah, I think it's an important question because we can't continue to fund divisions, activity centers, et cetera, absent of us knowing exactly what direction the territory is going in as relates to the entity. Of course, like I said earlier, that office was created by this body, and I'm just still trying to figure out the vision, the mission, and where we're going as it relates to this whole gun violence, Office of Gun Violence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. You're going to put something on the record?
No, I'm good.
No, but he should. Could you? You should, because you are the person that's charged with the responsibility, and you have to have it in the fire in your belly to make sure that you push this forward. I know that the Chief of Staff responded, but it's really up to you based on the fact that you were given the assignment to move this forward. So you must have something to say. Thank you.
Well, I agree with the Chief of Staff, and we have been working on the mission statement and the strategic plan. We're waiting for the finalization of our contract with our consultants, because part of the model is going to be part of that strategic plan. So we want to make sure that we're in concert with that program, make sure that we're staying in how the model's supposed to work. So yeah, you'll be getting something soon.
Who's the consultant?
The National Network for Safe Communities out of John Jay College.
Okay. And do they understand the demographics of the Virgin Islands?
Are they what? I'm sorry?
Do they understand the demographics of the Virgin Islands that they can assist us in developing a plan?
Yes, we actually, they came down in March, and we worked with VIPD, and we went over a lot of data collection for the homicides for 2020, 2021, and 2022 up until that point. So they went around the islands and got a lot of information.
Okay, that's numbers. I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about the dynamics as to what is taking place in the Virgin Islands, so that we can formulate a plan to counteract the gun violence. Who is that know-how person who has that inner information as to what is taking place?
So if I may, Senator Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, so this is actually an engagement that apparently began in the prior administration. They had been here and done a condition assessment.
I also hold up there. The prior administration spent a couple $100,000 for a plan, and it went no place.
Right.
No place. So we got all this information, and they got the information from the officers, so we didn't even need to hire a company for a couple $100,000, and that's neither here nor there. The murder rate continued to increase.
The familiarity was developed through that engagement. So they had been here, they had gathered data. It didn't go anywhere, as you're correct. So this time around, now we're pushing to actually effectuate and use that data. And so they're familiar because of that initial engagement. They're actually familiar with the demographics and the lay of the land. This is our second go round with John Jay College, and they have familiarity based on their first go round.
My concern, and I'm just putting it public there, is who really knows the information in reference to gun violence in the Virgin Islands. And it's definitely not John Jay coming and doing a study. We have some dynamics that need to be directly addressed.
Well, we work very closely with the Virgin Islands Police Department because they're giving us the data. I've been in the territory for 15 years. I've worked with VIPD, and so I have a good working knowledge, at least of the territory as well.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
I don't want to belabor this, but I have to. So, when we talk about gun violence in the territory, we continue to talk about VIPD. And I have long said when we actually voted on this measure that this is not a VIPD issue.
Right.
This is an issue that starts from cradle to grave. So what I was expecting to hear today is, so we are looking at the data that's within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. We are looking at our birth records. And that's the way we are looking at this Office of Gun Violence, because we got to start someplace. Mm-hmm. Having the conversation about John Jay is a law enforcement college, or focuses around law enforcement and fire and that kind of stuff.
And research.
So that's not our answer. Mm-hmm. Our answer is, how are we looking at cradle to grave? How are we looking at our university? How are we looking at our data? How are we looking at our test scores? How are we looking at our dropout rate? What is it that we're looking at to determine what is the effect of this cause? That's my frustration with this conversation. And I know that we're not here for that today, but this is a very serious matter. We're funding this office, and we need to be clear on what is this office doing, because at the end of the day, if we are putting money into this bucket, it is important that we get results out of it. And I'm going to leave that alone. So I just need for you to answer, how are we aligning those entities? And I heard when I was driving here, one of my colleagues asked about the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System, which is VIVIS. That's also a very critical component, because that ties in the Labor Department. It ties in all those other entities. So that's the conversation we should be having.
And
thank you, Mr. Chair.
And you're exactly right. And I think that's why the advisory council was created, so that we use all those different organizations to help assist us. This problem, the gun violence epidemic, my office is not a law enforcement office. We are an outreach office, and our approaches have to be of that, using health, human services, education, labor, personnel, all of those things. We have to put them and work in concert. You're absolutely right, and I agree with you 100% that it has to be this multi-pronged, wraparound service type of approach. And I'm not so hung up on the law enforcement piece of it, is, even though I'm a career police officer, but the approach for me and for the offices is trying to figure out how we connect people with resources to help them get out of that place where they feel despair or desperation. I mean, that's where our obligation is, and that's where I think our focus is in the Office of Gun Violence.
Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to go back to what you're saying, have you done an assessment of the nonprofits or the organizations within the territory?
Yeah, I've been in contact with nonprofits, faith-based organizations.
Hold a second. I'm saying, have you done an assessment? Have you looked and see that we have these amount of nonprofits that offer wraparound services, these amount of nonprofits that deal with youth age 12 to 18, these amount of nonprofits that use sports as a means for social change, this amount of faith-based organizations for this? Has there been an assessment and categorization of those nonprofits that can help you establish that public-private nonprofit partnership to tackle gun violence?
We're in the process of building a resource list, exactly like you just said, and that's taking time to get around and talk to all these nonprofit organizations, as well as government organizations that are doing things. And it's taking like physical connection, physical contact, talking to. I spoke to. I was over here in St. Thomas last week talking to the Can Academy, which is a nonprofit. They offer a camp for kids during the day. So I've been out trying to talk to these folks, and sometimes I find out about them through conversations with people in the public. It's amazing how many things are out here that we're trying to coordinate. So yes.
Carl Knight, Chief of Staff. Senator, the very first assignment that Mr. Emmanuel took on was building that resource list.
Okay, here's what, I don't want to belabor, Mr. Chair, sorry. I voted no for the bill, plain out. It was an extra layer of bureaucracy. But you guys tie directly with each other because gun violence becomes a public health issue. And that in turn, the ripple effect, it impacts the economy. Right? So how are you utilizing the data and saying, hey, because of this, we've had this is the adverse effects? And, I'm a little confused talking to people and, you have LEPC, you have a pretrial intervention office at the judicial branch. How are you utilizing even the data from the Bureau of Economic Research? Because if some of that information from the VIPD's Planning and Research Office should be funneled to the Bureau of Economic Research to look at how that impacts the economy and what you can do in turn. Everything is just like in a silo, so I'm a bit confused with the responses to that. And hold on, Mr. Knight. Speaker, I just want to talk to the director because you're jumping in to save the day. And I really want to just glean from you, really and you have to understand because we're funding this office. And it has to be a return of investment. And I don't think I'm really comprehending your response. And maybe we could drill down on this in the Committee of Homeland Security and Public Safety.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Emmanuel.
Yeah, all those things are interrelated, and we understand that. And so, but it takes time to get that information, and we're doing our best to get it. It's just taking time to get it. But yeah, you're absolutely right, and we are trying to push all those things together and find that we have this multi-pronged wraparound approach. We have to work together, and it just takes time to coordinate it. But I agree with you. I agree with 100%.
Sound like you want to put something on the record.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll be brief, Senator. I mean, the whole mission of this is to break down human services, health approach to gun violence. It's law enforcement is just one of the many partners that we have involved, and the whole mission. We weren't always believers in this approach either, Senator Sorrell. But in meeting with folks and other individuals and stakeholders, we understand that ultimately breaking down those silos and having a more coordinated approach causes of violence in our communities, is the only way forward. And so that's the whole purpose and mission of the office, is to break down silos.
In reference to the positions, you recommended 3 new positions for the Office of Gun Violence: a violence interrupter, a community engagement coordinator, and a survivor engagement specialist. But I'm not seeing that in your projected vacancies. Where are those positions located? I'm looking at page 10 in the post-audit report. It goes up to, I'm seeing, okay, it's on the, I see it now, page 12. So let me go to that now. So you're hiring these individuals, these positions are funded at 50%. So those individuals are going to be making $45,000? That's a projected salary?
Good day, Senator Durant. Yes.
And for that unique type of position, Mr. Emmanuel, do you believe that that is sufficient to bring individuals on that have some experience, 45,000 and 50,000 for the survivor engagement specialist?
Yeah, I think that's attractive enough to attract a qualified candidate.
Okay. Before I go to the next senator, which is Senator Sorrell, page 9 of 13. Under the first one, professional services, you have PO production, 64,800. But then right underneath, we have PO production, lease agreement, 81,000. Should that be Zephyr? Is that the wrong information?
Yeah, I think that's a typo in the post-audit report.
So under contract listing, that should be Zephyr's, right? And not PO.
Durant, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, so what is PO production? For 64,000, what's the company?
PO Production is a contract, a professional service consulting contract with, with Peter Atley
For
Communication for, the projected amount is 64,800
for
for advertising and communication consulting.
Cutting ads, similar kind of communication services, productions, cutting ads, and other similar services. It's a communications contract.
and this is for ads on behalf of the Office of the Governor. Activities.
This is public service announcements and other miscellaneous things that we do on behalf of the Office of the Governor as well as other agencies. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator Saru. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to offer my condolences to the late Governor Turnbull. When I was Carnival Queen, he sat next to me to almost every event, and he was a gentle giant. And growing up in a Methodist church, he sat in a pew behind of me, and he sat next to Miss Malloy. So my entire life, even when he was governor, this giant would come in with his security, and he attended church every Sunday while as governor. So I thought it was commendable. So may he rest in peace. Let's stay on that page 9 of 13. You're on that page, Mr. Knight? Correct me if I'm wrong. So we have a professional services contract for Mr. Rutnick for 50,000, and then we have a contract for Mr. Rutnick for 75. Correct me. And then his purpose says legal service consulting.
That's a typo in the post audit report.
Okay, because I know Mr. Rutnick is an attorney, so help me out. What is the cost of that contract?
Which number is the correct number, Mr. Rand?
50,000.
50,000 is the correct amount for the contract, Senator.
For the 6 months, fiscal, what is it? For the entire fiscal year? Tell me what's the contract, the term?
Senator Durant speaking. For Rutnick, the contract is from March 2022 to December 31st, 2022.
What's the purpose of that contract?
$50,000.
He provides constituent services, policy advice, but primarily constituent services on the island of St. John.
Outside of the commission, outside of the administrator?
Outside of the administrator, his duties are a little bit more focused, but yes, outside of the administrator's office.
So you have an administrator being paid 85,000 plus Mr. Rutnick at 50,000 for constituent services for island of roughly 4,000 people?
The administrator engages directly with government agencies and coordinates government services. She has a specific
The administrator is the mayor of the island.
She engages directly with the government offices in a manner that Mr. Rutnick does not.
My father was administrator for King and Snyder. I know exactly what the role of the administrator is. So you're kind of trying to break out the role of the administrator, and that would be the appropriate response for you. But I don't agree with if that is the purpose of the contract, we have a problem. Now let's go back to utilities. The utilities, I think, said 480. Oh. Your utilities did not change. It was 489 2022, and it's 489 2023. And I'm seeing this occurring with every single government agency, with the commodity listing going up, the global trends, inflation, the cost of power is going to increase. So do you think the same amount you gave me last year to this year is accurate? Do you anticipate an increase in your utility cost?
We do anticipate an increase in cost, but
by roughly how
Senator,
much?
as I discussed with my staff in a recent staff meeting, as a former director of energy, I put forward the challenge to our office to reduce our costs. I think there are areas where the offices can reduce utility costs. I don't think we have been as prudent with our energy efficiency as we can be, and so that's a personal challenge to our office.
Okay. Now let's go to Vivis. We wrote the Vivis legislation, and it got vetoed. It went back up again because we really need to increase the longitudinal data system and amp it up. Every state has one. So who's managing Vivis? We left it in the bill to the office of the governor, so you could assign it where you deem necessary. I know BER wanted it. So are you, Dr. Degazan, are you involved in this whole, where are you on Vivis, and what is the amount? 'Cause I'm seeing 275 here. 275 is for what?
So we have to sit down and go through exactly how the expenses are going to go for Vivis. After listing out the items that we're going to be focused on over the next year, my next priority is going to be Vivis. I know that this is near and dear to the legislature, so I wanted to make sure I identify the other projects so that now we can focus specifically on Vivis and ensure that we meet the mandates or the goals that were listed in the hearing.
So the 275 that's broken out here, that 275, is it for, how did you get to 275? Because I know before with Vivis, correct me if I'm wrong, former Commissioner of Education, we had some $300,000 that I think Department of Health was supposed to pay to Vivis and they didn't pay their portion. And then, trying to get an integrated system and to maintain the site and everything. So how did you get to 275? What does that include?
So the 275, to be honest, so Vivis right now still resides with the Department of Education. We endeavor, so as I mentioned earlier, we got a late start on sort of wrapping our heads around how to absorb the operation. I think the act was passed in April, right before we submitted the budget. We've since had conversations with the Department of Education. We've consulted with them as to what would really take to get it to the level that the Senate desires us to get it to. The 275 was put in the budget at the time of submission as a placeholder. We knew that we need to hire an executive director to at least lead the effort. So we did put some seed money. The actual budget, we're probably going to request some miscellaneous once we have a plan as to how this is going to work out. And that number right now, based on that preliminary number for the first year, is about 1.25 million. The Department of Education has recommended that we look at least 4 to 5 staffers and a budget of about 1.25 million to get going and expanding as we add licenses or expand it to other areas of the government. So we don't, as I sit here, we don't have a well-formulated plan for Vivis as of yet.
Okay.
We just want to see dollars to get started.
And Education has been managing Vivis, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And Mr. Thomas was really a genius. That's his baby, and Vivis as well. So we can't throw the baby in the bathwater, and maybe a conversation with him and managing and how to best manage that without having to go to some millions of dollars. I think I'll suggest that. Now let's go to Bureau of Economic Research briefly. I don't see any breakout, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I don't see any breakout for the Bureau of Economic Research. You have any contracts?
We do have, through professional services, we have the chief economist is on contract, and we use our professional services.
Who's the chief
funding.
economist?
Dr. Loritz Mills, who ran the agency for several years.
Because I don't see that contract listed here. So what's the cost of that contract? Ms. Durant? What's the cost of Mr. Mills' contract for Bureau of Economic Research? And then I'm just...
let me answer that real quick. I think it's 140. I believe it's 140.
And that's how you have as the only contract that you have for BR?
The web design is yours.
With the web design is about 6,000.
Is that here? I see a web design for 120. That's not you.
No, that is so the website is 6,000, and the drawdown to complete the self-sufficiency study comes up to the 120.
And then are you managing any federal funds? At one point, Bureau of Economic Research was managing a lot of grant projects. What's the total amount of grants you're managing now?
Right now, I don't think we have any. No, we don't have it, and that's our goal, and we're proud to say one of the studies that we have as our priority list is funded through a grant. And I think you know how serious I am with grants. We're trying to.
So how much is that grant?
How much is?
Mr. Chair, I'm asking these questions because we don't have it in the listing of the amounts of the federal grant that BR has, and then there's a contract for Mr.
Wait,
Mills.
$350,000.
Okay, and I don't know. I know my time has been cut, but I don't know what's the purpose of the grant, the time frame of the grant. Then we have a Mr. Mills for $140K. We don't know what's the time frame of that either. So if we could just, through the chair, I'm requesting a breakdown of the budget specifically for the Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay,
Thank you,
I will submit that. But the grant, the contract for Dr. Mills, it was for the fiscal year. So hers is going to be based on per fiscal year as the chief economist. So it's always fiscal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
Thank you, Senator Saru. In reference to the contract for, on this BR, Zephyr Enterprise, there's a mistake there with square foot, right? It's impossible to be 237,000 square foot. What's the actual square footage for that space? I know that's a mistake.
Good day, Senator Durant speaking. The square footage is 4,500.
So it's
44,500 square foot.
Okay. So, and the next one is also for State Services Organization, is 4,500 square foot?
No, the square footage is 237.
237 square foot?
Yeah, it's a small office. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Gregory, Mike.
Hold my time.
She's typing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again. So, I'm not necessarily going to ask any budget questions because, direct budget questions, if you will, because the budget of the Office of the Governor is the budget. And I don't know that us here in the legislature should make any determinations as to how those funds are executed once they're executed legally. However, there is some work that needs to be done, and that's tied to the budget. So let me ask. So sometime in the 33rd legislature, early on, legislation was passed to establish a tax study commission. And I was the author of that legislation. And to date, there has been no movement. So I need to find out from the Office of the Governor, through the Chief of Staff, is that a priority? It was signed into law by the Governor. That means that it needs to be executed. It needs to be enacted. So I need to know what is the status of the Tax Study Commission. And it is an important question because we see what's happening in the nation, and it's going to trickle down to the U.S. Virgin Islands. We see what's happening with our EDC companies. We see what's happening with our gross receipt taxes. We just see it across the board. So what's the priority? If it's a priority, if it's not a priority, we need to know that as well. But it's been too long.
Yeah, Senator. My apologies. We neglected to include that as one of our priorities heading into the new fiscal year. We've already started vetting individuals, potential members for the Tax Study Commission, and it is something that we're going to be ramping up. We pride ourselves in making sure that we follow all of the mandates of law, including that one, and that is one that, as you point out, is a very valuable one for some of the other decisions that policy decisions that we're making. So the governor has started to suggest names that we are starting to vet.
Once you're moving forward,
Yes.
I accept that.
Okay.
However, I need to see true movement because every other state has a tax study commission. That's why states are successful. Former Senator, I think you talked about the living wage. Is the living wage board functioning?
No, to be honest,
By law, there is a living wage board.
well, you're educating
if-
me right now, so that's something I'll definitely look
Yeah,
into.
there is a living wage board. I know that because I previously served on it. I think there's certain department heads that serve on the living wage board for that particular window. So please look at when was the last time a living wage board study was done?
I think it was done in 2009 was the last one that was done.
No, there was one there was work done sometime in 2012.
Okay, so
And
I'll
Ms.
have to
Mills
check
is
on
fully
that.
aware of that. So
Yes, and
please,
she's the one that would be leading that.
Yes. Okay. So
yes.
there is a living wage board, and what should happen is the living wage board should be enacted, and then you have the conversation around that's going to look like. It's just not about giving out a contract for someone to determine what the living wage should be here in the territory. So
Well,
I just wanted to make
another
sure
thing
that
is we're going to be doing our best to make sure we conduct
you're on
our
my time.
studies.
Don't forget, Senator, you're on my time.
Don't fret.
So I just want to make sure I put that out there.
All right.
So, Mr. Chief, somewhere about very early January of last year, this body, myself, the president of the legislature, wrote a letter to the governor requesting, I know that there was a settlement agreement with regards to some Honda vehicles that was coming into the territory. Are those vehicles here? Are all of them here?
Oh, that's I know the first batch it was submitted. It was sent to the territory in 2 batches. I know the first batch did arrive. The Commissioner of Property and Procurement and the Attorney General could probably speak to whether we've
Okay.
taken.
I asked the
shipment of the
question because I wrote a letter asking the office of the governor to please consider the legislature
Yes.
with getting some of those vehicles. No response. This is a push and pull relationship. Okay, so you give, I give, but don't ignore us.
Sure.
If the cars come into the Virgin Islands, the legislature appropriated the funds to purchase the original cars, hence the reason why we were able to have a lawsuit, and on and on and on, and the territory overall. So
2 minutes.
give us something. Don't ignore us.
Yes, ma'am.
So we all know that there's a lot of conversation, a lot of energy throughout the country as it relates to a recession. All of what's occurring with the scarcities of commodities, etc. The cost of fuel, and on and on and on. And I know that a budget came down to this body with heavy consideration around what revenues we generated during what we would consider good times, because where there are challenges, there are always opportunities, and our opportunity was the COVID opportunity. So with that being said, and all that we're seeing with Russia, Ukraine, the impact of fuel, etc., the scarcity of commodities, what are we really saying as it relates to our revenue projections for 2023 and down the road? And usually that question would be a question for the Office of Management and Budget, but I really think this is an executive branch question because this is a larger issue that we really need to be mindful of as we deliberate this budget for 2023 and forward. And it must come down from the executive branch.
Sure. We Senator, thank you for that question. You're right on the money. The indicators continue to point upwards. However, we are not ignorant of the macroeconomics that are playing out, and we realize that there's some headwinds that, if they haven't arrived, they're rapidly approaching. And so, while the revenue modeling and forecasting might point in one direction, perhaps they're not anticipating some of the global impacts. So we have tried to be very conservative once again in our revenue estimates.
Time.
Okay, I know you were going to run out my time.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, could you allow me to wrap up?
Proceed.
2 other questions. One is the other question is so I hear you, and we have to give it serious consideration as we deliberate ourselves here within this institution. Let's talk about Katrinburg. What's going on with Katrinburg?
We're still in the process, excuse me, WICO, because it's under WICO, so we're still in the process of addressing Katrinburg with FEMA.
So you have not made any headways with FEMA and Katrinburg? So we have that facility just literally deteriorating.
No, Senator. I think we're aggressively addressing that issue. I know we
Resolve,
maintain
I
the property. Our maintenance department goes up, check the property. We do use the ice machine from up there.
Okay.
And so we try to make sure, and the vehicles are also stored up there.
Okay, I'm gonna just close with, I think I had one more question for BIR, and I'm forgetting what it is. Okay, I know what it is. The data sharing agreement with the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis to strengthen our economic reporting of gross territorial product data. What's the status?
I have to get back on that with you, Senator, on exactly what that is, where we are on that.
But that's an important, that's a data sharing agreement.
Mm-hmm. So
that should be a priority of
we have
BIR.
several agreements going on, which is more than BIR has had before. Right now, we're trying to focus on the economic census right now, getting our people sworn in and everything to support the census. So I have to check and see where we are with that.
All right, I think it's a priority if we're going to talk about reporting on our gross territorial product data. I mean, that's a critical component to our success and us knowing. I mean, we continue to talk data. I mean, we've talked data as long as I've been here, and honestly, I just can't say, and it's just not from your perspective alone, just overall, I just don't think that data is a priority in the Virgin Islands, and we must make it a priority in order for us to truly make informed decisions. I think a lot of our decisions, when our colleagues asked earlier, so how we come up with this number, we have to know how we coming up with our numbers. So we got to collect our data, and data must become a priority. It can't continue to be talk. It's starting to sound like reading on the 3rd grade level. We talk about it and it ain't happening. Data, same thing.
Thank you,
Let's
Senator.
get it right. Thank you.
And Ms., Francis?
Yes, Senator.
In reference to submitted for ARPA funding on behalf of the hospitals to support the technology infrastructure needs, tell me exactly what you submitted.
Yes, good morning. Michelle Francis, Director, Office of Health Information Technology. I submitted an ARPA grant for $2 million to support the upgrade of the health record system for the hospitals. They're currently on an outdated version of Meditech as their electronic health record. In order to meaningfully submit data and information to the coming health information exchange, both of those hospitals need to implement a newer version. They're very expensive, but they have.
That's what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get the name. I forgot the name. The Meditech.
Meditech Expanse is the upgrade.
But the Meditech expansion is like $6 million for St. Thomas and the next $6 million for St. Croix, but which
so
would
this
allow
is to
them
supplement.
To supplement what?
What they've already have in order to fund their upgrades.
So they told you that they have $4 million to fund it?
They don't. Each hospital doesn't exactly have the same amount. They're reaching in different pots. So their request was for support and funding.
I know
from my
when they
office.
came before us, the conversation that they had with us was that they wanted the legislature to provide funding for the system. I think we did provide some funding. I have to go back and look at it. But I think one of the issues is that we kind of do stuff and then we don't see the implementation. So we need to know where the hospitals are with a particular system because it's going to allow them to generate a lot more revenues. So if you can coordinate and find out exactly where they're at and what it's going to take to move them to the next level, then we will definitely appreciate that. Mr. Gun Violence, who are the members of the advisory council?
I'll get that for you right second.
Okay, where are you getting that?
I have it for you. Right here.
Go ahead.
Advisory Council is the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Justice, Law Enforcement Planning Commission, Territorial Public Defender, Department of Labor, Department of Education, Housing Authority, Department of Human Services.
Okay, so slow down. Who from those departments?
Well, the commissioners from those agencies sit, but they have an opportunity to choose to have somebody else sit on their committee. And at this time, right now, we're still looking at the commissioners being the direct persons that I contact with.
So the commissioners have not designated someone to fill a particular role that understands
Not all.
the impact?
No, not all.
Okay, so you call all government entities. Go ahead. What are the non-government entities?
We have faith-based groups and nonprofit organizations.
No, be more specific. Faith-based groups such as what? Non-profits such as what? Is Women's
Nonprofits
Coalition
like
a part of it?
Like fraternities, sororities, the
fraternity and sorority for Office of Gun Violence?
We have communication with fraternities and sororities. They're part of the nonprofit organizations that help us in outreach. We also have
Okay, hold up. Is the Women's Coalition a part of this?
They're not in the legislation, but they do come to our advisory council. Yes.
So they're a member.
Short answer, yes.
Okay, and also I know Senator Blyden called a group Victims United. I'm trying to think of all of the groups that deal with violent situations that could provide you some good information as to exactly what is taking place.
Yes, we have the Women's Coalition is part of the council. We also we have a reentry group from UVI is on our council. We have
There's no reentry.
Go ahead.
How many individuals on the council?
Roughly 20, 22, 23. I don't have an exact number here for you, but I can.
Okay.
And Senator, if I may, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, the Delta Sigma Theta in particular has a very active campaign for violence prevention.
Okay.
So they were included because they were one of those community organizations that was already operating in that space.
Okay. Dr. Degazan, you said that you completed a carnival exit survey. That was for St. Thomas Carnival?
No, that is our priority to conduct one for this coming fiscal year.
For the next fiscal
For
year?
the next fiscal year.
So you have a format that you're going to be utilizing?
Repeat your question.
You have a format for that particular carnival exit survey that you're going to be utilizing?
We are going through that process right now, but as soon as we come up with it, I can forward our template to you.
Okay. You have some numbers here, 2022 projections on the letter that you sent us. And it is based on what number? What's your projection for
Okay, so let me give
air
you,
arrivals?
if you don't mind, this was generated based on a question by Senator Carrion during the OMB budget hearing, where he asked for 2022 projected expenditures for air and cruise travel. And so this was submitted in response to that request.
Say that again?
During the OMB hearing, where we came in and presented the budget, the overview, this letter is in response to a question that was asked by Senator Carrion. So I just wanted to bring clarity for historic, so people know why this was generated.
Okay, no problem. So based on that, what was your anticipated number of individuals and air arrivals that this number is based on?
Oh, okay. Give me a minute. Let me.
Okay, air and then cruise.
Okay.
And Ms. Francis, I just got signed up. Senator Francis just jogged my mind. We did appropriate $4 million for both hospitals, $4 million each, for that Meditech system. So we need to know where we're at with that particular juncture.
Yes, Senator.
Well, Senator Degazan is looking that up.
Okay, I have the numbers.
Go ahead.
So for air arrivals, we were looking at 827,284 tourists. And for cruise passengers, 442,27. That is for the
442,000 for the calendar year?
This has the activity in the tourism and sport.
That's only low for
The result was not
for
much
cruise.
compared to 1.1.
It used to be like
In
1.5
in
million for
2019, we had 1.4 million passengers, and it dropped to 442. That's for cruise.
Say that again. Because we're having a sidebar conversation on those numbers. So say that again.
Okay, so in the first 4 months of 2022, cruise passengers totaled 229,080. And to give you a historical to understand how the numbers flow, in 2019, there was 1.4 million.
In cruise?
In cruise, yeah, we're talking about cruise. And then a total of 245,695 cruise passengers arrived in 2021.
Okay, so our numbers are still far off from 2019. Our projection for cruise still far off because you're saying 442,000 versus when it used to be 1.4. So that is
No, so we did that's the 22. I just did actual. So I'm not projecting for 23 yet. I'm giving you the actuals.
22.
the 442 that you just said for cruise. Is
Yes.
that actual or that's projected?
The result was a 7% plunge.
442,000.
So the 442,000 was a 69% plunge. So I was explaining to you what that loss was.
Is it actual as of April or May?
So the actual, as I says, for the first few months of 2022 is 229,000.
Okay. And you're projecting 442 for the calendar year?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I'm just saying that based on your data, you're saying that 2019 we had 1.4 million cruise ship visitors for the calendar year of 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But the for the 2022 projected expenditures, based on the amount of the tourists that came or the passengers, for air we're looking at 1.1 billion, and for cruise 103 million.
Okay. So like a 5-to-1?
Repeat?
5-to-1 per passenger difference between cruise and air?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Carrillo. And welcome. Please put him down as present, Senator Carrillo, and then Senator Gittins.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I also join the Virgin Islands in general as we mourn the passing of Dr. Turnbull, our former governor. We send our condolences to the family, friends, and all loved ones. Sad time for the Virgin Islands. We truly have lost, we call him a gentle giant and a treasure to the Virgin Islands. Good morning once again. And I just have a few questions to the Office of Gun Violence. I see in the post report with regards to federal grants, no federal grants are slated for the Office of the Governor for FY 2023. My question with that regard is, are we doing any research, searching out federal funding, especially like for the Office of Gun Violence?
Absolutely.
To supplement?
Tony Manuel from Gun Violence. Absolutely. We're working with federal DOJ and other agencies that are alerting us to grants that are available for violence prevention. So yeah, we are researching those things and looking at grants that we can use in addition to other federal grants that are available for us.
But nothing you have, you're just researching.
We haven't submitted any grants out of my office directly yet.
Director, and how long have you been on that position?
Since March.
Okay, fairly just a few months. How have you been advertising the vacancy that you have within your office?
Well, currently we're Office of Labor and Personnel. We'll be putting those things out shortly. They haven't been out yet.
So you haven't been advertising yet?
We had to submit the job descriptions and going through the process here of getting the jobs ready to go. So all that's set. We should be advertising very shortly. And in the
by when would you like to have these positions filled?
Probably in the next 30 days.
Well, if that's the case, you guys have to get moving and aggressively complete the process. The Bureau of Economic Research. Good morning, Director. How are you?
I am good. Good morning, Senator.
The same question I posed to you. Are you anticipating seeking any federal funding to support the work that your office is doing?
Yes, we will continue to do so, and we have secured $350,000 toward one survey, one study, and we will continue to do that.
Okay, and the 350, that was from who?
That came from the USEDA.
USEDA. All right. You only have 5 positions within your office, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And from the 5, you have 1 that is vacant, so you only have 4 current employees?
No, we have 5 on board, and we'd like to bring 1 more data analyst on board.
Okay. Thank you for correcting that. And do you feel that your office then is fully staffed to carry out the duties and responsibilities that you're mandated?
Yes.
With the staff that you have?
Yes, we do. And if we see a need based on bringing on more projects or requests from the public or private sector, then I would revisit that with my leadership.
2 minutes.
So you have no budgetary challenges at this time?
No, not at this time.
Director for the Office of ADA, Mr. Julian, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Senator.
Can you share with us, in a nutshell, what some of the initiatives that you have done thus far this year?
One of the things that we accomplished was the training for 508 training for our government. What we're looking at is trying to bring our government into compliance. So we bodied up with FEMA, and we did a series of trainings. Now we're going to the second phase of that. That's going to include actually going to the departments, looking at their websites, and being able to show them areas in which they're doing things right and need to improve in areas.
Has your office engaged in any educational campaign in the community?
Yes, we do. We do the training for VIPD. So right now, we haven't done much outreach trainings because of COVID. However, we have done to all the different Head Starts, to the schools, to Department of Personnel, and on, trainings to bring them into compliance.
Sorry to interrupt you, Director Julian. With regards to service animals, are service animals exempted from policies where no animals are allowed? And how are we engaging in educating the business sector, community, and even government offices in regards to service animals?
Well, we keep the government informed. Through the Disability Rights Center, we try to do the private sector. However, service animals are accepted. What we run into with complaints, that's one of my #1 complaints, is persons who is trying to convince a business owner or a government office that what they have is actually a service animal. So it's important for us to then re-engage those departments and make sure that they're doing the right thing and asking the right questions to confirm that's a service animal.
Time.
Is there a special registry for service animals?
No. A service animal is under federal mandate, and so they are allowed in any place of public access and any government office.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just in closing, I see that the Office of Governor has 65,000 for youth program activities. If someone from the Office of the Governor can share what those plans are for those monies.
There was a question, Senator?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
Sorry, repeat the question.
Can you
again,
repeat the question, Senator?
Yeah. I see there's slated $65,000 for youth program activities. What exactly are the plans to use those funds?
My apologies for missing that question, Senator. We do have a Millennium Council. I think that's part of it. We have the Governor's Children's Christmas Party, the Easter egg roll. That's also part of it. So there's a few activities that we engage in. We just did a Val-Sal luncheon with the governor, had lunch with the valedictorians and salutatorians. So there's a variety of youth-related activities that the office engages on annually.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And adjusting last thing, Mr. Chair, if I may, I saw that in the budget book that was submitted for FY 2023, that VIPR Friendship Day for St. Croix was decreased, but I think that was corrected. So I just want to make sure for the record that I saw that what the Office of Governor submitted, it's different from what was submitted in the budget book by OMB. So just want to make sure that that variance of less than $25,000 is not accurate, and that the VIPR committee will in fact receive what they usually receive, which is $50,000 every year.
Durant speaking. For St. Croix, Puerto Rico VI Friendship is $50,000 and St. Thomas is $25,000. I think there was an error when the numbers were punched in the system. So it's 50 for St. Croix and 25 for St. Thomas.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Gittens?
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, and good morning to all.
Morning.
Let me too extend my condolences to the Turnbull family. I had an opportunity to work closely with the governor as his chief agent, responsible for executive protection, and this news coming just on Emancipation Day was really touching. We've lost a true statesman, and while we have the office of the governor here, I know I don't have to ask, but we know what protocol meant to the governor, what history meant to the governor, and I'm just asking that we do all that we're supposed to as we lay him to rest. Who is the fiscal director for the office of the governor?
Durant.
How are you doing?
Good morning.
Morning. The under the miscellaneous section of your budget, you see you have the USVI, BVI Friendship, the Emancipation, the festivities, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico Friendship. I wanted to ask with regards to the USVI, BVI Friendship and the VI Puerto Rico Friendship activities, we didn't have those for the last 2 years, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
How much funding was there for prior years, those 2 prior years?
Durant, the same amount.
What's the same amount? We're working for the people, we want them to know.
Based on the request that comes in from the program directors, the Puerto Rico VI Friendship is at $50,000.
Is that per district?
No, that's for St. Croix. And the VI Puerto Rico for the St. Thomas district is $25,000. And for the BVI Friendship, we just budget $75,000, but based on whether we're hosting or they're hosting.
So who is hosting this year?
We host the
If
last
any.
one. I think it's their turn to host.
So we're not sure if this is going to take place.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. The other services, how many spaces?
Senator, if I could interrupt just real briefly. So outside of this celebration is also the Inter-Virgin Islands Council.
One second. State your name and...
Carl Knight, Chief of Staff.
Okay.
There's also the IVIC, the Inter-Virgin Islands Council. So even if, depending on what's happening with the celebration, there's still going to be the meetings of the government agencies, the entire meeting of government agencies. That will happen.
Thank you. Going back to the other services, how many spaces are we currently renting under the office of the governor in the territory and out?
Currently, we have 2 rentals for the office of the governor. The DC office and Zephyr on St. Croix.
That's the only 2 rentals that we have?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so that's 1 in DC and 1 on St. Croix. Correct?
Correct.
What's the amounts annually?
Currently, we budget for 2023 for the DC office, $66,575, and for Zephyr, $81,000 annually.
Okay, and where's the DC office is where?
In the Hall of States.
Say that?
In the Hall of States.
Okay.
2 minutes.
And the St. Croix location is where?
State Carlton.
State Carlton. Isn't that Human Services down there? Or occupying a building?
No, it's a building occupied by the Energy Office, the Public Services Commission, and our office.
Okay.
Oh, I'm being told Human Services does have an office there as well.
Do you have executive chauffeurs?
No.
None. So those positions have been totally removed?
Senator Durant speaking. Yes,
Yeah.
we do have the title of our driver messenger is executive chauffeur.
Okay, so
1 in each district.
My mistake, Senator.
so that's 2 different positions. Are we calling the messengers now executive chauffeurs?
We have kept the title executive chauffeur, but the decision by the Director of Security is to use actual ESU agents as drivers. So their duties more or less are, when you see executive chauffeur in our budget, it's really the driver messengers. They do pick up people from time to time, but they're not the individuals that drive the governor, if that's your question.
It's important that we're able to know the differentiation with those, but I totally understand. Now, the Office of Gun Violence, it's no secret that I did not support this entity, as I thought it was a total waste of taxpayers' money. No indictment on the current sitting director. And besides the director, how many positions are within this office?
Well, the legislation called for 13, but we're starting out with 3. 3 in
How
addition.
many?
4.
And when you're responding for the first time, just put your name and.
I'm sorry, Tony Manuel, Director of Gun Violence Prevention.
So the legislation calls for 13. How many people are hired at this time?
Well, right now, just me. We're trying to start the office.
So
with-
one, just answer the
Okay.
question and not go forward, please.
Time.
How many? May I? So of 13 positions, we have 1 hired. I see that the positions are funded somewhere around 50%. Is that so, Fiscal Director?
Durant speaking. Yes, Senator.
And why is this?
As per OMB, those positions, all vacancies and new positions were 50% funded. However, we are working on those 3 positions, bringing them on utilizing ARPA funding for this fiscal year and then move them over to the general fund.
So I just heard the director stated that he hoped to bring on these people in 30 days. That don't seem practical. Especially seeing that we couldn't even get critical higher positions hired in this government in 30 months. What's your true destination to get these individuals on?
Senator, we do believe they'll be on before the end of the fiscal year. We're already in the process. The perfs are being prepared. And we do believe that we'll have those positions filled. We've vetted individuals as we looked for director and other positions. So we have candidates that we can immediately reach out to. And so we're pretty confident we'll have those individuals on board before the end of the fiscal year. At the time the budget was prepared, we wasn't that confident, but where we are in the process, we're pretty sure we'll have those 3 individuals hired up by October 1st.
Okay, so the end of the fiscal year is what? September 30th. So, okay. So, again, now, gun violence, and I'm closing. Don't forget that this truly affects our economy. It increases our healthcare costs, etc. It also affects or impacts our tourism industry. So, I mean, the legislation has already been passed. I'm hoping to see some productivity coming from this office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Before we close off with this first group, you have a question? The positions are in the budget. I'm looking at page 12 of 13.
Yes, they're budgeted at 50%.
Okay, so you need to change the 50% to 100% if you're planning to bring them on before the end of the fiscal year. So you're making that request?
Yes, I guess, Senator, to be honest, we have a few other vacancies, and it all depends on the timing of filling those vacancies. But ideally, yes, we would like to be able to fund those fully.
Okay, so therefore you said some of them were ARPA funds. You were not referring to these positions.
I prefer not to fund them with ARPA funds. If I have vacancy savings left over for this fiscal year, I'll probably do that before I go to the ARPA funds. We're trying hard not to put salaries on the ARPA because that, at some point we'll run out of those ARPA funds.
Are you even allowed to put salaries on the ARPA funds?
That's a good question. I don't believe we are.
No, you're not. So I can't see us putting salaries on the ARPA funds. We need to fund these positions from what we presently have. From what I'm seeing, your actuals, you're going to be coming in a little bit below what you are going to be given for this year, so you'll have some flexibility to bring some individuals on based on how much you have spent thus far.
That's what I'm anticipating, Senator.
Okay, good thing. Senator Blyden, you had a question quickly. Senator Blyden, Mike.
Good day. Yes, Mr. Chair, a very important question. Director Emmanuel, I know I asked you earlier if you reached out to certain non-for-profit organizations that have already been doing exactly what you're trying to do. They've been doing them for years. Have you reached out to Victims United, specifically? Have you reached out to them? Yes or no?
Some of them. I don't know them all.
You have not, because I just called them. And, and the reason why I asked that question, it makes no sense to reinvent the wheel. You're trying to accomplish a goal. When my colleague asked in terms of what's your goal, what's your mission, etc. If you're trying to reach a goal, it don't make sense to reinvent the wheel. Reach out to those who have been doing it, work with them in terms of the ultimate goal to reduce gun violence in the territory, all on the same team. You need to reach out to these individuals in order to accomplish your mission. That's my advice to you this morning, because we are funding the Department of Gun Violence, the Division of Gun Violence, and we need to see results. We need to see exactly what's going to be done in order to assist in the gun violence here in the territory. And as you said, it's more about prevention, up front, not in the back. So please, moving forward, you need to reach out to those agencies, because earlier we spoke to another area in terms of not reinventing the wheel, which you have done, but in this area you need to do that because it makes no sense. We're wasting time. We are wasting time, and we don't have time to waste because we're talking about lives. Please, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, The Office of Collective Bargaining is here, and we have two other groups. I'm going to allow a question, but let's not a long narrative before, after, summary. Just ask the question directly so that we can get an answer, and then we could close out. Senator DeGraff, then Senator Gittins, and Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question. Is BR looking for an economist?
So we looked for an economist, and if based on the salary range was very hard, so we had to turn it into a contract. That's why we were able to luckily attract Dr. Mills.
No, Senator. The economists, we're going to do it under contract.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief of Staff, premium pay. When can we hear that the first responders under the executive branch, the government employees, will receive their premium pay?
My most recent inquiry is sometime this month, in the month of July. You know, we about to roll out, if we haven't started, rolling out for the healthcare sector, both private and public. The other first responders should be, we should be rolling those out next, and that should happen before the month is out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just did some math, and I noted that you are going to have, based on your spending rate, you're going to have about $1 million short of spending out all of your funding. So the question is, you have some vacant positions, I think, that have been there for sometimes, especially I'm looking at the board and commission coordinator. You have that budgeted at $22,500. How are you looking to strategically spend down the money that you have been appropriated for fiscal year 2022?
In a variety of ways, the least of which is not the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, so we need to pick up those salaries. Those weren't previously budgeted, so we're going to try and pull those in. We are trying to fill out vacancies. We are looking at our boards and commission. I think we actually identified a candidate for that position as well. So that's also, our intention is to fill as many vacancies. We don't have a freeze on filling vacancies, so we do plan to fill those vacancies, and there may be other matters that come up that I'm not thinking of right now, but we'll try to utilize all of our resources to the extent that we need to.
Thank you so much. Whatever you don't spend is a savings for the government, so don't kill yourself, okay? A saving for us. Senator Francis, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, wrong robin, really quickly, the recovery projects, are you totally completed with that? And also, what is technology looking like for the Office of the Governor?
Two great questions. I think we are closed out on the Battery. We're closed out on Government House St. Thomas. We have not closed out on our project worksheet for Government House Christiansted or the Arthur Abel building. I think we're still working with the architects to get that out, to those repairs out to bid. But the two major projects we've closed out on, technology, we are trying to incorporate that as we get these new buildings as part of our supplies. We have some challenges just based on the structure and the historic design of the buildings, but we try to incorporate technology as much as we can. We are trying to upgrade our video conferencing capabilities in particular, but that is probably a more expensive endeavor than we had hoped it would be.
Thank you so much, Senator James.
Yes, good day, testifiers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. My question is, I know when it comes to the abandoned vehicles program, it falls under the Office of the Governor. I would like for someone in the governor's team to explain to us moving forward with the money that we appropriate in the budget. What can we expect from the both districts as far as ramping up our efforts to make sure that we get rid of those abandoned vehicles, in which we continue to appropriate in the budget as far as getting it done.
Senator, on all three islands, I know those administrators have been doing an excellent job going into the communities and pulling those vehicles. And I am confident that they will continue to do that.
One of the things, if I could supplement Mr. Rodriguez's response, is we do want to do some more public education on that front. We don't want anybody to believe that the office of the governor is the first choice for disposal of your abandoned your vehicle that you no longer want. And so one of the conversations we've had very recently is about trying to educate the public more about how to properly dispose of their vehicles, how to get their names off the title, off the registration, and to just how to do that as a private citizen as opposed to abandoning the vehicles on the side of the road. So we do have a epidemic of abandoned vehicles, and it hasn't improved. As quickly as we pick them up is as quickly as people are violating. And we think public education is probably one of the areas that we haven't stepped up on. So we'll be doing some of that as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator. You were closing?
Yes, it's along the same line of questioning. Is there anything that this body can do to assist you with your efforts as far as ramping up the efforts to beautify our island, specifically for abandoned vehicles? What can this body do for you besides appropriation of funds? Any changes in the VI code? Any changes you need from us?
This body may want to consider looking at the fines to see if they're truly a deterrent. That is a conversation we've been having as to whether we would request increased in fines. We think that if the fine was had a little bit more shock value to it, it might get the public's attention. And of course, Public Works administers those funds. In light of the situation we have, we usually run out of funds before the end of the fiscal year. A slight uptick in that appropriation, if the budget allows, would also be welcome.
Thank you so much. And we increased that dramatically, or drastically, I would say, because you were only getting an appropriation for St. Thomas St. John District and St. Croix. We increased to $75,000, gave St. John their own appropriation of $75,000, and before it was $50,000, so that it's up to $225,000, and it was $150,000 before. Waste management just need to do the job. If individuals abandon car, they're supposed to be fined. So we need to make sure that they're also doing what they're supposed to do. Senator, carry on, and then that'll be it for this group. Is Senator Carrion there? Yes, go ahead.
My question was regards to rental property. You said you only have two. The Office of Gun Violence, where will it be located at?
We're actually going to be occupying that building in Carlton, right across from Carlton Estates. That's the rental property that's there. My office is in number 6 up top. We're sharing office with.
You're sharing office with who?
BER, Michelle Francis, Office of Health Information Technology, will be sharing space with BER.
So the rental for BER includes the Health Information System and Office of Gun Violence?
Correct.
Okay.
As well as a satellite office for the St. Croix administrator as well. Our budget, like I said at my opening, I think we have governancy. We hold ourselves accountable even as we look at our line items. We hold ourselves accountable to staying within the parameters that we present for approval each year. I also want to just say, based on the conversation, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, we are serious and committed to that approach. Whatever we've been doing for the last couple of decades has not worked. And as I said earlier, we started off perhaps a little skeptical of this approach, but we recognize that whatever we have been doing as a government is not working. And so we want to give this a fair chance. We're taking our time and make sure that we build that unit correctly so that it can be a functional and effective unit. And you have my personal commitment that we'll make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. And that includes the community engagement and ultimately getting there with the potential at-risk individuals and engaging them heads-on and directly. So we're looking forward to that elevation of that office coming up in this upcoming fiscal year. And we hope to be able to come back here next year and talk about results that we've received from that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knight. We thank you and the members of your team for your presentation. This Committee of Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Office of Collective Bargaining. Invited testifiers, Joss N. Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Stringett, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, and then I'll allow both individuals that are here with you to do the same. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator. Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you. Next.
Tanya Rumel, Financial Specialist, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you. Next.
Suleima Chapman, Assistant Attorney General assigned to the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you. Who does it? Next.
Yes, Suleima Chapman, Assistant Attorney General Labor assigned to the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you so much. We're going to now proceed to the testimony. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator and Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Court A. Viole, other members of the Committee on Finance, non-committee members in attendance, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Joss Springett, and I'm the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appear before you today to recommend and support our proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 in the amount of $1,083,239. Appearing with me today are Tanya Rumel, Financial Specialist, and Suleima Chapman, Assistant Attorney General Labor at the Office of Collective Bargaining. First, I will begin my testimony by publicly extending my sincerest appreciation to my small but mighty staff. Your steadfast commitment to the people of this territory is exemplary and second to none. I continue to be a better leader and public servant because of you. Thank you. Overview and composition of the Office of Collective Bargaining. Through Act 4440, the Office of Collective Bargaining, or OCB, was established in 1980 within the Office of the Governor under the Division of Personnel for budgetary purposes only. The office's mandate can be found in Title 24, Chapter 24, Section 377. Through Act 8365, the office is no longer under the Division of Personnel. OCB is supervised by me, the Chief Negotiator, and its statutory responsibilities are as follows. 1, exclusively represents the executive branch of government and its departments and divisions and negotiates on its behalf in all collective bargaining proceedings. 2, assists the governor in formulating labor policies for collective bargaining and plans strategies for such bargaining. 3, coordinates the governor's position in all mediation and arbitration cases and labor disputes. 4, conducts systemic studies of collective bargaining agreements for the purpose of contract negotiations. And 5, prepares and submits an annual report and such other reports as may be requested to the governor and the legislature on the effects of this chapter on the annual budget and personnel matters. We have an office in each district that is currently staffed by a team of 7 employees and 1 Assistant Attorney General Labor. The attorneys assigned to OCB by the Department of Justice, or DOJ. OCB's current employees hold classified non-union positions, and the Assistant Attorney General is an exempt employee. The team consists of professionals with a wealth of experience in administrative functions, customer service, labor relations, human resources, arbitration, general legal practice, labor law, and employment law. The organizational chart is attached. Proposed budget, proposed fiscal year 2023 expenditures, personnel services. Our proposed budget for personnel services is $575,511, which represents 53.13% of the overall budget. Fringe benefits are projected at $224,791, which represents 20.75% of the overall budget. Our proposed budget for equipment and supplies is $56,000, or 5.17% of the overall budget. This amount covers the cost of our paper, printers, cleaning supplies, and other items necessary for day-to-day operations. Utility costs for fiscal year 2023 are projected to be $10,000 or 0.92% of our budget. We do not pay utilities in our St. Thomas office, so this amount only covers utilities on St. Croix. Our proposed budget for other services is $216,937 or 20.03% of our overall budget. These funds cover operating expenses including rent, service agreements, IT, communications, and training. Below this is an overview of the budget by sections and percentages. Operations, we continue to adjust the demands of the office. We continue to adjust to the demands of the office, hire more personnel, use advanced technology, and consider various options to streamline operations and allow us to work more efficiently, regardless of our location or current conditions. My team and I continue to increase our knowledge and learn new trends in relevant fields by attending in-person and virtual trainings, and stay abreast of recent case law and guidance by authorities such as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or EEOC, Society of Human Resources Management, or SHRM, Labor Arbitration Institute, National Association of African Americans in Human Resources, SkillPath, and United States Department of Labor. In regard to hiring more personnel, we recently filled our labor relations specialist position on St. Thomas. This position became vacant due to the promotion of the previous labor relations specialist to coordinator administrative services position. This employee will assist the attorney with our caseload, maintain regular contact with our clients, and other legal responsibilities. Recently, we also promoted our financial management officer to the financial specialist position. The financial specialist serves in a supervisory role and will focus mostly on negotiations, budget preparation and analysis, and human resources. The financial manager was focused mostly on responsibilities such as paying monthly expenses, payroll, and the like. I would like to thank you for approving the additional funding to add the financial specialist position. Even in our small office, having one employee to handle all financial responsibilities as well as the financial aspect of negotiations was not efficient. Next week, we will interview applicants for the Administrative Secretary 2 position. Through the Department of Labor's Work, Learn, and Earn program, we are fortunate to have 2 interns working with us since January 2022. They have been instrumental in helping us to achieve our goal of saving all of our files on our server. This will free up some physical space and allow us to access and share files more efficiently. Labor relations. OCB's mission is to fulfill our legal mandate to fairly engage in the collective bargaining process and enhance the relationship between labor and management. Our goals are to continue training management in labor relations, reduce labor disputes, and improve relations between management and labor. OCB receives calls and email inquiries on a daily basis from agencies seeking guidance on legal issues, organizational plans, or OCB's intervention in various collective bargaining matters. These discussions provide us with insight into the agency's operations, their challenges, and how OCB can better serve the government. We also receive calls from unions who want to amicably resolve an issue without filing a grievance or other formal complaint. This dialogue with unions serves as an important factor in labor relations, and we encourage our clients to do the same. Negotiations. OCB engages in contract negotiation with 15 labor unions and administers 35 bargaining units within the government and some semi-autonomous agencies. There are currently 34 collective bargaining agreements, of which 15 are current. As we continue to navigate through the worst pandemic of any of our lifetimes, my office continues to give priority to the most expired contracts. Negotiation is a time-consuming process that requires management to, among other things, fully understand the cost of each contract, the effect on other contracts, and consider the government's overall spending for personnel, fringe benefits, and other forms of compensation. Negotiation of each contract cannot be done in isolation, so a regular and thorough analysis of all collective bargaining agreements is necessary to ensure that we are properly compensating employees, staying within our budget, and meeting certain mandates. Since our last budget hearing, we have completed negotiations with the following unions: United Steelworkers for enforcement officers at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Health, and Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Educational Administrators Association for school supervisory employees at the Department of Education. A wage agreement for the United Industrial Workers for correction officers. American Federation of Teachers for education professionals, paraprofessionals, and support staff. Last week, we finalized the CBA for Seafarers International Union for correction officers. This brings a total to 11 collective bargaining agreements, or CBAs, and wage agreements negotiated since my appointment. Negotiations continue with the following unions: United Steelworkers for the Masters Bargaining Unit, Seafarers International Union for Assistant Attorneys General, United Steelworkers for Lottery Support Staff, United Steelworkers for Lottery Supervisors, United Steelworkers for Virgin Islands Waste Management Supervisors, and International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for Virgin Islands Waste Management Support Staff and Enforcement Officers. The pandemic severely impacted our schedule for negotiations. In March 2020, we shifted our focus to the immediate issues such as telework, matters regarding the Department of Education, reassigning staff where it was needed most, and addressing pending matters with the unions. We continue to work as efficiently as we can to complete negotiations on all CBAs. Attached is a spreadsheet showing the status of each CBA. Pending cases. OCB remains committed to amicably resolving pending cases and avoiding future ones. As of June 30th, 2022, OCB has a caseload of 277 cases. This has been the average for the last 3 years. Of that amount, there are 206 rights arbitration cases, 30 unfair labor practice charges, 26 civil cases, 9 unit clarification cases, 2 equal employment opportunity cases, 3 recertification cases, and 1 decertification case. From October 1 to June, from October 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, we were successful in closing 48 cases through arbitration, dispositive orders, withdrawals, or settlements. This is about 18% of the caseload. In conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of our budget for fiscal year 2023. The Office of Collective Bargaining will continue to manage its limited resources responsibly and fulfill our mandates. We respectfully ask this body to approve our recommended budget of $1,083,239. We welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go directly into a round of questioning, 5 minutes round, beginning with Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Chief Negotiator Springett and your supporting team there. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
I see you made some stride since the last budget hearing, but before I go to your testimony, let me go to the postal report since it's a budget hearing. On page 2 of 6, it's showing a discrepancy in personal services. For 2023, you're asking for $575,511. In terms of your staff, how many employees do you have right now as we speak?
Currently we have 8 employees.
You have 8 employees.
Yes.
And are you asking for any new positions?
No, we have some vacancies that we need to fill, 3 of them, and we're in the process of filling those.
And the 3 vacancies you have, are they funded 100%?
Yes, they're currently funded at 100%.
Okay, very well. So why is there such a decrease though in your personnel services? What's going on in that space?
I'll allow Ms. Rumel to answer
Please.
that question.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Sana Rumel, Financial Specialist. The reason why there is a variance between FY22 and FY23 is due to the vacant position salary reduction.
Can you speak into the mic so we can hear you? Please.
It's due to the vacant position salary reduction in FY23.
Oh, the salary reductions.
Yeah.
Salary reductions.
The staff is funded at 50% on the FY23
Oh, it was
budget.
funded at 50% for fiscal year 20. Okay,
FY23.
I got you. I got you. Okay, very well. Go to page 4 of 6. You have several leases there that's showing here that expired at the end of May. 3 in particular. Have those leases been renewed to date?
I'll allow Ms. Rumel to respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. The leases are in the final stages of renewal. The lease cost will remain the same. The dates will be as follows. PPTC will be renewed from June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2027. And the PERB will be on June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2024.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, on the, your contract listing, the contract for Xerox, St. Croix, and there's no annual payment, but there's a payment for 1,443. Was the annual payment made?
Senator, those annual payments are not completely, they vary month by month. So that's the reason why there's no annual payment.
Okay, based on the service they provide on a monthly basis.
Exactly.
Okay, and grants. I know you don't have any grants at this time. Have you had any grants in the past, and are you trying to see if you can get any grants moving forward in terms of your operations?
We have not had any in the past, at least not during my time. We didn't. No. And your second question, can you repeat that question again, sir?
Are you looking forward to seeing if there's any grants available based on your operations?
Based on my knowledge, no, there's none that are available at this time, Senator.
Okay, very well. Now to your testimony. You spoke to streamlining operations to allow you to work more efficiently, regardless of your current
2 minutes
condition. What does that look like in terms of streamlining your processes?
Well, one of the things that was necessary is being able to access files virtually or remotely. So, for example, during the pandemic, initially, we may not have had access to all of those files without coming to the physical office. Part of our goal is to digitize everything. And so that's why we requested the employees from Department of Labor, the interns through Department of Labor's federal program. And those employees have been doing that. And also we use, of course, things like the cloud and all the virtual platforms to allow us to function regardless of where we are.
Okay, very well. And you spoke to also your most expired contracts. What's the date of your most expired contracts? What's the longest outstanding date?
The oldest one expired in 2007.
2007.
Yes, sir.
It's a slow moving wheel. Okay. Because I know you mentioned on the negotiation you have 34 collective bargaining agreements. You have 15 that are current.
Yes.
Right? So that leaves you with 19. That's not current. How many is in the process though? How many do you have in the process?
Currently there.
You have 48 cases you closed in arbitration. How more cases do you have in arbitration at this time?
Time.
Senator, not all of the cases were closed in arbitration. It's various means. Some may be settled, some may be a court decision. We have about 200 cases that are pending arbitration.
200?
Yes.
Okay, and to clarify, of that 248, of that 200 you have closed, or you have 48
A total
in addition
of,
to the 200?
no, the pending cases are just that, the 200, 201. The 48 are the ones that were closed
Okay.
as of June 30th.
I got you. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
You're
time.
most welcome.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Ms. Romel, I know I tell you what we're going to throw blows back there, but you can relax. Or we're joking, okay? So you could take it easy. Okay, Chief Springett, you total recommended operating budget, 1,199,480. That's the 2022 budget. 2023 budget, total recommended operating budget, 1,083,239. You took a budget cut?
Slight one, yes.
A slight one?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have no unionized employee. You have GS employees?
Correct, sir.
Did they receive wage increases?
Yes, in fiscal year 2021.
Okay, so now they do in the 23 budget.
Yes, sir.
The money funded for that for them?
Well, Senator, wage adjustments would be appropriated to the Office of Management and Budget and then allotted to the agencies. So allotted to us.
But you took a wage cut. You took a cut, and then you got an increase in 21, 23, which is the budget we're working on.
Right.
Your budget gone down.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be giving increases.
Yes, but the budget reduced slightly because the vacancies are funded at 50%. There are currently about 1,200 vacancies in government, and as
Right.
Director O'Neill explained during our budget review, it's not the likelihood of all vacancies being filled on October 1 is slim to none. So the funding is 50%. However, we are on course to fill those positions in this fiscal year. We currently have a vacancy advertised now. We have interviews scheduled next week for the second position, and the other position we can advertise.
Okay, so it would be on par to substantiate and cover all of those wage increases into 2023.
It
It's
would
funded for that.
The funding would cover the current salaries,
Right.
and when the fiscal year 2023 funding is required, we'll have to request that.
Okay. I see that you have the Assistant Attorney General's attorney is in an exempt position based on your testimony. Does she collect a stipend to be in OCB?
No, sir.
Okay, and I also see that Seafarers Union International, the union she is in as an AG, she isn't in that union.
No, Senator, that would be a conflict. That's why she's exempt.
Okay, because that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yes, Seafarers represents Assistant Attorneys General, but with some exceptions.
So her salary wasn't in your salary listing. So how does she get a wage increase?
Through the Department of Justice. She's a DOJ employee, sir.
The same entity that's negotiating the contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they negotiating the contract. So if they get wage increase, then she gets a wage increase.
Senator, I can't say at this time. She's an exempt employee.
Oh, okay. It just confused. It just have me confused. That's
There
what I
are
see.
exempt assistant attorneys general.
Okay.
So, example, like the heads of the various divisions, like criminal division, they're
Right.
exempt as well. So they're not part of the bargaining unit.
Okay.
Right.
Personnel, like I said, is my first concern. I always look out for personnel first. Now, the facilities that your employees work in,
2 minutes.
St. Thomas, St. Croix, are there any capital outlays needed to improve? And I don't know what are the present conditions that they're working in presently? Anything needs to be repaired or anything need funding for?
They're in good condition. I'll say it's both islands. They're in good condition, sir.
Okay.
And we have a very good landlord in St. Croix that responds to any request.
Okay, and for the landlord, did the rent go up from
No,
the
sir.
last? Okay, so that's been the average rent for some years now.
For several years, yes.
Okay, good. Because like I say, basically, so you have a position for another attorney needed. Is that in the workings as one of the two positions that you say will presently be coming on soon?
No, well, remember, assistant AGs are DOJ employees, so that's not factored into this discussion. But we are part of the process in recruiting an attorney, yes.
Oh, okay. And so when the AG come out, make sure to check on that for her. But basically, you've been operating a small, mighty team, like you said, and thank you for all you do and for all that you do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator James, you recognize?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As I think about the Office of Collective Bargaining, I think of the saying, small axe cut down big tree. For a small office, you're doing big things, and I just want to congratulate every single one of you all for what you have been doing thus far for the government as far as the negotiations and what have you.
Thank you.
My question, though, I see where you mentioned in your testimony you completed negotiations for several unions. And as far as we speak about completed in negotiations, it may be a little off the budget topic, but I also want to know for American Federation of Teachers, for support staff, paraprofessionals, and education professionals, what is the next step now that you have completed the negotiations? What can we expect as legislators coming from the executive branch?
You're asking the next step for negotiations for AFT? Is that your question?
No, you have completed the negotiations. What is the next step? What can we expect now that those negotiations are finished?
Implementation of the salaries and any other terms.
And are we having those follow-up conversations? How those conversations are coming along?
I'm not clear on your question, Senator.
You said you have completed the negotiations, and I asked you what is the next step. You said implementation. So I'm asking you, what are the conversations that are being had with the executive branch to make sure that they're implemented? Or once you're completed with the negotiations, it's out of your hands?
If they need assistance, I'm available. However, we discuss the process after negotiations and they execute at the Department of Education.
Okay, I know that there's an acting commissioner. Have you been in communications ever since that acting commissioner came into place?
From the day he was appointed.
Okay, just want to make sure that there's some continuity and we're not
Senator, all of our clients have us on speed dial.
Okay, just want to make sure, and thank you for that. And you said that next week you have an interview for applicants, and I see where you only mentioned the administrative secretary, so that is the only position that you're having an interview for, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how many individuals came forward thus far?
One moment, Senator.
And while we're looking for that, I just want to say it was made mention that you do not pay utilities on St. Thomas, but you do so for St. Croix. So can you just enlighten me? Is the rent factor in the utilities on St. Thomas?
Okay, Senator, I'll have Ms. Rumel answer your first question about how many applicants applied for the administrative secretary position.
Good afternoon, Senator. 14 individuals applied for that position.
Okay, so obviously somebody will be selected, and I'm happy to know that there's a pool of individuals. And as far as the situation where the St. Thomas district does not pay utilities, but the St. Croix district does, does the rent factor in the cost of utilities for the St. Thomas district?
We do not pay rent in St. Thomas, rent or utilities.
And the reason for that is because, enlighten me, I probably missed it when you said it.
We have what you call a great gentleman's agreement with the Department of Justice.
Okay, so thank you to the Department of Justice for extending their help. And you said you have an office in each district, so I'm assuming that the office that you made reference to is that in the Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Your budget is straightforward. There isn't really much reason to drill down as much. If I do drill down, it'll be on topics that is not based on the budget. But I just want to make sure that with those negotiations, we continue to see some implementation. I know it's not for you to implement, it's for
2
the
minutes.
respective agencies and departments to implement. But like I said, small acts cut down big tree, and I'm happy for all that you're doing for the people of the U.S., Virgin Islands, and our hardworking men and women of this government. And I really don't have much to say because it's a straightforward budget and you deserve every cent. And I agree with the good minority leader. I'm surprised that you're getting a budget cut for a small agency. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take up where the minority senator talked about the budget cut, because I've been just doing a brief analysis. I've noted, based on your appropriations, you have not been spending down all of your funding that you've received and been appropriated. The post-audit report on page 3 of 6, if you will follow me, shows that you have spent, as of April 30th, a total of $420,872.54. And that's for the fiscal year 2022. And in fact, you have over $1 million, $1.1 million was appropriated to you for fiscal year 22. So you've only spent down maybe, I would say you spent down less than $500,000, and we only have about 4 more months within the fiscal year. So let's look at how you are spending, because that's what is, determines whether or not you get a cut or you get an increase. I did just a quick math, and it may be a little bit inaccurate or a little bit, crude, but I looked and see that your spending rate based on the amount here from the post audit is about $52,609 a month. So what do you project that you'll be able to spend at the end of the fiscal year, the 2022 fiscal year? Because I only see you spending about $700,000 max of your $1.1 million.
We expect to spend most of it, if not all, Senator. What has happened is there's been a change in staffing. So, for example, there has been some vacancies, and so there was less expenditures on personnel and fringe, and even equipment and training and so forth. When it comes to our trainings are very expensive, for example, because labor relations and arbitration and those types of trainings in employment law are usually stateside. However, with the pandemic, a lot of the trainings were curtailed or not held at all, and our staff, at the time of the pandemic could not travel to those. So those expenditures of like upwards of $7,000 for those trainings were also delayed. Then we have equipment and office supplies that were outdated, that of course we delayed on. We were remotely working for a lot of periods of time. We were not going to court, for example, doing a lot of in-person activities. And so it reduced everything, even fuel. So now we've increased our staff and continue to increase it. And a lot of the needs that we may have delayed on are now needed. We just had a new employee start 2 weeks ago, and she has to go after training.
Okay. So you're thinking that you're going to be able to spend $500,000, a little over $500,000 between now. But let me get from your fiscal person, because this was just of April. Do you have an updated year-to-date expenditure, maybe for May, at the end of May or June? Which is your most recent now,
2 minutes.
year-to-date?
It's May 31st, 2022.
Okay, so give me let's run it down straight. Personnel services, how much do you have expended so far?
$271,608.60.
Okay, capital outlays? You don't have anything budgeted for that?
No, we do have for fringe.
Okay,
our
fringe.
benefit cost
Mhm.
is $101,062.52.
62?
$101,062.52.
Okay, let's go down to supplies.
$32,200.23.
32, okay. And other services?
$71,455.18.
18 cents. Now, I know we don't have anything here that says zero for utilities, but I know you had some utilities budgeted when we passed the bill, your appropriation, and I think it was $10,000. How much of that have you spent now?
While she's looking for that, Senator, I want to bring something else to your attention regarding expenditures. There were some things that were not available, supply and demand, and then when they were available, costs went up.
Of course.
And so we did some research to see if we can find less expensive vendors, and that was impossible because
we have increasing costs because that is just so whenever you're budgeting, the rule of thumb usually is you budget for 3%. At 3%, especially increase, especially when it comes to supplies. Okay, does your financial person have the amount for utilities?
Yes, Senator. Electricity is $8,179.94.
179.94.
Yes.
Time.
Okay.
Water is $400.24.
$400 and how much?
24 cents.
So you Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to wrap up quick.
You may conclude. Wrap
Okay,
up.
thank you. So the 429 isn't included in, you don't have it as your utilities. That's a separate thing for you. Item.
Can you repeat your question, Senator?
You gave me amount for utilities at $8,179.94. So the $400.29 is just for water, but you don't include the water cost in your utilities? Is it?
Yes, we do. Senator.
Okay, so the full $8,179.94. Tell me about the union arbitration, and you could finish up on the chairman's time relative to how much we have paid out.
Senator, I need clarification on the senator's question.
What is your question? Your question, Senator, union arbitration, what?
How much money has the government paid out in cases where they had to go through any type of fines or with union contracts to employees who have gone through PERB and been awarded?
Senator, Mr. Chair, can I have a time frame, please?
For the fiscal year.
Senator, I'll need a moment to get that answer to
Okay,
you.
we'll go on to the next, Senator, and you can take your time and get that information and give it to us before we conclude this particular group. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony, Chief Negotiator Josh Springett. And thank you for always answering my call and again, entertaining my questions. I truly appreciate it on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. So, in respect to the budget that have been allotted for you and sent down by the Office of OMB as a recommendation on behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, is it sufficient for you to be able to carry out your mission and vision for the Office of Collective Bargaining?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Can you help me to understand why would 2007 be the oldest pending negotiation on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands? 15 years old. Why would that be?
I can't speak for the other chief negotiators during that period. What I can tell you from my experience is, for example, when I came on board in April, there were some pending contracts. So it would only be wise to complete those contracts before going on to others. And then depending on various factors that in this situation, the pandemic, for example, affected some schedules. In terms of that contract, I know that I was in negotiation with the that are relevant to that contract. So that's why I haven't been able to start the negotiation on that contract as yet, because management and I were in negotiations.
Okay, we having a small technical issue again. Okay, we held your time. Senator. Go ahead. You were frozen for a minute.
Yeah, I didn't get to hear the response from the chief negotiator.
Okay, I'll
in
let her
respect
respond.
to the question.
I'll let her respond again and hold you to give you some extra time. Go ahead.
Okay, Senator, your question was why would there be a contract that expired in 2007? And my response was I cannot speak for the prior chief negotiators, but I'll give you my experience. Well, for example, when I came on board in April 2019, there were contracts that were pending. There were about at least four contracts pending. Two of those, so it was prudent to complete those first. Two of those contracts were with the management that also is responsible for that contract that expired in 2007. So we wouldn't go on to that one until we completed the ones that were pending.
Okay, but it's been 3.5 years since you've been on the job. So again, why will we not be able to address the oldest pending contracts moving forward? I still a little bit lost in terms of that, but let me move on. Go ahead.
I can be more specific. For example, there was emergency room physicians' salaries for allied health. These are the support professionals at the hospitals, such as Should I pause, Senator? Oh.
Just give it a minute. I want to know what is taking place today. You were gone again for a minute, Senator Francis. So we were waiting for it to come back up. So go ahead now.
So I was given an example. When I came on board, there was two pending contracts. Two of the pending contracts were for ER physicians and the salaries for allied health. Allied health are the support at the hospitals like radiologists and therapists and so forth. So the contract that has expired since 2007 is the Association of Hospital Employed Physicians, another group of physicians. So I was in negotiations with the hospitals already for two contracts. To start another one at that time would only set back all three. So once we completed those, we also worked on it took some time. The ER physicians contract was completed in late 2020, and allied health was completed in about mid of last year, or late last year. And then we have nurses contracts that expired, and then so there's a number of issues. Uh-oh.
Let's start over with your response, Senator Francis.
Yeah, I said I'm sure that there's a method to the madness, but 15 years, that means I spanned several governors as well as several chief negotiators, but, I'll move on from there. In respect to the fire unions, and I've been working with the fire unions and the fire department as well as EMS, Department of Health, in moving the merger forward. Have you given the fire unions, the local 2152, local 2832, a date by which they'll be able to start their negotiation?
What I have done is give them regular updates. I actually spoke to the president of one of those unions on Friday. on
2
Thursday,
minutes.
sorry.
Okay, so you don't have a date available for them yet?
Not at this time. As you know, we're in the process of implementing the integration. That will likely result in some things that we have to factor into negotiations. So I've spoken with both presidents and explained to them we need additional time before we begin negotiations to ensure the completion of the integration and see if there's any other terms we have to factor into their contract.
Okay, and in respect to pending settlements and outstanding settlements, again, there's an opportunity to resolve some of these issues if you could come to the table. What is the issue in being able to meet the unions or their willingness to meet halfway to resolve some of the pending grievances issue as it pertains to outstanding settlements?
Well, to start, Senator, of course, all of the various steps in grievance process is timed. So at times, of course, a union has to get to the next step to protect its rights. The unions are generally willing to settle. Meeting halfway is, well, relative. That's a decision made by whether the union wants to meet halfway per se. But we always work on trying to settle cases. We're not eager to just take all of these cases to arbitration.
Okay, and in regards to vacancies throughout government, is there a synergy? Is there some discussion being had with you as the chief negotiator in respect to how do we ramp up the hirings, your discussion with the Division of Personnel and the individual government agencies? Have there been any discussion with you in respect to filling vacancies?
We've discussed them from different, in different conversations. Some agencies would call for guidance if, or let us know if I'm in regular contact. One moment, Senator. We lost again.
Proceed.
In regular discussions with Director Richardson at the Division of Personnel and about vacancies or hiring and whatnot.
Time.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. Can I just follow
Yes, go ahead.
one question?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I've been, this is require patience of Job today. In respect to the morale issue at the office, can you speak to, that's just a little bit closer to home. How was the morale at the Office of Collective Bargaining?
I would say it's good.
Very well, and you have a good working relationship with the employees there, and everything is on the up and up?
Yes, you probably cannot see, but some of them are nodding right now. And I make myself available in both districts on a regular basis. I've been told I'm half crucial now. And I try to address all the various issues as best as I can.
Very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the family of OCB.
Good afternoon.
So I want to go back to, how are you doing, Attorney Springett?
I'm well, and yourself?
Good. I want to go back to the variance in the recommendations for FY 2023. So you indicated that you intend to fill what position in this fiscal year that's vacant?
All vacant ones, there's 3.
Okay. So in total, it's 11 positions?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you intend to fill all vacant positions, then the recommended 575, 511 is insufficient. It is, because these positions of labor relations specialist salary is not 26,482.
Correct.
It's probably 46 or 56,000. Correct. And then you have your financial specialist is not 35,658. It's probably 60-something thousand.
Correct.
So this number, this 575 is not sufficient to cover your budget if you intend to fill these positions in FY 2022 to carry over to 2023.
Okay.
So it also impacts your associated fringe benefits. So we're going to need to get from you what those numbers look like and what is the true associated fringe benefits to support this office. Because these
Okay.
numbers that are presented to us are they're not reflective of your testimony that you intend to fill your positions in FY 2022. Okay?
Okay.
Also, your supplies category, you have an increase of some $25,000. So, of course, that requires a justification. So, what is a justification for the $25,000 increase? And likewise for the other services and charges category, where there's an increase of some $52,937. And of course, this is all based on a post-audit report. But as I look at the numbers from the presentation, it's in line with what was presented in the budget book.
Okay, I'll let Ms. Rumel respond.
So, Senator, for the employee salary as of FY '23,
We ain't dealing with salaries. We already established what the salary issue is. We're dealing with the supplies category, the justification for the $25,000 increase in supplies, the justification for the $52,000 increase in other services and charges. Those two categories need explanation, please.
so due to the increase of hired employee that we're expecting, and employees who were actually hired, we had to purchase more equipment.
You purchased them already, or you have to?
We purchased some, and we still have others on the way.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and also that will also apply with supplies.
That's a very significant amount of money. And you need to give me something to work with. You're not giving me anything to work with. And give me a breakdown for other services and charges so I could understand what the $52,000 represent. That's a 32.28 increase, and supplies is a 80.6% increase. Significant.
So, for example, we had outdated equipment. We have had BIT come over to the office to update equipment from Microsoft 2007 to Microsoft 2010. It was impossible to do it. So equipment were obsolete. So we had to change equipment.
Have you changed them already? I need to be
2
clear.
minutes.
Some of them were changed, some of them are not. So, for example, the chief negotiator, her computer.
I don't need all of that.
Okay.
I just need you to justify the $25,000 increase. What are you doing with an extra $25,000 in supplies?
So
That's it.
we had to buy equipment for the server. We have to buy equipment for other employees who are coming into OCB.
Okay, so I am still not warm and fuzzy about that. Tell me about other services and charges. $52,937.
So the other services and charges are trainings that are scheduled, professional services that were also scheduled.
What professional services?
Janitorial.
Do you currently have janitorial? Are you increasing your janitorial?
We did not have janitorial.
Before?
We do have not. We have janitorial now.
Okay, so is that an increase to janitorial to the tune of 50? If you have
No.
52,000, you should have in front of you. The breakdown for this increase is training at $5, XYZ at another $10, so we could come back to the 52,000. That's it.
Okay.
So that requires a justification, Attorney Springett. We need to be
Okay.
clear on what it is that we're looking for. So through the chair, I'm going to ask, I'm not going to belabor this, I am going to ask that a clear breakout of the increase in those two categories be provided to the legislature so we can make an informed decision, a justifiable decision to increase those two categories. Because, of course, the category of fringe and associated fringe and personnel has to be increased based on the testimony. So let's talk about the stipulation. So since I have sat here in this institution, we have given advice to each government agency comes before the legislature and say, we've been trying to fill these positions. We are unable to attract new new employees to the government because of the salary situation. We know that in most instances they're tied to union agreements. Just an example of, I want to say public works, engineers.
Time.
So, may I continue, Mr. Chair? So we've been having this discussion for quite some time as it relates to how are we really looking at making a determination as to what are those critically needed positions within our government, looking at the salaries and determining whether or not we need to put stipulations together to, in fact, work with the union so we can attract true new personnel, qualified personnel within our government. Because we continue to hear this conversation, it just seems like we're spinning our wheels. And while these agencies, whether departments and agencies are required to do that, this has been discussed. So it just seems that we are at the point where collective bargaining must take the lead on the direction that we're going in.
I wasn't clear on your question, Senator. You're asking if...
What's the status of the stipulations? Is there a discussion? Are we assessing those positions that are hard to staff and looking at how we increase them, particularly those that are within a union, because you can't just arbitrarily do it. It requires a conversation. It requires a stipulation. There is a process.
Right. There's at least 3 agencies that I can think of right now where we've discussed challenges such as what you just explained, and various positions, you name it, engineers, heavy equipment operators. One of the things that tends to happen is, of course, if if one agency has that issue, we need to look at those positions in other agencies. You don't want to do a stipulation.
Where are we though? Where are we? That's what we're trying to find out. We've been discussing it for 3 years.
Well, with some agencies, one just contacted me recently about an issue like that with a salary for a position. Public Works, there's a number of positions. We have discussed them, but we have not executed on a stipulation as yet.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, my time has been called forever now, so I'm going to close by saying that it's just unfair for us to continue to have these conversations. We continue to talk about attracting new employees to this government, and we have not assessed the salaries, particularly in those hard to staff areas. We've had fairs, we've travel all the way to the mainland to attract Virgin Islanders and people who graduate individuals who graduate from college, but we're still doing the same thing. That is a problem. It's frustrating. We have to stop and address the issues that are important to us. I know that we're outing fires, but we got out our fires while we are still trying to address the things that are very necessary to move us forward as a territory. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I know the frustration has been like 3 years that the senator has asked the individual departments to please develop a plan, because we continue to fund vacant positions, and then at close to the end of the fiscal year, we see where these positions were not filled, and a lot of them have not been filled because the salary is really just too low. You know, a heavy equipment operator could make a lot more money working for a private entity. So we have said, hey, we're willing to do something different because we want to allow this government to become more efficient in being able to meet the needs of the community. But I'm not putting the blame on you, because I don't know if there's been a concerted effort by these departments to suggest a scale, a pay scale that would be adequate to bring individuals on and to ask for that particular stipulation. And these are issues that should be dealt in cabinet, like in cabinet meetings, where you're able to find out which departments have heavy equipment operators and what are the issues that you have and how are we going to solve it. But it's been 3 years. A good senator have been saying the same thing over and over.
Senator, if I may, as the more the both of you speak about it, it makes me think of some of the things we have already done. So, for example, one of the issues was heavy equipment operators, but we also have the issue of mechanics. So we, in some instances, we requested from the agencies whether they have these positions, requested the NOPAs. Some of the agencies, yes, they have told us salaries that they believe would be more lucrative than the ones they have. We just haven't completed any of those stipulations.
Can you give yourself some type of time period to complete it so that we're able to move forward? Because for the next budget cycle, we want a true number as to exactly what we need to appropriate.
Senator, yes, I can work on a time period. I will tell you, as I think about it, it seems like almost a lot of the agencies have said, we have a hard time filling this position. We have a hard time filling that position. It's probably more than not fingers on one hand at this point. Heavy equipment operators, mechanics, nurses, doctors, engineers, teachers. I mean, the list goes on and on. So it's like, how do you prioritize when all of them are priorities?
Sure,
and then you have negotiations and then, so.
But what I'm seeing happening is that we're not able to complete this process and then we have to contract it out for more. Because BR was just here and they said that they could not hire economists because of the salary that was offered. So we contract out and then we end up paying more for the contract rather than having a stipulation where we're able to have increase the salary for that particular classification. You know, heavy equipment operators, if we don't have it, then we hire a company. And the company probably charges 3-4 times what we would be able to pay that particular person. So I hope that it just comes together because it will just make this government a lot more efficient. Now, before I go to the next senator, which is Senator Carrion, there are a number of vacancies that are budgeted in the FY23 budget, and they were budgeted at 50%. However, a conversation from OMB with all the departments need to be, do you have individuals that are ready to come on board now? And if you do, then it changes the budget. Yeah. Because as I think 2 senators already alluded to, you know, just on those 4 positions, you need an additional $108,000 if it was funded at 100%. And then you would have to increase your fringe by like 46,000. So we're talking like about $154,000 to make those positions whole. You know, so they need to be a conversation. If you have somebody and they're coming on October 1st, we need to fund at 100%. If you don't have anybody and you're having trouble finding a position, then maybe 75, maybe 50. But we don't want to bring individuals on and then we come up short. So
I understand your concern, and I'll speak with OMB since seeing that we're filling positions and it will impact the future budget. So I'll do so.
Correct,
thank you.
Because you have a small budget.
Yes, sir.
So if you didn't receive a cut, you're fine. If you're funded at the same level you're funded last year, you're fine. Yeah, when you
small enough that it shouldn't be touched.
Right, because it's really you had $102,000 decrease in personnel service and a $92,000 increase in fringe. Even that number looks wrong because you're decreasing. Your decrease in fringe is almost the same as your decrease in personnel. And fringe is 46, average around 46% of personnel. So if your personnel decreased 102,000, then your fringe should have only really decreased like maybe 47, 48,000. Your decrease for fringe and personnel can be the same because one is 46% of the next. So we're going to revisit these numbers when we're doing the budget markup, colleagues. try to remember, and by that time, Director Springett will be able to tell us whether or not she has those individuals coming on board, and then we could fund it at a different level. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Chief Negotiator Springett. Staying along those same lines, for example, I remember IRB came before us and requested that we provide an increase to be able to increase the salary to their employees, but the director stated that because of union negotiations, what we provided hasn't been able to be implemented. What happens in situations like those, Attorney?
I thought he was frozen. I'm sorry.
Okay. Senator, ask the question again, please.
In regards to increase for employees in the various departments, for example, IRB director and last budget cycle requested an increase. We provided that through appropriation, but that hasn't been able to be implemented, and the employees at IRB are still waiting. What happens in situations like this that we've appropriated the fund for an increase, but because of union negotiations, the director hasn't been able to implement or execute?
What happens to the funding, you said?
Yeah, how can you assist? What happens in these situations where we assign the money for increases, but he hasn't been able to implement or give the increases to his employees because of negotiations?
Senator, I'm not quite clear on your question.
Is there any way to speed the process if the funding has already been appropriated by this body, like we did in the case for IRB? What can your office do so that those employees receive their increase?
Well, we're currently in negotiations on USW Masters, which impacts a large amount of employees at the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And the positions are within that bargaining unit. We are making some really good progress on the wages and so forth. So I'm optimistic that we'll be completed before the end of the fiscal year, and the Bureau will be able to use those funds.
Okay. Well, I sure hope so, so I could receive the much needed.
That's funding for fiscal year 2022. So I'm not sure. Hopefully, you'll be generous in the next fiscal year to provide those funds again.
And also, in your testimony, and in the post audit states that you only have 2 vacancies, but in your organizational chart you have 4. So is it 4 or 2? Just needed 2.
We have 3 vacancies. Note that when the information was submitted to the post auditor, the numbers were different.
Okay. And utility costs. There's only utility costs for St. Croix. I know in St. Thomas, you're sharing the facility with Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Is there any cost share in utilities with the St. Thomas location?
No, Senator.
Okay. So with regards to St. Croix, I know you are leasing on St. Croix. Are there any plans in the near future to buy a building or share a building with another agency or department?
No, Senator.
Are you taking that into consideration so we could have some savings in that rent?
I'll take it into consideration, but at this time I haven't.
Okay. And with the storage facility, you said that in your testimony, there's some interns that were assisting you, I believe, in uploading and scanning documents. And there's some savings there, you testify. Is that saving with regards to the storage? Because I still see that you still have the storage facilities.
The storage facility will still have that into the next fiscal year. What we're talking about is saving our files, scanning and saving our files onto the server.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then on page 4, exhibit 4 of the post audit report, where you have the renewals, where you have the properties that you are renting, I see the terms have most of them expired in May. What is the status on that?
The new contracts are in the process of being renewed.
Okay. The other question I had with regards to what you have in negotiation in the document that you submitted, updated June 2022. There is a number that have a number of them that have expired. So what's the timeline to engage in those negotiations? For example, those that are from October 1st, 2018, and most of them expired on September 2021, and some go as far as September 30th of 2007.
I expect to continue negotiations with USW when it comes to the expired contracts. For example, I expect to engage in negotiations with all three nurses unions this month. The contracts that are, I also intend to continue working on the ones that are ongoing that you see from 17 to 22. August to September, basically the one that you asked about, I think you asked about the one in 2007. Oh, that's also
Correct.
with the, go ahead.
I just said correct.
Okay. That is a contract for physicians at the hospitals. Seeing that I'll be working with the nurses, we've discussed a various order with the hospitals as to how to negotiate the the expired contracts for them. And I'm not sure if you heard me before, but I have been in regular contact with all of the union reps in terms of the status of current negotiations, where we are with preparing with management. And I've even provided them with this very list that you're looking at and given them status updates, some as regular as weekly.
Time.
And then, if I may, in closing, Mr. Chair,
Proceed.
any professional services, I see that you have in contract listing at least 4 different vendors. Any professional services that you have engaged in, and if yes, what are they and their contracts amount? And then I'm not seeing other services like website communication or exterminating. Are there any contracting services that are not listed in the post audit report? And what professional services your office has engaged in, and what's the amount of those contracts?
I'll allow Ms. Rumel to respond to the professional services.
Good afternoon, Senator. Our professional services are currently ADT Security, Corporate Masters, Oliver Exterminating, and other services, other professional services. The other professional services varies based on the need of the office.
For example?
For example, if we need a specific item, like for example, if we had an employee who was positive with COVID, well, then we need the office to be disinfected or sanitized.
Got you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. So, we can't continue to use the pandemic as a reason for not moving forward. So that said, 34 collective bargaining agreements, 15 are current. What's the status of the remaining 19 collective bargaining agreements?
Senator, we have been making progress. So the statement that
Don't worry about my
COVID
statement. I just need to know about the status of the remaining 19.
there are 6 that are currently in negotiations. There's one that's being finalized. Basically, we are signing on that one. And the one has no contract, and then the remaining are pending negotiations. We are either preparing for or pending negotiations.
Where are we on the one for the Virgin Islands Fire Service?
Virgin Islands Fire Service, we have not started negotiations on that.
When do you intend to start that one on the Virgin Islands Fire Service, especially now that we have passed legislation to merge the fire EMS together?
Correct. With the integration, it's important to complete the integration to get a better sense of the impact of that integration on negotiations. I've discussed that with the unions.
So are you saying that we would not, there will not be any coming to the table until this integration is fully in effect to get a better understanding?
Well, I don't know what you mean by fully in effect, but the bill has in deadlines for implementation. And so that's what I'm speaking about.
I'm going based on your response just now with regards to the integration. So I use the word full. Like,
okay.
I'm assuming, which I don't like to do, that you're saying because those deadlines aren't there yet, it's not fully executed. So I just wanted you to let me know approximately when you believe that the Virgin Islands Fire Service will be able to come to the table.
One moment, Senator. Right now, I believe it'll be at least 2 to 3 months before I can provide, before we can get to the table. I can't give a specific date. I think it's important for us to factor in any effects of the implementation so that we cover all terms in the contracts.
So they can actually look forward to at least coming to the table within the next 90 days, you'd say is a safe time to say. I'm not asking for an exact date.
I would say that could be tentative. However, it will depend on the pace of the current negotiations and the others that are scheduled.
Okay. So today is July 5th. I'm asking that we look at 90 days from today, and I'll inquire again with regards to the fire service contract. Now, 18% of your caseload, or 48 cases, according to your testimony, has been successfully closed. Congratulations for that. Whether by arbitration, whether you have given dispose orders, or there were withdrawals or settlements. What, or have the completed arbitration awards been fully executed, meaning have they been paid out? Those that already went through the arbitration process and an award was granted.
Some are still pending payment, Senator.
How many of those do you have? How many arbitration awards have been completed and versus paid out?
2 minutes.
Can you give me a time frame, Senator, for arbitration awards? Are you speaking about this fiscal year?
Since you have come into office.
Okay.
I know you've been trying to clean up those back cases, but I just wanted to know or get the amount of actual completed arbitration awards and whether or not they were paid out, because there were a number of arbitration awards granted. However, to date, no payment has been made. So I wouldn't consider those completed or closed until the government have fulfilled their obligations.
Okay, Senator, I would have to provide that information to you at another time. You're talking about from 2019 to present, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And in that, you could just let us know at least how many are still pending as well.
How many
arbitration cases are pending? You get the arbitration list from PERB. Who does that?
Okay. First, your question was how many pending rights arbitration cases we have?
No, the first one was how many completed ones you have to include the payouts.
Okay, and then you just mentioned.
And then the other one was how many do you have pending?
Meaning pending arbitration or pending?
That you might have called for an arbitration to take place, they probably haven't started yet, or they're still in the middle of arbitrating.
We have 206 rights arbitration cases pending.
206 still pending.
Yes.
Time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
Okay, then Senator Joseph before had asked the union arbitration, how much has been utilized on the union arbitration fund for this fiscal year, or what was the overall amount for this fiscal year?
Senator, we have not used the union arbitration fund in years.
Yes.
To my knowledge, there's no funding in that fund. No monies in that fund.
Okay, and that's a correct answer. So the funds are coming from the departments themselves.
Yes, Senator.
And you don't know how much, what has been the cost?
Or
just the
total
overall
for this
amount,
fiscal
for
year.
this fiscal year.
For this fiscal.
I know it's your question. I acknowledge it's yours. Go ahead.
The total settlements, it's $185,193.76 for this fiscal year. All have not been paid. Some have been paid.
Say that amount again, 1 minute.
$185,193.76.
Okay. Now, and most departments have flexibility that they can make their payment. So, can you provide us with which departments owe these outstanding amounts? Because when they come before us, that's a question that we can find out, because they have not filled a number of the vacant positions. So just about every department should have enough money to pay the outstanding arbitration amount. And if we owe somebody for X amount of time, we need to make them whole and make sure that we pay them. In reference to, there's been a lot of discussion recently in reference to the nurses, the protests that they held, meeting at Government House in reference to their salary package. But I see all of the association, the Registered Nurse Leadership Inc., the Licensed Practical Nurse Association, and the VI State Nurses Association. How are we moving with those particular negotiations? And it is a budget question because we hire traveling nurses at an exorbitant amount because we lose the nurses on a regular basis. What's the status of those negotiations?
I currently have dates. I recently received dates from each nurses union and their availability in July and August. And I'm going to schedule a meeting with the hospitals to continue our preparation for those. That is, I'm expecting to negotiate those wages this month.
So you're expecting to go back to the table this month?
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't given them the date yet?
No, I'm in the midst of another negotiation. I got the dates from them recently in terms of various nurses unions. I'm aware of the way their schedules are, so I asked them for their availability, and then I'll work from there.
Okay, so you'll be contacting them shortly to let them know the date? Okay. I think that is it. In reference to questions that were left outstanding for this particular entity. So at this time, we have two more groups to come before us. At this time, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Senator, I'd like to again thank you for the opportunity to to testify on our budget for fiscal year 2023. I ask that, of course, it be approved or any variation to reflect some of the concerns you've raised. I also ask that throughout the budget cycle that you truly consider the needs of all the agencies that are impacted by our work, and that their budgets be sufficient to assist us in carrying out the mandate of our office. Because if they don't have sufficient funds, they cannot implement the salary increases that I negotiate. Again, thank you all for your time and your questions, and I wish you.
Before you close, I think there's one
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize as I ran out just before you came in. So if you answered it already, please, I beg your indulgence. With regards to, I didn't ask about the nursing contract. Are they also up to negotiate shortly?
I just did. She just
Yes.
answered 5 seconds, 10 seconds ago.
Yes,
Okay,
Senator.
okay, because I'm trying to keep up here with what's going on.
Yes, Senator.
What was it?
Yes, Senator. The answer is yes. I expect to negotiate with them this month.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies.
Thank you so much. And Chief Negotiator, if we have the amount, then we fund it. Because as I said before, we're finding that every single department for the positions, and then we losing just because of salaries and going to other departments. So we got to stabilize what we have and then expand out. So we thank you for your testimony. We look forward for some additional information from you in reference to your vacant positions and whether or not you're able to get them on before the beginning of the fiscal year so that this body can actually adjust your budget. I think you're going to come in a little under this year at the rate that you're spending, but we definitely want to make sure that you have sufficient funds for next fiscal year and that you're able to bring these individuals on. The Committee of Finance will take a break until 2 o'clock.
Shove man, it's the earth man, Rasta man, Haile Selassie the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee invited testifiers Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation; Angel L. Morales, President, Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin by allowing the Commissioner of Sports, Park, and Recreation to put his name and title on the record, along with those individuals who are here to support him. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. Senator Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. You don't have a mic.
Ma'am?
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vincent Roberts, Assistant Commissioner, St. Thomas St. John District.
Next.
Good afternoon, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, Sports, St. Thomas St. John District.
And who do you have on from St. Croix, or virtually?
Good afternoon. My name is Relina Pell, the Human Resources Manager.
Good afternoon. Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator of Sports and Recreation.
Somebody should be virtual.
That's it,
Mr.
Commissioner?
Hill. No, Mr. Hill is virtual.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Elroy Hill, Deputy Director, St. John.
You're going to need to turn your camera on, Mr. Hill.
Senator, I also want to put on the record that Assistant Commissioner Hansen is traveling, so she should be about 5 to 10 minutes late, but she'll be to this hearing.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, so you answered my question. Let's go to the Olympic Committee next, and then we will allow you to put your testimony on record. But let's allow Mr. Morales to put his name and title on the record.
Good afternoon. Angel Morales, President of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
Next.
Good afternoon. Hugo Hodges Jr., Treasurer of Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
Thank you so much. You have somebody, oh, you have Mr. Abramson. Mr. Abramson?
Good day, John Evanston Jr., Secretary General.
Okay, thank you so much. And those of you that miss our national team playing this weekend, miss a very good weekend of basketball. We played against the Bahamas on Friday. Unfortunately, we lost a game, and we played against Canada yesterday, and Canada has a powerhouse team. They rank 18 in the world, and we saw some real good basketball playing yesterday, and our team held their own. They did not do bad. We got beat by a considerable amount, but I think they held their own in the second half and made a good showing. So I'm sure we'll have some discussion about what we need to do to move our national teams to a different level, because we need to have that discussion, and we got to seriously begin to fund sports, or we just can't advance. So we'll have that discussion. But Commissioner, you proceed. Ms. Hansen just arrived?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hansen, name and position?
Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioners, St. Croix District.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen. And Ms. Hansen's son played yesterday and on Friday, Romani Hansen, and he had a pretty good game. So I'll allow the Commissioner now to proceed.
Good afternoon again, Senator. Before I start, I want to send my condolences to the family of Governor Charles W. Turnbull. I knew Governor Turnbull personally. He was also one of my fraternity brothers. So I want to send the condolences to him and his family. I also want to give recognition to two individuals that are working with the department this summer. Mr. Tariq Malloy, who's a senior at the University of Florida, who is majoring in sports management. He works with Assistant Commissioner Hansen on St. Croix. He's part of the LIFT program. And also Mr. Eugene Farrell, who's a graduate of Voorhees University, class of 2021, who is also a sports management major, who's working with my office this summer. There's a saying go that the old people them don't like to pass on information and knowledge to the young people them. So I'm glad these two young men who are sports management majors found it necessary to work with the department and get necessary information.
Are they here in the chambers?
Yes, Mr. Farrell is here. He could stand
So
and be
can you
identified.
stand and be identified? Media, can you focus on watching you right now? Is a young man in the St. Thomas Chambers?
He is
in
not.
the St. Croix Chambers?
He is not. Both of these young men are working with the department 8 weeks. Myself was also a sports management major, so we look forward to giving them the necessary knowledge that they need, and hopefully they could work in this department in the future. Mr. Farrell, this is his second year. He actually worked with Assistant Commissioner Roberts last year. He's back this year, and he's now working with me personally. So kind of upgrade.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Kurt A. Bailey, Chairman of the Committee of Finance of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Other committee members, non-committee members, present, central staff, listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, before you to provide testimony on the department's proposed fiscal year FY 2023-24 budget. The members of my senior leadership team present with me today in the St. Thomas St. John District are my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Roberts, Ms. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Financial Management, Mr. Kirk Thomas, District Administrator of Sports and Recreation. Present in St. Croix District is my Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Renee Hansen, Ms. Relina Pell, the Territorial Human Resources Manager, and Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Elroy Hill, who is the Deputy Director of St. John, is joining us remotely. I would also like to thank our Senior Budget Analyst at the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Lucas Pascal, for his continued assistance. The fiscal year 2022 has been a promising year for the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. I am excited about what the future holds for us as we have much more to do and accomplish. Many restraints that prohibited us from successfully achieving our mandates have been lifted. We can now show the territory why we genuinely believe in one team, one vision, one goal. For the entire month of July, we celebrate National Sports, Park and Recreation Month with the theme, Rise Up for Parks and Recreation. This year, we recognize Park and Recreation Professionals Day on Friday, July 15th, a day to rise up for all our dedicated professionals. They have helped build a strong, healthy, and resilient Virgin Islands community through the power of parks and recreation. Thank you, Governor Bryan, for honoring DSPR in such a way. The Brian Roach administration continues its commitment to improving the physical fitness of our community and the overall health of our Virgin Islands, as demonstrated in the obligation of over $3 million in American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA funds, $1.5 million in the FY21 supplemental budget, and the allocation of over $700,000 in capital improvement project funds from the Department of the Interior, all designated to DSPR by Governor Bryan. Those funds resulted in the Frederickstead Waterfront Light Project, the Marley Beachfront Park Project, the new and improved Major Cumming Playground Park, and the court resurfacing project. The department have increased its technology capabilities with the ongoing implementation of Upkeep, the asset management software with work order capabilities. We saw new energetic employees join our team, and we continue to provide training opportunities for all employees, a critical focus for DSPR. With the help of the Office of the Disaster Recovery, many of our recovery projects currently have active work happening. We continue to engage and collaborate with our community partners and work together for one common goal, to improve the life of the people in our community. As we elaborate more on our fiscal year 2023 budget, you will see that this department continues to move in the right direction. Please allow me to break down the specific numbers so that you may get a clearer picture. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation under Title 3, Chapter 18, Title 21, Chapter 1, and Title 32, Chapters 1, 2, 9, and 11 of the United States Virgin Islands Code administers, coordinates, and serve as the state agency to participate in federal programs with direct responsibility for all programs pertaining to sports, Parks, and Recreation, including direct oversight over parks and open spaces. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation vision is to improve our community through the experiences at our parks, facilities, programs, and special events. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation mission is to promote high-quality, diverse, and accessible programs, services, and facilities that enhance the quality of life for all ages, cultures, and abilities. DSPR contributes to the economic growth and development of the territory through the utilization of parks and facilities for local events, sports tourism, and other forms of recreation for locals and visitors alike. To assist in accomplishing its mission, vision, and strategic goals, DSPR proposed fiscal year 2023 general fund budget is $10,210,973. This consists of $5,138,996, or 50% for personnel services, $2,873,051, or 28% for fringe benefits, $329,115, or 3% for supplies, $509,107, or 5% for other services and charges, $799,804, or 8% for utility services, and $560,900, or 6% for capital outlay. A detailed breakdown can be found in the table below. DSPR's total proposed fiscal year 2023 budget is divided between three divisions of the department: the Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces, the Division of Sports and Recreation, and the Office of the Commissioner. The Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces oversees the maintenance of facilities, public parks, beaches, open spaces, and recreational areas under the department's jurisdiction. The key performance indicators for this activity center are measured quarterly and are follows: decrease the average number of days or time equipment was unavailable or offline, increase the percent of facilities that are inspected, documented, and logged within a specific time period, increase the percentage of unmanned facilities that are inspected, documented, and logged within a particular time period. The proposed operating budget for this division is $4,091,080, or 40%. It consists of $2,017,084, or 49% for personnel services, $1,240,996, or 30% for fringe benefits, or $157,100, or 4% for supplies, and $145,776, or 4% for other services, and $530,124, or 13% for utilities. The Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces personnel list has a total of 64 employees and 2 vacant positions, 62 classified and 2 exempt. 31 full-time employees are in the St. Thomas St. John district, and the 2 vacant positions, which are custodial worker and heavy equipment operator. And St. Croix has 33 full-time positions. The Division of Sports, Park, and Recreation organizes, promotes, coordinates, conducts, and develops diverse sports and recreational programs to enhance children's lives and the general community. The 3 key performance indicators for this division are as follows: increase the number of adult recreation programs, sporting, increase the number of recreation programs, non-sports or non-competition, and to increase the number of sporting program offers for ages 3 to 5. To meet the KPIs, the department has launched the governmental softball leagues, the RBI baseball and softball program, basketball programs, La Leche Rugrats T-ball, and track and field. Non-recreational programs include senior fitness program, aquatic workout, and social programs, including dominoes, dancing, card game tournaments, and the popular Goat Hill hike on St. Croix. Additional programs we have started included 8 to 13-year-old tennis clinics, or 58% for personnel services, $1,088,500 or $32% for fringe benefits, $55,000 or 1.5% for supplies, $59,607 or 1.5% for other services, and $229,680 or 7% for utilities. The Division of Sports and Recreation personnel list has a total of 49 employees, 5 vacant positions. 45 of those positions are classified and 4 exempt. 28 of those full-time employees are in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 1 vacant position, which is a recreation leader. And on St. Croix, we have 21 full-time positions, 4 vacancies, recreation leader, 2 recreation leader 2s, a recreation specialist, and a marine supervisor. The Office of the Commissioner, which administers financial and business activities, human resources, and the planning and development of capital projects. The 3 key performance indicators for this division are as follows. Increase the number of orientations and training conducted for new employees across divisions territory-wide. Increase the number of supervisor training conducted across divisions territory-wide. Increase the number of training conducted for employees across divisions territory-wide. The proposed operating budget for this division is $2,672,451, or 26%. It consists of $1,107,336, or 43%, for personnel services, $543,476, or 20%, for fringe benefits, $117,015, or 4%, for supplies, $303,724, or 11%, for other services, $40,000 or 1% for utilities, and $560,900 or 21% for capital outlay. The Office of the Commissioner's personnel listing has a total of 21 employees, 11 classified and 10 exempt. 12 full-time employees are in the St. Thomas St. John district, and St. Croix has 11 full-time employees. In summary, the SPR has a total of 141 positions comprised of 16 exempt, 118 classified, 7 vacant positions. In the district of St. Thomas St. John, the SPR has 74 positions. 62 of those are classified, 9 exempt, 3 vacancies. And on St. Croix, we have 67 positions. 56 are classified, 7 exempt, 4 vacancies. The department's 7 vacancies consist of the following: marine supervisor, heavy equipment operator, custodial worker, a recreation leader, 2 recreation leaders, 2, and a recreation specialist. All the vacancies are currently budgeted at 100% in fiscal 2022 budget, but at 50% in the proposed fiscal year 2023. In addition to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation proposed fiscal year 2023 budget, the department manages the miscellaneous grant appropriation of $1,248,000 per Act number 8474, Bill number 34-0109. This appropriation offers financial assistance to 30 nonprofit organizations. As of Friday, July 1st, 2022, 11 nonprofit organizations have received their allotment, totaling $815,000. 4 nonprofit request packages totaling $140,000 have been sent to OMB for further processing. We encourage the 15 nonprofit organizations who have not submitted a request, totaling $293,000, to contact the main office for information on how to receive their allotment. In addition, the department have reached out to those 15 applicants who have not received or requested their allotment. The following non-appropriated funds are also managed by the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. The Casino Revenue Fund. In FY 2021, the SPR received $164,732.05. And for quarters 1, 2, and 3 of FY 2022, the department have received thus far $186,138.34. The Territorial Park Fund. This fund is derived through the collection of park fees, rentals, and charges for the use of facilities, concessions, open spaces, and recreational facilities, which are under the DSPR's jurisdiction. DSPR has 82 vendor spaces territory-wide, of which 55 are in the district of St. Thomas St. John and 27 in the district of St. Croix. DSPR also has 57 recreational facilities territory-wide, 32 in the St. Thomas St. John district, 25 in the St. Croix district. In FY 2021, the department collected $109,540.50 territory-wide. To date, DSPR collected $98,122 for FY 2022. DSPR's projected revenues for FY 2023 are approximately $174,124. The Athletic Fund. This fund is derived from the collection of sports and recreation program fees. In FY 2021, the department has collected $70,363, and to date, $50,553 for FY 2022. DSPR's projected revenue for FY 2023 is $85,000. This projection is based on the revenues collected in FY 2019 before the pandemic and an increase in various new programs coming online. The Tourism Revolving Fund. DSPR received a release of $500,000 in FY 2021. The department's release for the fiscal year 2022 is currently in process. DSPR projects to receive $500,000 in FY 2023. Expenditures from the Tourism Revolving Fund in fiscal year 2022 to date is detailed in the chart below. Governor Bryan designated $738,000 in the FY 2020 Capital Improvement Grant from the Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs to DSPR. We allocated these funds to non-hurricane related repairs to our facilities, resurfacing and repainting some of our basketball, tennis, and paddleball courts across the territory. To date, 10 basketball courts, 6 on St. Croix, 4 on St. Thomas, 5 tennis courts, 2 on St. Croix, 3 on St. Thomas, and 4 paddleball courts on St. Thomas have been resurfaced, repaved, relined, or returned to the public for their use and enjoyment. We have requested that the Department of Interior add several neighborhood courts to the scope of work for this grant. We are optimistic that we will receive approval and add them to the work schedule in upcoming weeks. I applaud the Department of Public Works for managing the Polly Joseph project. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is eagerly awaiting the completion of the Polly Joseph Stadium with an anticipated completion date in 2023. After completing the project, the department will need to hire approximately 11 new employees and purchase equipment to manage and maintain the new facility. Once the stadium is returned to the department's inventory, DSPR intends to rejuvenate inter-island play and our relationship with our surrounding Caribbean counterparts to host sporting events. A new and improved Polly Joseph Stadium will add significant value to the territory's sports tourism product. We continue moving forward with the restoration of our facilities. The department have received just over $30 million in Federal Emergency Management Agency grant funding for our recovery projects. The recovery team at DSPR has been working extremely hard to bring each of our projects closer to completion. Of our 51 FEMA public assistance and 3 hazard mitigation projects, 18 projects are completed. 10 projects have contractors on site, 3 are in the contracting phase, 2 are being packaged to go out for solicitation, 13 are in the architectural and engineering stage, 1 is an alternate project, 1 is being completed in-house, 5 are on hold, and 1 is still pending FEMA's eligibility. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation strives to provide the necessary resources to ensure an effective and efficient workforce. With the understanding that new employees mean additional resources, DSPR recently acquired 5 new Chevrolet Equinox, 3 in St. Croix, and 2 in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 5 new Chevy Silverado trucks, 1 in the St. Croix district, 4 in the St. Thomas St. John district. We have also encumbered funding for 5 additional Ram 2500 trucks. 3 will be distributed to St. Croix, 1 in St. Thomas, and 1 in St. John. We have added 2 John Deere tractors and 2 Beach Barber cleaners to our inventory. We are anticipating the arrival of several attachments so that these new machines can be put to work. Adding the new vehicles and heavy equipment will further support the department's ability to tackle our mandates. DSPR has tapped into $3,759,470.75 in American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or ARPA funds. We have purchased touchless paper towel dispensers, touch-free foam hand soap dispensers, antibacterial hand wash, and vandal-resistant jumbo toilet paper holders, totaling $43,670.75. We will place these touchless supplies and equipment at all our facilities territory-wide to limit the spread of COVID-19. Additionally, high-quality, durable, energy-efficient, and sustainable power solar workstations with amenities that include internet hotspots connectivity, seating, and shelter will be placed at several recreational parks in the territory. These workstations, valued at $1,115,400, will be accessible to all residents, promoting a strong and healthy community. $1,600,000 in ARPA grant funding will also be used to prevent and respond to crime and support public safety and the youth in the Virgin Islands by allowing the department to install video surveillance cameras at our facilities. With the assistance of the Department of Property and Procurement, an RFP will be advertised within the next 2 weeks. DSPR's most extensive health and wellness program, Our Best Life, is funded with $1,400,000 in ARPA grant funding and is the Brian Roach administration's commitment to improving the physical fitness of our community and the health of our people by getting them up and out. My assistant commissioners and several team members from the Office of the Governor has developed a comprehensive program and innovative and exciting activities aimed at increasing the overall physical, emotional, and mental well-being of U.S. Virgin Islands in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are very excited about the relaunch of the new website and the first official territorial program, Walkout Wednesdays with DSPR. Every Wednesday for 6 weeks, beginning at 5:45 p.m. simultaneously on each island, participants will walk at pre-designated route accompanied by music. We are rolling out entertainment and lively activities as a part of this wellness initiative. They include the Biggest Loser 2 weight loss competition, Take Me Fishing, a senior fit lot exercise program, beach volleyball, kite making and flying competitions, Mokojumbi clinics, bingo, dominoes and marble tournaments, kickball tournaments, hikes on all 3 islands, senior gardening, and of course, fitness training, with each activity encouraging us to live our best life. In August 2022, the DSPR workforce will participate in 6 sessions of training and developing workshops with a local consultant. The line staff will engage in the power of service excellence, training development workshops. The customized workshops will focus strictly on the effective principles of communication, attitude, accountability, and professionalism. The mid-level supervisors and senior leadership will participate in developing leadership culture. A customized development workshop focusing on problem solving, professional boundaries, position of value, effective principles of leadership versus management, employee engagement, and principles of effective communication and accountability in the workforce. Training the entire workforce would add value to the department, leading to an effective, efficient, productive workplace with motivated and empowered employees. DSPR will continue investing in our staff by providing them with the necessary skills to develop themselves and be more effective in their jobs. In FY 2023, we have budgeted for training and will utilize other funding sources for additional training for the entire workforce as needed. Launched in July 2013, the Virgin Islands Certified Public Managers Program at the University of the Virgin Islands is a collaborative effort between the Division of Personnel, the Office of the Governor, and the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence and Leadership and Learning. This program, managed and delivered by UVI Cell on both the St. Croix and St. Thomas campuses, is a nationally accredited academic and professional development initiative produced in partnership with the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands. A certified public manager is a project leader, an innovator, who has been independently assessed against a broad range of project management competencies. They can apply a suite of specialized technical and managerial skills to initiate, plan, execute, and evaluate their project work and the work of others. Since taking the helm of DSPR in 2019, I'm proud to announce that this department now has 4 certified public managers. Previously, we had none. I want to publicly recognize these individuals as they not only made a huge sacrifice but invested in themselves and the department, not to mention juggling their daily duties and exceeded my very demanding expectations in the process. Each employee chose a project that was crucial to the improvement and advancement of this department. Ms. Relina Pell's project focused on encouraging the engagement of our youth in indoor sporting and recreational activities. Ms. Chioki's George, the way we play the game, centered on creating the foundation for DSPR policies and procedures. Ms. Jamila's Henry project revolved around creating a tech-savvy DSPR workforce, and Ms. Carol Peters' project concentrated on improving the DSPR's workforce through training and developing the mid and senior level leadership in effective communication and accountability. It is clear to me that DSPR's greatest resource is our employees. As such, I will continue to invest in them to ensure they are successful in their jobs. The department has hired 13 new employees in FY 2022, and we look forward to growing our family even more. To all the employees at DSPR, the journey thus far has been so rewarding to me. You continue to meet my expectations. However, we cannot and must not get comfortable. Yesterday's home runs don't win today's games. There is much more to be done, but together we will remain stronger than ever and continue to grow as one team, one vision, one goal. I thank each and every one of you for not just coming to work, but producing when you show up. I encourage the community to join us as we celebrate National Sports Park and Recreation Month. When you see a DSPR employee, uplift them. Thank them for all that they do. Come out to the facilities and support our athletes. This year's theme, as I said earlier, is Rise Up for Parks and Recreation. It is time for the U.S. Virgin Islands community to rise up for parks and recreation. Thank you for listening to my testimony. My senior leadership team and I stand ready and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we're going to go to the Olympic Committee. Mr. Morales, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Violette, Chair of the Committee on Finance, and all other committee members and non-members, and the listening and viewing audience. On May 4th, 2022, the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee submitted to the Virgin Islands Legislature post-audit division statements of our activities for fiscal year from October 1, 2021 to April 30th, 2022. The following attachments were included. Attachment number 1, Virgin Islands Olympic Committee Financial Report for fiscal year 2021. Attachment number 2, Financial Report for October 1, 2021 to April 30th, 2022. And attachment number 3, the projected budget for fiscal year 2023. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee thanks the Virgin Islands government and this legislative body for the annual appropriation we receive which was received on May 17th after an initial reports submitted to post-audit showing otherwise. Every year, our member federations submit a yearly plan with a budget that totals over $1 million. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee is committed to continue supporting our upcoming and elite athletes in individual and team sports in their training and in sending them to represent the Virgin Islands in international competitions. Government funds are critical for the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee to continue this support to our 24 member federations. We therefore request an appropriation of $300,000 for fiscal year 2023 from the Virgin Islands government, not $841,000 as shown on the fiscal year post-audit report. Since our last budget hearing held June 21, 2021, Virgin Islands athletes have known that COVID-19 is in recession. Initially, in bubble format, adhering to all protocols set, to now, where the protocols have been relaxed. We have continued assisting our elite athletes with their training as they continue their training to be able to participate in qualifying events, to be able to participate in major games. Assistance to federations when traveling have included funds for COVID testing, COVID-19 insurance, and also for purchase of masks and hand sanitizer. This past year, the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee sent a delegation to the Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan, where Virgin Islands athletes competed in archery, swimming, and in track and field. At the Winter Olympics in Beijing, China, our athletes competed in the sport of skeleton. These athletes competed well and garnered worldwide media attention. We also attended the Junior Pan Am Games in Cali, Colombia, November 25th to December 5th, 2021. We participated in swimming and in track and field. We just returned from the first Caribbean Games held in Guadeloupe just yesterday, having participated in swimming and in track and field, where VI athletes won 3 gold medals in swimming and 1 bronze medal in track and field. We have been giving financial assistance to our federations to send athletes to competitions and for the training of these athletes. Assistance have also been provided opportunities to send officials for training. Our athletes in individual sports started attending qualifying competitions in their attempts to compete in upcoming games. We currently have athletes in archery, bowling, boxing, cycling, equestrian, fencing, golf, sailing, swimming, tennis, and track and field, as well as athletes in the team sports of baseball, basketball, soccer, softball, and volleyball. Funds are also given for the development of our junior athletes. The Tennis Federation sent athletes to compete in the under 12, under 14, under 16, and under 18 tournaments. The Baseball Federation participated in an under 15 tournament in the Dominican Republic. The Volleyball Federation sent a male and female teams to the Swimming Federation participated in the Carifta Swimming Bahamas, and their athletes won a total of 10 medals, 4 golds, 3 silver, 3 bronze. The Sailing Association received funding for the Junior Development Program and Talent Identification. In fiscal year 2023, the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee will be taking a delegation of athletes to the Central American and Caribbean Games in Santa Marta, Colombia, November 19th to the 26th of this year. The Central American and Caribbean Games in El Salvador will be held June 23rd to July 8, 2023, and the Pan American Games in Santiago, Chile, October 20th to November 5th, 2023. Our senior athletes in the sport of archery is currently ranked 15th in the world and will qualify for the Central American and Caribbean and Pan American Games. Our fencing athletes has already qualified for the Pan American Games and should also qualify for the Central American and Caribbean Games. We also anticipate athletes in bowling, track, swimming, equestrian, golf, boxing, and men and women's basketball teams to qualify for the Central American Games. On the administrative side, Vice President John Abramson serves on the executive board of the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committees, and I, Angel Morales, serve on the Central American and Caribbean Sports Organization Executive Board, as well as being chair of the Sustainability and Legacy Commission, and I also serve on the Pan Am Sports Olympic Academies Commission and on the Coordinating Commission for the 2025 Junior Pan Am Games. We also attended virtual General Assemblies for both organizations. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee conducted our golf fundraising event, Scramble to Guadeloupe, on June 12, 2022 at the Carambola Golf Course on St. Croix. We also have Virgin Islands Olympic Committee license plates for sale as we seek ways to bring in extra revenues. A weekly radio program is held every Saturday in our efforts to be better recognized in our community and to promote our Sport for Life message in building a more active and healthier society, and also to inform the public of our federation's activities and programs. We held events during Olympic month, which was last month in June, in volleyball, cycling, and in 1 mile runs to commemorate the birth of the modern Olympic Games on June 23rd, 1894. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee sent participants to a coaches certification course in St. Vincent in April from the Department of Education and the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, where they participated in a coaching theory course. We continuously submit proposals for grants to the International Olympic Committee and Pan Am Sports. These funds represent 70% of our operating funds. Receiving these funds allows us to assist the federations in their junior development programs and our senior athletes training in their attempts to qualify for regional competitions and represent the Virgin Islands. International Olympic Committee grants are also available for coaches' technical course, team support grants, development of sports structure, athlete preparation, administrative grants, and special projects. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee can also apply for funds for the purchase and or building of an Olympic Committee headquarters. I must reiterate the importance of receiving our requesting government allotment to this body as they are necessary for the operation of our organization. Olympic Solidarity Funds are strictly for the intended request and the financial report must reflect as such. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee is moving ahead in our pursuit to have a permanent office and a multi-purpose sports facility on St. Thomas. This facility is a FEMA-approved safe room and is fully supported by Vitima. In early January, Vitima began the application process to FEMA on behalf of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee, as this project falls in line with the Virgin Islands Territorial Hazard Mitigation Plan. The site survey at Estate Nazareth has been completed, and the master plan for the Nazareth Multi-Sports Complex is being completed. We have also been in contact with Pan Am Sports and keeping them up to date on our progress for this facility, and have gotten assurance of available funds from Pan Am Sports for this project once the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee secures a lease of the property. Assistance from the Virgin Islands, this project has taken some time to prove, and I don't see it happening in this fiscal year. This facility will be available for non-Olympic Committee sport organizations such as the Interscholastic Athletic Association and Sports Park and Recreation, as well as community organizations. This facility will be instrumental in developing the sport tourism industry. The multi-sport complex in Nazareth will be a facility that will also include a cricket field, a soccer training field, tennis court, and I must add that a minimum of 8 courts are needed to attract regional tournaments and enough area to build a 50-meter pool. Once this is built, the 25-meter pool will be used as a warm-up pool when hosting regional championships. The necessary structures and facilities at the track need to also be completed. I say this because if the Virgin Islands wants to be a sport tourism destination, we need to step up in completing our facilities and in having facilities that adhere to international standards. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee and our member federations can play a major role in developing the sport tourism industry in the Virgin Islands. When attending regional meetings, our members can submit proposals to host regional competitions and championships. However, we must have facilities that meet international standards. It is time to complete our sports facility and also upgrade the existing facilities that we have. These facilities will increase visitors to our islands and help in the economic development of our Virgin Islands. The following events were held by Virgin Islands Olympic Committee member federations this year. February 10 and 13 in 2022, the Soccer Federation hosted the women's national team from Antigua at the St. Croix Soccer Complex. February 20, 2022, the Soccer Federation hosted the women's national team from Costa Rica in a CONCACAF Nations League game at the St. Croix Soccer Complex. From March 25th to the 27th, 2022, the Sailing Association conducted the International Regatta in St. Thomas. April 6, 2022, the Soccer Federation hosted the women's national team from Curaçao in a CONCACAF Nations League at the St. Croix Soccer Complex. April 14 to 16, the Soccer Federation hosted the junior boys and girls national team from the Turks and Caicos at the St. Croix Soccer Complex. June 6, the Soccer Federation hosted the men's national team from Turks and Caicos in a CONCACAF Nations League game at the St. Croix Complex. June 11, the Soccer Federation hosted the national team from Bonaire in a CONCACAF Nations League game at the Soccer Complex. June 13 to 19, the Sailing Association hosted the International Optimist Regatta in St. Thomas. July 1, 2022, the Federation hosted the men's national team from the Bahamas at the UVI Sports and Fitness Center. And on July 4th, just yesterday, the basketball team hosted the men's national team from Canada at the UVI Sports and Fitness Center. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee and its members' federations can and are committed to promoting the Virgin Islands as a destination and help develop the sports tourism industry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee, and we stand here for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morales, for your testimony. I think we have a video from Sports Park and Recreation. So
Yes,
media at this time, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and play it.
Recreation for everything sports, parks, and recreation. We back outside, get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. We back outside, get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. Call 774-0255. St. Thomas, yeah, we back outside. Call 773-0160. St. Croix, we back outside. We got programs for you, we got programs for boys, we got programs for boys, we got programs for girls. You can watch it on the street from all around the world. So we back outside, we back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. We back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. Get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for everything sports, parks, and recreation. We back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. We back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, throw, swim, shoot, and slide. Call 774-0255. St. Thomas, yeah, we back outside. Call 773-0160. St. Croix, we back outside. We got programs for you, we got programs for boys, we got programs for boys, we got programs for girls. You can watch it on the street from all around the world. So we Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation for everything sports, parks and recreation. We back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, come, swim, shoot and slide. We back outside. Get ready to run, jump, kick, troop, swim, shoot and slide. Call 774-0255. Cause St. Thomas St. John. Yeah, we back outside. Call 773-0160. St. Croix. We back outside. We got programs for young. We got programs for old. We got programs for boys. We got programs for girls. You can watch it on the street from all around the world. Cause we back outside.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. Like I said, that jingle is so fast. If you try to dance that, you're going to fall. You got to fall down. You can't keep up with that fast pace of the music.
Part of the fitness program. Yeah, in shape.
It seems that way. What I should have done was ask your staff to dance the whole video. See whether or not you can keep up. We're going to, colleagues, we're going to go to a 6-minute round. You have an opportunity to question both entities, and we're going to begin with a point of personal privilege. Senator General Sorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to tell the public that the youth and junior volleyball teams are right now underway to Trinidad to compete, and my niece is a setter for both teams. So I just wanted to tell the public when we get a link, tune in. And if you go on the Facebook page of it's called VI Volleyball. You can look at the games down in Trinidad, but they really have a good shot of winning the tournament in Trinidad. They say this is probably one of the best youth teams we've had in a long time. So I wanted to let the public know that we have and they've been in Orlando training for about close to a month now. After they played AAU, they stayed and they trained up there as well. So
we should be ready.
Let's wish our team luck. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I might put it on the record, there was 2 teams traveling, one from St. Thomas and one from St. Croix. Those 2 teams had National Federation members on it for the big tournament that they're at now in Trinidad. And the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation sponsored all 3 of those volleyball teams to include the national team.
Okay, but in terms of the competition, we have one all-star team.
So the team that's in Trinidad now is the national team.
Okay, because I want to make sure we have the best so that we could be able to compete.
It's a mixed team.
Yeah, I saw the video and all the new equipment and everything else, and I just smiled because I know we provided a lot of the monies through consent consultation with the commissioner. We know that the administration gets the credit, but they at times don't know what goes on when we have the budget markup process, in which we call commissioners and we ask them, tell us what else you would like to do, especially if we see a department that is moving. And we did call Commissioner Calvert White last budget markup, and he was able to provide us with some information, and we made sure that we placed funding to get that done. You were supposed to get some of those, the tractors for the beach. They wanted to pick up the garbage and everything else. Are they on order?
They're actually on island. We have them in inventory. One on St. Thomas, St. John, and one in St. Croix.
They haven't been used yet, though?
We haven't used them. We have the tractor to actually pull the machine, but we have not used they've only been on island about, I doubt, more than 2 months right now.
Okay, and those tractors with an implement behind that you just ride it and it picks up all the garbage and everything else. So we think it's going to help us to keep the island and our parks and fields a lot cleaner. Colleagues, let's go to the 6-minute round. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Again to my colleagues, good afternoon. Commissioner White, President Morales, and the supporting staff and team members, and thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony, Commissioner White. I must say the department seems to be on the move. I appreciate that. And our youths of the territory are on the move, doing great things as usual. And I want to commend them, and even though we might not have the best training facilities, etc., they still excel. And I go to show our resilience, seeing this territory of our people. Let me start with Sports, Park and Recreation, a postal report, page 2 of 25. I know that it's showing on the personal services a decrease in funding, but I'm sure that's because of the vacancies that's funded at 50%. Am I correct? And please place your name on record before you speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters, Director of Business. Good afternoon, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. The personnel cost for the department is actually $1.1 million and not 4.9. So it's actually a variance of 33,000. And the reason for the 5.1 is because the department hired 11 new positions during the budget process.
And how much vacancies? I know during the testimonies, Commissioner White, you mentioned several vacancies in several divisions. How many vacancies do you have now? Is it 14?
No, we actually have 7 vacancies.
7 vacancies.
That's correct.
And how many new positions do you have?
Ms. Pell?
Verlina Pell, Human Resources Manager. Currently, I have 5 new positions.
And what are those positions, briefly?
We have the one recreation specialist, 2 recreation leader, 1 heavy equipment operator, and a custodian worker.
Okay, what does the specialist do, may I ask? Succinctly.
Basically, they specialize in different sports. So we might hire someone that specializes in baseball or specializes in softball or tennis.
Okay, thank you for that. Capital projects for fiscal year 23. There's a recommendation of 560,900. That's 100,000 less than 2022. What's included? What capital project do you have planned? What's that for?
You talking about the capital outlay, Senator?
Yes.
So this department is
capital projects. Capital projects, because I know you have a lot of money from FEMA. I just spoke to you in testimony with a lot of different.
What page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 3 of 25. I know you have a lot of repairs going on with FEMA dollars, so that's what I was inquiring about what capital project.
So the particular one that you're looking at is a CIP grant that we received for about $748,000. Those funds are the funds that we're using to resurface all the courts across the territory.
Oh, happy to hear that because, okay, great. And talking about courts throughout the territory, I know I speak to you frequently about NADA court, not only the court, but the lighting and the bleachers that got damaged from the hurricane. What's the update?
2 minutes.
So NADA is one of the facilities that is going to be resurfaced. Originally, we had some conversations with DPW about a project that they had with the gut right there that kind of might have put this project on hold. That project is nowhere near them starting, so we're going to go ahead. We've already went ahead. We're going to go ahead, order the new bleachers, and complete that project. It's a small project, about $130,000, but we're going to move forward with it.
It's worth the investment, and as you know, that's one of the most busiest court where our young men frequent all the time. It's always crowded, and it's a good space. So I'm happy to hear that. And what about Smith Bay? In terms of the whole scope of work with the lights, the bathroom?
So Smith Bay is a broader project because we have a lot of flooding going on there. I think last week we just had a meeting with DPNR and some professionals who is going to come up with a comprehensive plan to run the drainage or channel the water away from that park. We figured if we spend the money right now to fix the court and that the water is going to damage it, so we're looking to get that channeled water away from the facility first.
To include the electrical and the lighting?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 4 of 25. Outstanding obligations. Outstanding obligations. Can you please keep your mic on mute? Someone is speaking.
Somebody need to mute the device.
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. We have 2 outstanding obligations, SmartNet of $43,000. We're waiting on the contract from Property and Procurement. And and the found out that we have a outstanding obligation for Coral Wall for $24,000. And this is for an agreement between the department and Coral Wall back in 2011 for the sewage treatment plant, $2,000 a year. So about 2 weeks ago, we received all the impact from 2011 to present for $24,000.
Time.
Thank you for that. And in closing, Mr. Chair, I note also you spoke in your testimony to vendors. You have 82 vendors you stated, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Most of those individuals up to date, because I know in the past we had issues in terms of receiving payments, etc. And for those who are not up to date, do you have them in repayment agreement, etc.?
Yeah. I think Assistant Commissioner Roberts, where the bulk of the vendors are in St. Thomas, St. John, and Ms. Vanterpool, who deals with the vendor payments. In the last 3 years, we have aggressively gone after outstanding vendors. I'm proud to say that most vendors are caught up and are on task of being current with their bills.
And do you have a number in terms of what the outstanding balance from vendors?
There is a number, and it's cut off on the post at it, but I don't know if the post at it can see it himself.
What that amount?
The outstanding for the vendor.
Outstanding vendor payments. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Appreciate it. And thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Blinder. You may respond.
Hi. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. The outstanding obligation thus far for the vendors is approximately $2,000.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you recognized.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. The best thing I hear in your speech, Commissioner, DSPR's greatest resource is our employees. As such, I will continue to invest in them to ensure they are successful in their jobs. Thank you to you and your team for what you're doing. Number one, DSPR doing a great job. I highly appreciate it. Now, I was looking at the general fund requests in the 2022 budget, $8,986,654. And in the 2023 budget, in the Post Auditor's report, page 5, the $9,944,217, a difference of about $900 and something thousand, almost $1 million. Was the increase to sustain or toward wage increases? I was comparing 22, what I have separate, but to the 23, the general fund recommendation is $9,944,217. Right. So, but I was just now reading off the 2022 that I have. You may not have that. $8,986,654. An increase in 23 of 900 and something thousand. Is that to sustain wage increases, or we talking anything in regards to because you brought on 11 individuals?
Hi, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. Our fiscal year 2022 budget was approximately $9.6 million, but the fiscal year 2023 projection is approximately $10 million. And yes, it is because we filled 11 new positions.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the general fund recommendation, not overall.
Correct.
But okay, so
the answer is yes.
Okay, and I know last year budget, I think it was an issue where you had individuals who had a wage increase. I know, Commissioner, you told me you took care of it. And with that increase, this $900 and something thousand would cover sustaining that increases for them.
That is correct.
You have any GS employees?
No, we don't.
Marlena Pell,
No.
your manager? No.
No. Okay, so just all unionized. And they negotiated, I think, in 2021. It was where they got their increases.
Go ahead, Ms. Pell.
Oh, Ms. Pell, okay. So I asking so quick. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Marlena Pell, Human Resources Manager.
Good afternoon.
All increases were paid to all classified employees.
And also the all retro funds. Canada will do retro.
All retros were paid as well.
Okay, good. The director, commissioner, in regards to thank you for putting up erecting those rims on the Savannah basketball court. I highly appreciate that. Also, I know you mentioned about resurfacing it. Is that in your 2023 budget?
Yes, so we have some funds that's left over from that DOI grant, and we've already sent correspondence to the Department of Interior to add some additional courts that was outside the scope. Savan is one of those courts that was added to the new change order.
Thank you very much for that. I highly appreciate that. Also, I agree with Nada, need to be done. Now, your lively activities that you mentioned, do you have activities for the disabled?
I do not. However, I'm very close with the ADA coordinator. I know in the past we have done the ADA well, not the ADA games. I don't remember the name, where we had some disabled veterans come in and play a softball game.
Okay.
So that's something that we could look at in the future as far as organizing events specifically.
Good.
For that group.
I would like to see that. Also, the beach vehicles for the disabled, the budget reflects any increase in getting a couple more of those?
No, we still have some funding left over for the access mats. We did place 2, one on St. Thomas and one on St. Croix. We have some additional, I think it's additional 3 mats in storage, additional beach buggies. The plan is once Kramer's Park is completed, I know that one is going there. We also intend to put one at the Vincent Mason pool for those individuals, as well as we're looking at Jambrose Beach to put another one of the access mats.
Okay, and like I say, you could get a cost if we need to increase, because I was Megan's Bay where I had a large group of people and I saw a couple of persons who were disabled weren't able to use it. You know, they were on the beach, they were happy to be out, but they weren't able to get to it at that time. So I appreciate that. Also now, revenue generated from summer camps and your different revenue generations overall. Could I get those totals, please? If I don't know if you mentioned in your testimony. I didn't hear it. I came late. I do apologize. Your summer camp is a big thing, and I know, again, you're in charge in a lot of money. But so the revenues for those.
Yeah, while Ms. Peters look for the territorial park and the athletic fund numbers, we don't make money off of summer camp. As a matter of fact, summer camp is a loss to the department. What we spend on summer camp as far as the programs, hiring staff, is more than what we collect.
Time.
But we look at that as a service that we provide to the community. So we don't really, we don't do summer camp to gain. That's one of the programs that we don't really look for a profit from.
I highly appreciate it. And Mr. Chair, if I may, one final question. Okay, to President Morales, good afternoon to you, and Treasurer Hodge, good afternoon. You mentioned about the cricket field facility that you're having out in the Nazareth area. Do you have monies in the budget, or are you giving any kind of additional funding or stipends to any of these other sports, even soccer, for the fields to those organizations? Because cricket is a separate entity developing that field themselves. Is the Olympic Committee budgeting any money towards giving them?
Well, the Soccer Federation receiving some funds from their international body for that field. Cricket is not a member of the Olympic Committee, but they have found their own funds. And I think part of the project, the plan for the complex, was that they were going to build 4 courts on it. And in my testimony, I mentioned about 8 courts being needed in order for the federation to submit a request to bring in events. They must have a minimum of 8 tennis courts. That's why I mentioned that, in the plans, they should increase the amount of courts from 4 to 8. That way we can attract international events.
Thank you for that. You could just leave Mr. Chair know the cost for the additional. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Inflation is looming. We keep that in mind as we progress forward. In reference to the monies under the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, you're supposed to receive that $500,000 every year.
Yes.
Did you receive it this year? Because I've not seen it.
No, that's in process right now, Senator.
Okay.
I expect to receive it. I have been in communication with the director. She's fully aware that money is due to us, so
okay.
I do anticipate receiving it.
Because that is law, colleagues. That's not debatable. And that is one of the hard decisions we made back in the 31st legislature when we raised the hotel occupancy tax from 10% to 12.5% and made sure that we designated $500,000 for sports park and recreation and $1 million for agriculture. So sometimes making those hard decisions to raise here or there to actually turn out to benefit certain departments within government. Senator, how much you have in that account? You got over $1 million in that account, you know.
I know in $1 million.
No. You have over $1 million, and with this 500 on tip.
No.
Tell me how much in that account.
Okay, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. We have approximately $538,000 in the account.
And awaiting 500,000 more, correct?
Correct.
Over $1 million. I know. I've been keeping track of that. Which is a good thing because those are monies that we could use.
It is a great thing. I think what the staff have been doing, especially this year since COVID, is we are trying to give our youth more opportunity off island. You're seeing a lot of teams traveling now, going to a lot of AAU tournaments.
Yes.
And those funds are what we're using to pay for those trips.
And we also gave you some more flexibility in the use of those funds.
That's correct, Senator.
And we changed the language so that you can have more leverage to do what you need to do. And I'm sure Senator Carrion will ask you about that project, and I'll leave it to him. Senator, sorry, point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner White, the previous senator asked you about the handicap apparatus and the equipment, and it was like 111 all around the town. What is the cost of one of those, of that equipment, and is it budgeted for?
Yeah, we've already paid for it. We got a grant from...
No, hold on. You pay for it, right?
Yes.
And you say you had some in storage.
Yes.
But evidently more is needed. So what is the cost of one, or so we can probably budget for it so we can meet the demands of those who would like to utilize it? That's what
I don't have that on hand, but I can get that to you, Senator.
Through the chair, I'm requesting the information for the handicap apparatus. What is it called? Beach buggy. So through the chair, I'm requesting the cost of beach buggies.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You didn't give the part of the justification as to why we need more, but we were in Megan's Bay, and there was a handicapped individual that we met, and he was literally waiting for somebody to complete you. Yeah, you know, so we're saying we need some more because we're realizing that at Megan's Bay you have multiple handicapped individuals that are going there at the same time and need the use of the chair, and if it's not a lot, you know, it's just a great way to make the beach accessible to them. I just wanted to put on record before I go to the next senator that the recommended 2022 budget last year that was sent down by OMB, it was $8,986,654. We funded sports park and recreation to the tune of $10,461,312. So we gave a substantial bump in order to deal with some salary issues and bring in equipment, etc. And I'm glad to see that the numbers are. You are receiving a cut this year. You're receiving a decrease in personnel, a decrease in fringe, page 2 of 25. The $500,000 is not factored in. So when you look at the $10,514,000 from 22 and $10,529,000, the $500,000 ain't factored in. So it's really $11 million that you'll be getting this year. And I'll come back to these vacancies as to whether or not we're going to be able to sustain those vacancies based on what is in this budget report. Senator James, do you recognize?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, testifiers. Commissioner White, I see here where we have several vehicles that are in poor condition or inoperable. Can you speak to what will be done with those vehicles? Is it going to be the responsibility of property and procurement to try to get them up and running, or are we just going to get them out of service and get some new vehicles?
You know, we was fortunate to bring on a mechanic on the department, I think about a year now. The gentleman has been very, very good at you know, keeping the vehicles them that we have maintained. We look at our vehicles and we look at the ones that we could keep online, and we spend the funds and do that. However, Senator, we've been fortunate to receive funds where we have been purchasing brand new vehicles. This department haven't had new vehicles in over 10 years. So we are looking to increase that fleet. With more employees coming on board, we're going to need ways to transport them. As I stated earlier, that we do have some capital outlay funds that we plan to go after some more vehicles.
Thank you for providing that update. And I see one of the many vehicles that are in poor condition or inoperable is the 15-passenger van. Can you speak to that specific van? Because you know we depend heavily on those vans to transport our youth to the various games and what have you. Can you speak to how soon can we get a 15-passenger van, or can it be fixed?
I am assuming, what's the license plate number that they'll be able to tell me which island it is? So Senator, within the last 3 years, we received 5 new 15-passenger vans, 2 on the island of St. Thomas, 1 went to St. John, and then 2 went to St. Croix. So we do have fairly new vans. Obviously, we could use more, but currently we do have some new vans in our fleet.
Okay, thank you for placing that in a record. And I see here where you have a territorial disaster recovery specialist. I'm happy to know that you have that person on board. Can you just explain to me which district that individual is serving in?
He's territorial. He's serving the territory. You mean where does he live?
Yeah, where does that individual
That individual reside? Is out of St. Croix.
Okay, and when did that individual came on board?
Ms. Pell, do you have that information?
And while we're looking for that answer, I just want to find out, can you state some of the accomplishments of that individual since they came on board? Are we speaking specifically to the territorial disaster recovery specialist?
So, Senator, that individual is specifically responsible for FEMA projects. He doesn't really handle any of our local projects or local funds. He is specifically for the 51 FEMA projects that the department have underneath his direction. That's what he's responsible for.
Commissioner White, trust me, I know what it means by territorial disaster recovery specialist. You're talking about a hurricane recovery. I just want to know some of the accomplishments of that individual since that individual came on board. How are we progressing moving forward?
Well, as I stated in the testimony, Senator, currently we have 18 projects that are completed, another several that are underway. So he's moving our projects forward. If I was to state a specific accomplishment, it wouldn't be any particular facility. But as these projects are completed, that's another win for the department. So that's how I would probably look at his accomplishments as we complete a project.
Thank you. And as we speak about wins, so that's mean we're able to draw down on the funds for the San Farm Ballpark, because I know that is part of the hurricane recovery, right?
Yeah, so Cyan Farm has a contractor at it right now. I don't think that contractor has submitted his first periodical, so I don't think there's any funds draw down on it. However, we do have a contractor currently doing work at Cyan Farm right now.
And the same for the Pedro Cruz Ballpark?
That is correct. Pedro Cruz, the original contract is about... Did I lose you, Senator?
Yes. There was a gap there, but can you just repeat that?
Yeah, so Pedro Cruz is probably 70% completed. The original scope is set to be finished within the next couple of weeks, but we have added a change order to add some additional work to that project. that is going to complete it. Some non-hurricane or non-disaster work needs to be done. That is going to kick in a supplemental contract, and we're in the finals of rectifying and getting that contract out.
Thank you, and I'm not sure if my time was called, but I'm gonna keep going until the chair tells me to stop. But I see that you have a beautification officer. I just want to know if there is any interagency initiative so that individual can be able to get the necessary resources and manpower that they need to help with DSPR as we beautify the island. Is there an interagency initiative?
There is none, Senator. We from time to time we just reach out to several agencies, whether it's agriculture, DPW, to assist us. That is one of the reasons we're trying to get our own heavy equipment. Sometimes it could be a bother when we're calling these agencies and trying to use the equipment. Some of the times they're using them themselves. So we have competent people on our staff that if we can get some of these heavy equipment, we could do the job ourselves. And that's more what I'm looking to do. I mean, anytime I need assistance, I pick up the phone and I call another commissioner. But if we can, upgrade our equipment inventory, that's stuff that we can do ourselves.
Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up with this last question.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
The elephant in the room is the Polly Joseph Stadium. We went through several governors, and I know you made mention of the completion in 2023. But my question to you was an assessment done for the Polly Joseph Stadium and how we will utilize it as a facility that would generate revenues. And if so, if you have that assessment or report, can you explain it to us and send it to the body at a later time?
So a complete assessment has not been done, Senator. However, I will say that we are not waiting for the completion of the Polly Joseph Stadium. Last year, actually 2 years ago, both my assistant commissioners attended what's called the Teams Conference, which is an event conference for event planners worldwide. We plan to attend that conference this year, where we can go and not just the Polly Joseph Stadium, but kind of shop the entire Virgin Islands in different sports, whether it's baseball, basketball. We have a lot of beach sports that I think we can host. But we are looking into going to that conference and showcasing the Virgin Islands in hopes of bringing a lot of different events to the territory.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to seeing that assessment and a maintenance plan to make sure that the Polly Joseph Stadium does not just sit there dormant. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon to the hardworking team at the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. I really want to commend you on the work that you've been doing over the years, especially with the pandemic, and also to commend you for last year when you pushed forward and still held your summer camps, despite that the COVID was really present, more present than it is now. And I really want to commend all of you for your fearlessness and also for sponsoring the intergovernmental baseball tournament. The Senate didn't do very well. We have a very amateur team. And I've spoken to the commissioner about this because I was playing on the team as well as my millennial colleague across the aisle from me, and it was very distressing that we didn't win one game. I'm hoping that you will have a camp specifically for persons who are amateurs like myself, who love to be part of the audience, but also like to play the game, and I can play ball. But we were playing against some really steep odds with a number of various departments and who are on national teams and the like. Anyhow, let's get to the meat of the questions here. I want to begin with your grants commissioner. Kindly indicate for us how much you're paying your grant writer. I noted in your testimony before previous committee last month that you have hired a grant writer in support of one of your champion initiative to go after this money from the Department of Interior for the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreational fund, so we could have a plan for our outdoor recreational facilities. Kindly indicate how much you're paying this individual. I was looking to see if it was in a post-audit report. I couldn't find it. So
we hired a company to do that work. It's a little under $10,000.
What's the name of the company?
Horsley Witten.
What?
Horsley Witten.
Horsley. Okay.
I also want to add that Horsley Witten has written SCORPs, and I say SCORP, not T-Corp, because T-Corp is a territorial comprehensive plan, but SCORP is the state comprehensive plan.
And you're just applying it because we're a territory.
Because we're territory.
Territory versus a state.
But they have written several SCORPs for other people before, and that's why we found that they was very competent.
And those proposals that they have submitted have been awarded. That's why you said.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, because I don't think you would just hire somebody because they wrote the grants, but because the grants that they wrote was awarded.
That's
okay.
correct.
Okay, and you're paying them a little under. You want to just round it to $9,000?
About $9,000.
Okay. Now, let's dive into your grants. I think they're listed here on page 3 of 25. Have you started to expend any of these grants? And I'm referring to the post-audit report. Have you been able to expend any of these grants? You have this one from the Capital Improvement CIP again. And it started in February of 2020. Have you expended, you touched any of that money?
Currently, we have about $500,000 allocated in that grant. That's the original contract for the resurfacing projects territory-wide.
2 minutes.
We have a remainder of about $200,000, and that's the justification that was sent to DOI, asking them to use the remainder of the funds to add some additional courts. So like Savan, which is not under the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, but we've had a lot of people called us to seek assistance.
The projects, and I really want to, again, commend you on a very comprehensive testimony and presentation. Page 12 of your testimony. You indicated that you have an 11 as well, 11 and 12. You indicated you have about $293,000 that was a umbrella that have not been accessed by individuals. Now, what is being done and how do you manage? It's a two-part question. What is being done to get them to comply and get this money? And two, how do you manage outcomes? Are persons, when they receive these funding, required to do some reports? We just don't give them the money and then they don't report on it, right?
Absolutely, Senator. As a matter of fact, ironically, that is the reason why we have several outstanding miscellaneous grants that have not been requested, because the grantees are missing documentation.
What is your requirements for them to have access so that the public knows? Because I was at an event.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Thank you. I was at an event where the governor was saying we need to put in some more restrictions. I am not too much in support of that because I know about grant writing, and we have a problem here in our community with paperwork. People submitting paperwork. I don't know what it is, but the paperwork that get them confused. But if you could please expound on that.
Absolutely, Senator. So part of the requirements is you have to be in good standing
with the Lieutenant Governor's
correct.
office.
Correct. If you're a nonprofit, we ask you for your 50C13 status. But those are the easiest part. The majority of these grantees are reoccurring grants. And the big problem for most of them is receipts of how they spent the money the previous
Paperwork.
year. Correct. So if I gave you $5,000 in 2022 and you're coming back for $5,000 in 2023, If you can't show me how you spend that $5,000 in 2022, we don't release the money to you.
Okay.
We need receipts, and that's the biggest problem, documentation.
Conclude, Senator.
Okay, so my concern is just making sure that you have your policies and procedures in place, and these nonprofit organizations know what to expect when they get the money. Thank you so much.
They know, Senator.
Yeah. Like I said, these are not new grantees. They've been here for
And the truth of the matter is that if you don't have those receipts, we're not going to fund it. And we have literally told every nonprofit, if you cannot provide documentation for the year before that we funded, we are not going to fund the next year. It's government funds, and entities need to be accountable. And if they're not accountable, then they don't receive those monies. And there's some entities that we literally have taken off the books because they have just refused to submit any type of documentation, and we're not going to every year place funding there, and they're not trying to get those particular funds. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here, Sports Park and Recreation, and thank you for your comprehensive testimony this afternoon. I also want to extend kudos to you, Commissioner, in respect to the utilization of the ARPA money for surveillance cameras. I think that's an excellent idea, and I'm looking forward to good use and deployment of that, because that helps to protect your facilities, it helps to protect the people that work there, and it helps to protect the students or individuals that also attend those facilities. So kudos there, as well as kudos for 4 certified public managers. I think that's good, because of course you have the responsibility of managing people, managing programs there, and so I think that's great. In respect to your key performance indicators, I also thank you for enumerating your intended KPIs, and tell me who's going to be ultimately responsible for monitoring the KPIs.
Anyone in particular, Senator?
Just all of your KPIs. You have a listing of you enumerated all of your KPIs. Who will have the responsibility of oversight and monitoring it to make sure that there is accountability from that level, and make sure that you're driving towards your objective to make sure you're meeting those KPIs.
Correct. So remember, this department is separated into 3 departments. If you're talking about the KPIs for programs, that would be my district administrators, my assistant commissioners. If you're talking about the KPIs for the office of the commissioner, it would probably be myself, Ms. Peters. So it all depends on specifically which KPI is talking about. But the ultimate decision, or the ultimate person, would be my senior level staff is who will be monitoring those.
Very well, and that's a sufficient of an answer. I just want to make sure that there's somebody responsible for overseeing these KPIs if we won't be accountable. In respect to equipment retention, I know that in the past there have been some issues in being able to retain our equipment that have been stolen and missing and all kind of thing. Have you made some inroads in being able to have our equipment, your equipment, retention taken care of?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're doing, Senator, is I mentioned earlier the new upkeep inventory and technology that the department is bringing along online. Assistant Commissioner Roberts is very embedded in that new system. But technology is what we're going to be using to kind of make sure that we can secure our inventory and the equipment that we have, make sure that it stays with the department.
Very well. Thank you for that. And in regards to vacancies, I think I counted about 10 vacancies that you have or more.
7.
How many vacancies? 7 vacancies. Are these new vacancies, or have they been on the books for quite some time?
I'll let Ms. Relina Pell answer. I think 5 of them is new positions, but I'll let her answer the question.
And if you could just speak to Ms. Pell, if you could just speak to what is the difficulties in being able to fill those positions as well. I think it's critical as a government, as we continue to go through these vacancies, is that we really narrow the issue that's plaguing us being able to hire individuals.
Berlina Pell, Human Resources Manager.
Get closer to the mic.
Berlina Pell, Human Resources Manager. So we have 5 new vacancies and 2 vacant positions from resignations. We've been having difficulty
2 minutes
hiring a marine supervisor based on the job description, but this is what, and salary, yes, the salary is very low with this agency based on the union contracts, and people just don't want to get that low salary for all that work.
Okay, good. Thank you. And Commissioner, video games, I think I've had this discussion with you. We know that a lot of our young and not so young individuals are engaged in video games. How are you establishing video games at your facilities to allow them to at least come out and be able to socialize?
I'll let Ms. Jamila Henry tell you a little bit about the one program that we had where we actually purchased some PlayStation 5s and actually purchased some big screen TVs. This was in the height of COVID, so that we could have add video games to our programs. Ms. Henry?
Good afternoon, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. As the Commissioner mentioned, I think it was last year, we did a video game tournament. We had a low turnout, but we do have some plans to launch another one in the fall this year.
Okay, and you're doing proper marketing and everything to be able to entice individuals?
Yes, we have a new public relations officer, so yeah, we'll be doing more outreach.
Okay, and Commissioner, right before my time is called, I wanted to ask you, when you look at, and you have been all over the United States and beyond, when you look at and you do a comparison about those successful Caribbean islands or even in the States, how do you compare what we're doing here to what's happening there in terms of athletes preparation? What difference needs to happen, and how can this body assist and support being able to make sure that our athletes are getting the best preparation to go out and meet their competition?
Time.
I think the short answer, Senator, is just money, funds. This Senator Bailey talked about, the preparation of our national team the other day. I've been a part of the national team and preparing for a tournament as big as a FIFA or FIBA international tournament a week before the tournament, that's not going to cut it. Talent is not the problem. Funding is the problem. Canada, if you look at Canada, their budget for their national team, the team that was just here, is $14 million. That's just the basketball team. So then when you talk about, what it's going to take, the short story about it is just funding. We don't have the facilities here that other people have in the States. There's YMCAs and other gyms that stateside use, but the short answer is just funding, Senator. Funding.
Very well, thank you. And I guess at some point you'll give us a real budget of what funding should look like in being able to carry out your mission and getting us to be at the competitive edge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Hopefully on the next round I could speak a little bit to the Special Olympic and thank them for all that they do in terms of that athlete preparation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Mr. Morales, you want to weigh in on that national team preparation and what it takes to really prepare
yes,
these teams?
and also a correction to the good Senator Francis, not Special Olympics, Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. But also facilities, access to facilities. I know in St. Croix, federations have problems, and I'll be specific with the complex. They cannot they cannot have access to the gymnasium. They cannot have access to the track and field. And as you know, that's the only track facility in St. Croix, but they deny access to our athletes, our federation, to use those facilities. So that's something I wanted to add.
And that is a big problem, and I know that there has been going on. And if you're not denied access, they have been charging the federation.
I think more
some hefty
coordination
fees.
needs to be made with the Department of Education and, Department of Sports Park and Recreation and with the member federations from our Olympic Committee also.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, you try to get access for the summer league that you're running now, the Intergovernmental Basketball League. You try to get
On which
access.
island? Which island we talking about?
You try to get access to complex too.
I will let Assistant Commissioner Hansen answer that. I wasn't involved in the preparation for that. I know they are using
Central High.
Central Sprung. I don't know if they reached out to use Complex. AC Hansen?
And I will pass the ball to Ms. Henry because she was directly involved with that as well.
Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. Yes, we initially requested to use the gym. However, it was being used for something that the school had. So we ended up going to St. Croix Central High School to use the gym. But we have a problem with doing a lot of our indoor activities because we don't have our own indoor gym. So it's very difficult for us. And with the outside organizations and school leagues using the different gyms that are available, it becomes difficult for us. So we're limited in doing our indoor sports.
I wanted to put that on record. I want to go back to the budget, but the gym is larger than the Sprung shelter. So many individuals are going to the game. It's hard getting in. I think you were limited in reference to the camps that you wanted to run this summer because complex wasn't available, so you had to select which sport, the only one sport to go to the next school. So I just want to put it out there. This is part of us moving forward, and I would recommend that you have a conversation with the DOE commissioner so that you can have access to those facilities. Senator Sarro. Point of inquiry was who? Senator Francis?
Yeah, just real quickly, I want to apologize to Mr. Morales in regards to the error and referring to them as the Special Olympic and actually the Olympic Committee. But I also wanted to ask real quickly the commissioner in regards to the funding that we had provided for them to do at least some pilot programs with the cover over of 3 facilities on each of the island. Where are we with that?
So it was Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports Park and Recreation. It actually was two facilities. One we already identified on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas. When the idea for this program or this project was initially came about, I think we budgeted about $150,000 for that roof cover. That same project is now over $300,000. I have gave the chairman of the Committee of Youth Sports and Recreation some alternatives to covering. A lot of departments or a lot of states now are using sales. They're not using the hard structure, but they're using sales to cover the facilities. Aesthetic-wise, it looks a lot pleasing, and that's something that I've had a conversation with him. If this would be a alternative to the covering of what originally we talked about.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. You recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last topic had me a little stressed. As a former national team coach and national team volleyball and basketball player, the indoor sports do suffer. We stay getting put out of a gym, literally. And I know at times we do protect our only institution of higher learning, but UVI, in the absence of a gym, UVI has to open their doors to our national teams. We open the doors for Paradise Jam and everything else. And national teams should be practicing on a daily basis whenever they're preparing. Indoor sports should be at UVI practicing because they play down there. That should have been their training site as well. And I know in the past we have had difficulty utilizing UVI, and they don't have constant athletic program happening like other universities. So when you pass the VI gym on an average day going home, the door is closed and the lights are off because nobody is using the court. And that university is funded from this institution. It's a land grant institution. So that's a topic of contention. And then national teams also perform a lot better when you have more feeder programs. And our youth programs are not really, no fault of SPR, but some of it could be, but we need more youth programs, more feeder programs. And the one thing that we haven't spoken about today is national teams really train and play together for the first time when you reach a destination. Because unlike other islands and countries, we are separated by water. So most times half the team train on one island, the other half, because we simply can't afford the tickets on a seaplane or sea flight or Cape Air. So there must be something line item for a travel budget specifically for training, because national teams come together because we could afford it for 2 weeks prior to travel. So I really appreciated with the volleyball team going away this time. After they finished playing in Orlando, they were able to stay together and train together in a gym in Orlando. And that needs to happen in the territory if we are to compete on a national level. Now, moving on. Who's your disaster recovery specialist in the department? Do you have any?
Mr. Arrol Abel.
Mr. who?
Arrol Abel.
Arrol?
Yeah.
Okay.
AROL.
Okay, so tell me, what's your funding? Let's go back. Griffith Park, one rim gone and one rim functioning. Is that a disaster recovery project or that's a capital fund?
It is not. It is not. We had some individuals who, and I want to say purposely, damaged our backboard.
What's your okay? Tell me your time frame. Tell me the cost. Is that coming out of your capital projects?
It is going to be funded from an alternate project from FEMA. So we was able to justify to them that we need additional backboards.
So the funding for the basketball rim is coming from a FEMA project?
Yes.
Now FEMA takes 10 years to get things done. So that rim going to be down for a long time?
No, Senator.
What's the time frame?
So I already have that funds, but it's not just that one rim. I'm ordering about 30 basketball rims.
Tell me your time frame.
The problem is now, and I'm about to tell you, the problem is we've reached out to the companies and the inventory for those 30 is what's on back order. But we have the funding ready to order those.
What's back order? A month, 2 months?
2 minutes.
I'll be honest with you. I was told some of the equipment for the machine was back order a month. I'm waiting now 6 months for them.
Okay. So Griffith Park is without a rim for roughly a long time. Now, the funding for the Sports Commission via the Act, is the funding for the Sports Commission included in this budget?
No, Senator.
Why?
There's no reason. So we do have $100,000 for the Sports Commission. Those funds are readily available. An account was set up. The money is there to be used. As the chair wants the money to be used, he will send down an invoice for it to be drawn on. But those funds are available.
Okay. I heard you talk about training, and it was from like a leadership perspective and morale. What about, do you have funds set aside for training for staff like your rec leaders? I asked that before, to be certified umpires, certified refs, certified coaches.
That's correct. So I'll let Mr. Thomas talk about any training that we have as far as specific for refs and training.
And what's the funding? What's your funding source from the other services?
Go ahead.
Where does that come from?
Hi, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. The funding source for that is through the Tourism Revolving Fund or our Athletic Fund.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, how much do you plan to expend on training?
Afternoon, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, Sports and Recreation, St. Thomas St. John District. In reference to the training, we have a few already umpire certified. Now, you who are familiar with the department, you know we have more so baseball, softball minded and less basketball and other sports. So in saying that, it's now providing the opportunity for the trainings that will enhance. The people like the Basketball Federation constantly do send emails, and I do send out the information. It's now the availability of the staff to be available to take some of the training that's available. But in essence, we heard you, and we're trying our best.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you say it's availability of the staff. I know, yes, I am familiar with the department, but I'm familiar with education as well. We're mandated to do professional development. Are you mandating staff to do professional development, or is your answer the availability of staff?
No, it is mandated. We have already, and I'll let Ms. Pell talk, we have already made it available, and you're talking about the line staff, the rec leaders. I'll let her talk about.
No. So in a status update, right?
Is because Senator Vele was able to allow us to use these funds for anything related. I could now use those funds for training, for recreation. So there's no particular number. We have sufficient funds for training.
Okay. My time has been called, but you still didn't really answer my question. In a budget hearing, I didn't hear that we have 50,000 set aside, that we're going to utilize 75,000.
It is 50,000.
Okay, because you can't open and really just tell me we got enough money. Okay. Mr. Chair,
Okay,
we have a
Senator.
second round, right? Like a quick fire, no?
I'm not sure. But let's continue to progress, and then we'll see
Thank
what we
you.
do. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the VI Olympic Committee family, as well as the the Parks and Recreation family. Good afternoon. Okay, so I listened to the conversation. I think it's always important that we put things in proper perspective. So we talk about the University of the Virgin Islands not allowing our athletes to practice in the gyms, right? Now, the question that I have around that is, has the University of the Virgin Islands said to us, in order for you to utilize the facility, because there's a cost to do business, the university has their cleaning crew, they have their utility expenses, and to turn on the lights in that facility is not cheap. So have they had a conversation with Olympic Committee, Sports Parks and Rec, whomever, this is what it's going to cost? Because in this institution, we can't keep talking about what should happen. It is a cost us to know what that cost is. We can't expect the university to arbitrarily open their doors, because then that cost is going to impact them, irregardless of whether or not we fund them here in this institution. So I would like to hear.
Angel Morales, President of the Olympic Committee. When the University of the Virgin Islands facility is needed, the Federation themselves, they go out and they seek use of it. Many
Is there a
times,
fee? Have they said, well, you can use it, but this is what it's going to cost? It's
well, they do.
arbitrarily, you
There's a
can't use
cost
it.
involved,
Right.
and many times it's high, and many times they look to use other facilities. They've used,
So-
complex and other.
So you see the problem we have, right?
Yes.
So the problem is, if we are going to be serious about this, then we need to know what's the associated cost, and then that information needs to come to this body, so we could figure out whether or not those of us that's talking about it within here, whether or not we are serious about putting our money where our mouth is. That's the issue.
Yeah.
That's what we need to find out. So I'm going to leave that right there. So
Okay.
if there's a cost associated with it, and it's important enough to us, then we will figure out how to fund it.
I will request this information from our
Understood.
respective
I'm going to move on
federations.
to, because my time is going to be called, to the commissioner. So, Commissioner, the status of the site plan.
We expect that site utilization plan to be completed this month.
Okay.
I think the last report we had.
This month, no problem. It's
Okay.
not done yet. This month. Mr. Morales, so of course this body appropriated $2 million last budget year with my urging, and my colleagues supported it. And that was tied to the sports facility in the same Red Hook area. And of course, the commitment was that we needed to show an earnest commitment from the government of the Virgin Islands that we were serious about this, and then the application to FEMA would be made. What's the status?
Correct. I mentioned earlier in my testimony that Vitima have bought into this project, and they have submitted the application to FEMA. Right now,
Can we get a copy of the application?
I will request that from Ms. Graciela Rivera
Okay.
from Vitima.
Through the chair.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair, we'd like to get a copy of the application for the FEMA application for the sports facility.
Okay.
Now let's go to the budget. And so we talked about the sports commission, and Commissioner, you said there was some $100,000 available.
$100,000.
So the question that I have is, I have to beg the question, and the question I'm going to beg here is, how serious are we about the sports commission?
2 minutes.
I think we're very serious. I think the first job of the Sports Commission was to come up with some 40-something mandates. I know they've already created several of them, but until those mandates are created, I would...
So do we have we set timelines around the mandates? Who's the leader of the Sports Commission?
The chair of the Sports Commission is Mr. I'm forgetting his name. Leon Hunt, sorry.
Okay, so
Leon
he's
Hunt
not
is the
here.
chair.
So he's not here. So these are the things that we have to establish as we have these conversations. One, how serious are we? If there are mandates, what's the status of the mandates? Have we established timelines around the mandates? So then we can move. It's all well and good. It briefs well to have the conversation, but if there's no movement, then we're wasting time, right? So let's go to the budget. And if these questions were asked and already answered, just let me know so I could move on. So of course, I'm seeing that in FY 2022, your personnel services was 5.1 million, and there's the 2023 recommendation is some 4.9 million. So that's $131,000 difference to some 2.57% decrease. What does that represent?
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. Our fiscal year 2023 projection is actually $5.1 million, and that is because we filled 11 of our vacancies during the budget process.
Thank you for that. So it has the same impact on your associated fringe benefits, correct?
Correct.
Again, Mr. Chair, the budget that's before us is underrepresented because the departments and agencies are in fact filling some of these positions, and as it is presented to us, it's presented as if these positions are not filled, correct?
Correct, but we also spoke with OMB, and they said they will make the necessary adjustments for the wrap-up.
Through the chair, housing. I keep calling you housing. I'm just stuck. I'm stuck in time. You have to excuse me. I'm aging myself, right?
Time.
Sports parks and recreation. Please forward to us what your actual personnel and associated fringe benefits information is, so we could make the adjustment at the appropriate time. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there is also other services and charges where there's the 25.2% reduction. What is the reason for that reduction? And then on your capital projects, I'm seeing 100,000. It was at 660. I would assume that the $660,000 in capital projects should have been completed in this fiscal year. So this 560 must be new projects, and this hence the reason for the reduction.
Okay,
so that's
Carol
two questions in one.
Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. The fiscal year 2023, other services, $509,107. The deduction is, we just budgeted to try and meet the ceiling set in place by OMB. So that was the reason for the 25%, as well as the $560,900. What that is actually for vehicles and additional supplies, equipment needed, like 0 tons.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I'm going to wrap up. I heard her response. I didn't get a one on other services and charges. I'm not clear on that, but we need to get a clear information. It can't be just to meet the ceiling. It has to be around meeting the needs. The Office of Management and Budget came here and talked about KPIs. If we're going to talk KPIs, then we got to represent from a KPI perspective. We can't just fill deltas to fill our budget, and that's the problem that we have. We are fudging our numbers and fooling around with the numbers instead of providing the information as it relates to the true needs of the departments and agencies that come before us. So it makes our job a lot more difficult. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. The numbers are off. there's a larger decrease in fringe than personnel. The decrease in personnel is 131,000, and the decrease in fringe is 153,000. So even if you're trying to correlate that, again, the decrease in fringe should have just been 46%, around 46% of the 131,000, which is a lot less. So if we can have those numbers submitted to this body. And the national teams, this one of the only jurisdiction we have all of this back and forth over payment this, payment that. Any other government, there's no discussion. There's no discussion about use of facilities because it's pride. It's nationalistic pride that it instills. And a lot of these entities, that's in-kind. It's an in-kind donation. You know, we fund the University of the Virgin Islands to the tune of $30 million a year. And whatever the university asks for, we try our best to make sure that we fund them. But we can't be having a discussion over a $2,000 or $3,000 youth event that they're saying, well, we can't get this, we can't get that, so we're going to not provide an opportunity for our entity to be able to use the facility. And the same thing for camps. You know, the camps are being run in the summer for the children of the Virgin Islands. And when we begin to have all of these restrictions, well, this gym is going to remain closed, that one is going to open, we're only going to use this facility, and then we limit our ability to be able to provide services. There was a time when there were recreation centers in all of our housing community, all of them in St. Croix. And they were run by the same very government, and it was run when the budget was barely anything. You know, so we really need to just move to a next level with the conversation in reference to our national teams. We saw 5 NBA players from Canada yesterday, 4 or 5, and an NBA coach in Canada, and an entourage of individuals that travel with the team. You know, so we got to move it to a different level. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
That's fine.
All the testifiers this afternoon. Mr. Morales, budgetary challenges.
Pardon?
Budgetary challenge. What is your main challenge when it comes to your budget?
To our budget, once we get our government appropriation, I think we are in good hands. We've been asking for 300,000 for the past years, and once we receive that, we continue submitting requests, writing proposals to the International Olympic Committee and to Pan Am Sport. And like I mentioned in my testimony, 70% of our budget comes from the International Olympic Committee and Pan Am Sports. Once we receive the appropriation and once we complete our dome, of course, we will be requesting a higher budget. But until that happens, you know, right now we're comfortable with the 300,000.
All righty. And you haven't been receiving that late. Has there been any delay in the past in you receiving the check?
No, there hasn't been delay. Just you know, just a matter of by months. But we usually receive it in the for the fiscal year. Like I said, we received it in May. Usually, we receive it around May of every year after we complete all our reports.
So there's a section in Exhibit 3, page 4 of the post-audit report that section where you have all other services and charges. The last one there says all others, and you have there the actuals for FY21, FY22. It ends at April 30th. Can you, through the chair, provide a breakdown of what that $459,285 are for? So make sure you're following me.
No, I'm not. Page what?
Page 4.
Page 4.
Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2. Okay. And specifically, which one now, sir?
The breakdown. Okay, I see it there in the section. That's Exhibit 3. Okay, I see it provided there, the breakdown from all others there. Let me move on to the next question.
Okay.
In your professional services contract, do you have a timeline or term for individuals that you have there?
No.
Okay, so
No
that's
service.
just open.
No, that usually cleaning, etc. And that professional service in this case was the tax preparation, if memory serves right. Correct?
Correct. And then you have also, I think, Atlee Thomas. Yeah, Bobby Thomas radio show. Is that still open? Has that been expired?
No, we're still doing the show. Hugo Hodge, treasurer, the Olympic Committee. It airs on Saturdays, and it's still being run.
So is that like a year contract or just renewable or?
Well, we receive funds from grants that we write to the International Olympic Committee to fund this radio show. And once
Very
we
well.
do our reporting, we usually get funds annually from Olympic Solidarity.
My other question is, in Appendix 1, fundraising income, only $250?
2 minutes.
Go ahead now.
Yes. Yeah.
Hugo Hodge, treasurer. The report shows a timeline that it's before the major fundraising event, which is the golf tournament, so it's not reflected in those numbers there. But the big fundraising event for the IOC has been the golf tournament, and additionally, the federations with myself and John Abrahamson have moved forward in some other fundraising activities that we're trying to bring to the forefront here in the next few months.
So what are you projecting for FY23? What's your goal in fundraising, whether it's corporate contributions or fundraising income?
For this fiscal year, I believe, stand by.
I'm sorry?
I'm pulling up the financial report.
7,000?
He's getting the info, Senator.
We don't have the number for the. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, sometimes it sometimes it freezes on this end, and
It's not frozen. I'm holding your time. He's trying to get the information. Perhaps you could ask the next question and then come back while he gets your question answered.
yeah. The other question is with regards to the general expenses, the Federation assistance. I see that some of the federations receive funds and some others don't. But if he could kind of explain
Yes.
why.
Well, those are the active federations. We do have federations that are more active than others. As you see, basically in the breakdown, you see where certain federations have been receiving a large amount. The other federations, like I mentioned, haven't been submitting requests. Basically, they don't have athletes that are trying to achieve standards. So that's the reason for those federations not being receiving any funds.
So 0 for bowling, 0 for cycling.
As of now, correct. But bowling has
0
submitted, they will be requesting funds to try and qualify athletes for the Central American Games next year. The same with fencing. They are not that active in the island. Judo is basically an inactive federation along with shooting. The soccer federation now they receive an appropriation from their international body, thus not needing VIOC funds. But usually when they are in need for funds, they do submit, especially when they're hosting events.
Time.
Luckily, up to now, they haven't needed any funds from the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
And then if I may, Mr. Chair, I see that there's an administrative, there was an audit. What year was that audit done?
Give it a second. Okay, we're good.
The audit. Yeah, who you go?
The audit has not been done. We actually are moving towards getting the annual audit done. We're identifying the funds it's going to take to get a firm on board. It has not been the practice of the organization to do it before, but it is something that is high on our agenda to start doing on an annual basis.
Okay, so this then is what, accounting services? Because in page 9 of the post-audit report, under section for administrative, under office supply, you have audit and year-to-date $5,250.
I believe the post-audit report picked up the accounting services because no audit has been done.
Okay, thank you for clearing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take more. I know my time has been called. I guess some other time I'll ask other questions to Sports Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hodge, some of the federations are having a hard time drawing on their funds to conduct activities. Is that something that's brought up in your meetings, and how do you interface with the government and trying to rectify that?
From us, I haven't heard anyone having a hard time drawing down funds. We get a request in, they give a comprehensive request in to us. If they're in good standing, then we would find that there's the appropriate amount we can fund. But as far as getting the funding, it seems to be seamless to me. I haven't seen someone have a difficult time getting the funding.
So Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up. For federations that may be struggling with, because we have some federations that we know struggling, right? Is there any support from because even though federations may falter, at the end of the day, they're still part of the grand scheme of the whole athletic arena. What's the services? Let me change it. Are you providing or assisting those federations and getting in good standing so these sports could really move off the ground?
Yeah, I think we do a pretty good job of highlighting to them what it takes to be in good standing. It's not a difficult task for them to be in good standing with the VIOC. It's mostly some of the similar things we've heard before: documentation, providing reports. They have an annual report to provide. When they do get funding, provide the receipts for the funding so we can submit the receipts to get more funding. It would be unfortunate for us to allow a federation to continue to get funding without providing the right documentation, and then challenge the other ones that are doing their work and submitting their documents from getting funding in the future. So I think once they submit their documents and they submit everything on time, I don't see anything other than that that's preventing them from becoming in good standing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just listening to you, and I agree. But is there a mechanism in place if they don't do what they're supposed to do to change the leadership of a particular federation? Because if you have a federation that's a national federation and they refuse to submit the requisite documentation, and they might have individuals who could qualify for the Olympics but need assistance or can't get any assistance because the leadership refuses to do what they're supposed to do. How do you deal with that?
Well, usually if we don't get a request from federations, it means that they do not have athletes at that level. And that's one reason. Another reason can be is that basically the administrators of that federation aren't doing due diligence in promoting their sport.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, but you might...
I understand the question. I think you're saying basically kind of athlete that can represent the territory be held hostage by a leadership that's not doing their part and what they're supposed to do. And we try to guide. Of course, our biggest threat is the threat of withholding funds that could be available to them. But we have some challenges, and we have, I smile because we have a particular one we're dealing with right now. So it's definitely something that we have to figure out how we control that other than just financially.
Okay. I know right now there's a back and forth within the Chess Federation.
Correct.
And I don't know which side is actually, I don't know what, but it's something that we have to deal with, as to whether or not, is it a real federation? Is it individuals that don't live here at all or have no connection? And so there's stuff that we got to decipher there. Senator Johnson, thank you for joining us, and I know you have some questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. And good afternoon to the testifiers. I would like to start out with the Olympic Committee. We go to page 4 of your exhibit, and I see some increase here in the areas of supplies from 2,352 to 15,000. I see from 32,000 to 50,000 for travel, and I see rental from 6,000 to 15,000. Can you tell me the reasons for these increases, especially in the rental area and the supplies?
Well, as far as the rental, that's up to April of this year. The fiscal year 2023 request is for the entire year, which includes the full 12 months.
So the number you're seeing on the table is from October 1 to April 30th when the information was requested from legislature. So
okay.
It's a partial year amount.
All right, thank you very much for that. I definitely will go to Parks and Rec now. I noticed in your 2021 budget you have $25,000 allotted for boxing, and in the 23 you have nothing. What's the reason for the cutback on that area?
Yeah,
21.
So we saw that in the post audit also. It has 0 for boxing. However, if you look down, Senator, at the total allotment, that 25,000 was added in there. So I'm not sure if that was just a mistake, but my fiscal officer did catch it and brought it to my attention today.
Okay. And then on page 2 of your testimony, you spoke about money for capital improvement. You spoke about the waterfront project, and I happened to be down there last night, and it was quite dark.
Yes.
How soon this project is expected to start as far as lighting up that waterfront project?
Senator, I hope that supplemental contract can be executed within the next week or two. There is a contractor on site that is already doing work there. However, the amount that is going to cost for the lighting on the waterfront exceeded that 20% or that 25%, which means we had to do a supplemental. I think we're a week or two away from executing that contract.
All right. And then on page 15, you said that there are 5 projects that are on hold. What are those 5 projects that are on hold?
Off the top of my head, the 2 racetracks, Clinton Phipps and Randall Doc James, and then the other 3 was on Water Island, which we're using those funds as an alternate project to buy some equipment. Those are the 5.
Those are the 5? And I heard you testifying that you got, 5 trucks? 1 to the island of St. Croix and 4 to St. Thomas? Was that your statement in your testimony?
Yeah, that is correct. So let me explain that. My assistant, no, fair question. The assistant commissioners were responsible to identify what trucks they needed per the staff on each island. What happened, Senator, is Over here, the assistant commissioner opted to go with some of the smaller trucks, which are the Colorado trucks. So if you look at my testimony, Assistant Commissioner Roberts went with 3 of the smaller trucks.
2 minutes.
While Assistant Commissioner Hansen didn't feel the need to utilize the smaller trucks. She's getting 3 of the bigger trucks, the 2500s.
So how soon expect to get those 3 trucks?
They have already been ordered. The funds have been encumbered. We have ordered them. They are being produced right now, or they're in production.
And in your professional service, we're speaking about lakes water delivery.
Yes.
2,250 per week for Corky Point. What's the purpose of this water?
Per week or per month? Per week. So Cookie. Yes. Cookie Beach is one of those facilities that when they had the water line project, the water stopped at the entrance of Lake Chicken Fry. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So the water line doesn't go all the way in to Cookie Beach. We don't have water at the restroom facility. There's a small cistern there. And as you can imagine the amount of people that utilize Cookie Beach, we consistently have to fill that cistern with water.
Have we ever looked into what Megan's Bay and what Linquist Bay is doing as far as utilizing the salt water with a purification system in it? Wouldn't that save you a great amount of money?
I did have a conversation with Megan's Bay, Mr. Bruman. I think they have a reverse osmosis system. That system was about $30,000. In speaking to a couple other professionals and whatnot, the issue is when that system fails and goes down, finding somebody to fix it. But I did have a conversation with Megan's Bay about the system.
We're speaking what? Nearly $9,000 a year based on this calculation here, right? What are we talking about with this 2,250 per week?
Correct. And although it's that amount, go ahead. Go ahead, Senator.
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Although you see the 2,000, there's months where the water truck isn't called as much. For example, currently it's dry season. It's really not raining. We are going to utilize his services a lot. Earlier in the year, January, December, when it's raining, where that cistern is being filled, we don't call him as much.
Time.
So it fluctuates.
Mr. Chair, if I just follow up on that question.
Yes, you may.
Does the department have a water truck?
We used to have a water truck. That water truck is no longer on line, and that's why we have contracted water. We do not have a water truck.
Department.
Say that again?
As far as public, have you tried working with other department? I mean, there's ways to save some of this money. I think agriculture have water truck, if I'm correct. I think public work just might have too.
We have asked for assistance, and before we had this contract, we used to call the fire department to assist us with bringing water. There was a couple instances where they was either on the way bringing water and there was an emergency. So we try to stay away from fire. We have asked agriculture in the past to assist us also. And I think one time we did ask Public Works. But we have utilized all 3 of those agencies that you mentioned to assist us before we got the contract.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Blight, any other point? And then Senator Fred Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect to the water for Cookie Point, I've been in conversation with Mr. Hodge in respect to the waterline extension project because maybe it's one of those communities that have been pushing an energy treat because they're a large population and they say they need funds. And they're working on some. We had a conversation up to last week, so hopefully they can speed track that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fred Gregory, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a comment and then I'm going to make my point of inquiry for the turn off my mic. So, of course, you know, the response around the desalination of the water, I think is worth looking into. Whether we have water lines or not, that's an exorbitant cost, and it's definitely worth looking into. Because when you look at the numbers, if it's monthly, That's $24,000 a year. We would have already paid for that long time ago. But my point of inquiry this afternoon is tied to the nonprofits. I don't know if I missed it, because like I said, I just came to the floor. What's the status of the payouts to the nonprofits? Are you getting the reports, or are they cooperating? And I ask the question because, you see these little things all over social media talking about money that that folks are not getting for, some of these small sports organizations, etc. So, while we have these conversations here on the floor, again, it's so important for us to get the facts as it relates to, are they providing the reporting, and are you issuing the funding once the reporting is done in a timely fashion? So what's the status of the 100%? How much have you issued thus far? How many outstanding reports you have?
So you did miss that.
I missed it. Yeah.
I think to date we had, and I try to find it in my testimony, I think about 15 nonprofit that have been issued their funds.
15 of how
I think it was
many?
another 5 or 6 that is in process now, and I think it was about 13. I'm not finding the testimony, but 13 that are outstanding. Page 10.
Okay. I'll look at it. I just wanted
I have
to,
a detailed report, Senator, of all of those grantees that have not received their funds, the status of why they haven't received it.
Are
what
they
they're
habitual
admitting.
offenders?
Say that again?
Are they habitual offenders as far as providing
Absolutely.
reports? So that's the kind of information we need. We cannot continue to fund these organizations when other organizations who really need the funds are willing and able to provide the necessary reporting. So that's information through the chair. Can we please get the information from Parks and Recs as it relates to those entities who have habitually not provided a report on an annual basis? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And they did produce a detailed report that's on page 12 of the commissioner testimony that has in those that have already received the money and those that are outstanding. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My point of inquiry is relative to premium pay. If you could tell us how many of your staff did you send information to? All of your staff members for the premium pay?
All.
Okay. And were you...
I'll let Ms. Pell give
during
more.
that time period.
I'll give up Ms. Pell give more details.
Yes.
She is responsible.
Thank you so yes.
for that.
Just tell us how many persons you are anticipating will be receiving premium pay. Ms. Pell?
Good afternoon, Ms. Pell, Human Resources Manager. I placed all employees that were currently working during the COVID period and that time frame that OMB had requested to receive the premium pay.
What's the number? What's the number of employees?
I don't have the number right now, but I could get it to you in a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, in reference to our vendors at our different sites, Waldemar Hill, Corky Point, etc. I'm seeing some individuals that haven't paid in a while, and I ask that every single year. It's so unfair to have a vendor who makes every monthly payment, and then I'm seeing some here that have not made a payment from September of last year.
Which vendors specifically?
I don't want to call names, but I'm saying Corky Point in particular.
Give me a second, Senator.
Okay. The data you have for those individuals out at Corky Point runs until September of 21. So we don't have data for 22, but I'm seeing September 21. There's some individuals that haven't paid from May of 21.
There was a period of time.
You were waiving the payments? Was that a period you waive payments?
During the pandemic, there was a short period of time that the department, didn't charge the vendors out there.
Okay.
We did see that, the beach was one of the most popular places, so people were starting to go back to the beach, and we started back those fees.
Okay. So-
I don't know if that's what you're looking at.
Is it possible for those fees that were waived for you to place it on the report, waived, so we could know what are really the outstanding balance? But, Ms. CFO, do we have a number of individuals who are still not current and are months behind in payment?
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management. You said that you're looking at fiscal year 2021. We have a fiscal year 2022 where the vendors are current. I'm trying to locate that page.
Say that again, Ms. Bell.
Peters.
I'm sorry.
I think you was referencing fiscal year 2021. That's what you said?
Just overall now, we've been open for just about this entire year, correct?
Fiscal year 2022, all the vendors per se have been paid. We have like about $2,000 outstanding obligation, like I mentioned earlier. But overall, all the vendors are literally current.
Okay. Senator Sorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the time period for your premium pay for all your employees?
I will ask Ms. Pell to weigh in on that. I think we just submit the information to personnel and they respond, but I'll let my HR respond to that.
HR, what's the time period that you're paying employees for premium, that you have suggested that they be paid for premium pay?
It was from Nepal, Human Resources Manager, based on what Department of Personnel sent us. It was from March, let me look up. I don't remember off my head.
March 2020?
March 2020, yes.
So when the parks were closed and no activities were happening, what were your employees doing, may I ask? And that's a valid question.
You asking me or Ms. Pell?
I'm just, for the premium pay side, if the parks were closed and we had...
So I think you got to look at the period of time that personnel is asking for.
So what's the period? Yeah.
We would have to go back and look at the exact timeline, but I will say that other than just the recreational staff, you had the grounds, the grass.
So the question was, you said all.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
But I'm sure there were some employees that were impacted by the pandemic who did not execute daily duties because just by the circumstances of, what was happening at the time. So I'm asking, a breakdown, I guess to the chair, a breakdown of the employees for premium pay, because there are some employees across this territory who did work day in and day out during the pandemic, and because of the limited amount, some of them aren't receiving premium pay. And we don't want the process to be unfair where we're giving premium pay to those who didn't do all the heavy lifting, and you have other people that aren't eligible aren't included in the list of those to receive premium pay. So I'd like, through the chair, that breakdown of the premium pay listing via Sports Park or Rec and the time frame. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. The Virgin Islands Volleyball Federation has not made a request for money.
So I was going to speak about that, and I think a part of it is capacity, Senator. I think some of these federations just don't have individuals that are capable of doing the necessary, whether it's the secretary work and whatnot. Funny story, like I just stated, we funded the volleyball federation that's in Trinidad right now. Ironically, they asked for $20,000. They have $20,000 in their miscellaneous to get.
So I have some issues there. And that's why I asked Mr. Morales and Mr. Hodge the question before. We do fund the Volleyball Federation, and I think the funding was 40,000 or not 20.
If I looking at my sheet, it's 20,000.
Okay.
20,000.
So.
And the last correspondence with them was June 30th, 2022. I did speak to the president. She's in the process of getting the vendor number active. in the ERP system so that those funds could be drawn down.
So they're working and
they are
correcting
working on it.
whatever
They
issues.
are working on it.
Okay, because we have provided funding on a regular basis, and sometimes I just to see you fund a federation and then they don't submit the requisite paperwork to get that funding, and then you're funding them from a next source that we have. So we need to use that 20. That 20 is there, and what you gave them should have been used as a supplement because it was expensive for. This particular trip and everything else, and that is a federation that have some young people that are becoming very good at the sport. So we don't want the federation to hold back the progress moving forward. Mr. Morales, you have a template, you have discussions, you sit down with the federation. Are you in good standing? What are you missing?
Yes, well, with the Volleyball Federation, I know, I remember they did request 40,000 for each team, the under 21 and under 19. We appropriated 25,000 to each. Now, the federation, they submit all their receipts, everything for us. So they do submit the full financial report, and that's why we did assist them. We not only assisted the under 21 and under 19, but we also assisted the beach volleyball teams that are on the tour going on now.
Okay, now the Virgin Islands Bowling Federation, Mr. White, you have received nothing from them?
No, we have not. The last correspondence with them was February 10th. We spoke to Mr. Moorhead on 2 separate occasions. I notified him of the different documentation that he needed to send in.
But
as I stated, Senator, everybody or all the grantees that do not request, we reach out to each one of them to find out why they haven't requested their funds.
What they made, and you also haven't received a request, Mr. Morales, and the Bowling Federation?
Pardon, well, we have not received any requests from bowling. I did have a conversation also with Mr. Moorhead. We are funding an athlete. We're giving them a grant, a training grant, and she's trying to qualify for the CAC Games. And also Mr. Moorhead, in conversation, he mentioned about having some clinic, which I mentioned to him. I told him that they need to submit the request, and then we look into it and give them assistance when needed.
Okay, that's a young lady that's presently bowling in college?
Correct.
Okay. And we funded monies there, so they could utilize that 7,500, and we do have some really good junior bowlers that we can have them compete in international or national competition to move them to the next level.
Yeah, I just requested from Mr. White to share that information with me so I can get in touch with those respective federations.
Okay, great. So Mr. White, you will provide Mr. Morales with all those foundations that have been allocated monies, but the monies has not been drawn down.
Correct.
Okay. Quick point, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We didn't really touch on St. John today. What's the status of Oppenheimer, and what's the amount of revenues generated from Oppenheimer? Since I was at Sports Park and Recreation, Oppenheimer was under construction. And you're still under construction, right? And
Yes,
Oppenheimer
Senator.
is not like we building a school. Oppenheimer has been under construction, I want to say, from like 2012.
Yeah, Mr. Hill is online, and I'll let him speak. And I think part of the funding, part of the problem with Oppenheimer is a lot of the funding that's available to the department, facilities like Oppenheimer don't get those fundings because of where it's located.
So what is that in your budget request then?
Yes, not in budget request. We have identified where those funds are going to come from.
So so the question I'm asking, where would those funds come from, one? And two would be the time frame to really get Oppenheimer to where it should be so it could really generate revenue for the department.
Okay. I'll let Mr. Hill talk about the time frame, but we have a number of projects, PFA, that I will be sending in, have sent in before, previously to this body. Actually, we in the 34th? I sent it to the 33rd. We in the 34th now?
I think we granted you that reprogramming. No?
I sent it into the 33rd. Was not granted. Some of those funds were reprogrammed to another project
The PAL, right?
Which, there you go. But there's some other funding that now we are going to ask this body to reprogram specifically for urban.
So the question, sorry, this is really critical. Sorry, Mr. Chair. So what is the total amount needed to finish Oppenheimer and the time frame? Oppenheimer is a beautiful, beautiful beach.
I agree with you. I'll let Mr. Hale chair in on it.
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, Senator. Elroy Hill, Deputy Director, Sports Park. Right now, Oppenheimer is in the design phase. We should, I think the architect has submitted 30% of that drawing. So as soon as that drawing is finished, I'm going to Public Works. And the budget for that particular facility, we would, I guess, move forward with putting it out on bid.
So what's the time frame? Are we looking at 6 months for Oppenheimer to get to its glory a year from now? Because this is not FEMA funded, correct, Mr. Commissioner? It's not FEMA.
That is correct.
Okay, so if it's not FEMA funded, we could definitely
move forward.
Yeah. So what's your time frame? I need timelines.
As I say, right now we're looking at the architect finishing up the drawings. So hopefully within the next month or two, we should have that in to Public Works.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, if you can ask for St. John as well, they don't have any park. The Modulars took up Julius Pearl Field, and then the National Park was being redone by the National Park Services, correct?
It's actually done now, and we've already executed an MOU.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, it's already executed and signed.
Thank you.
Perfect. Last two questions before we allow you to conclude. The federal funds, how much was earmarked for each track, for each racetrack? And Clinton Phipps received how much?
I get these numbers wrong all the time. Clinton Phipps, I want to say, is 3.8, and Randall Dock is 3.2. It's probably wrong, but I'm going to get the exact number for you right now.
CFO?
It's coming. It's already text coming in.
Are there monies in this budget to hire personnel for the maintenance of Clinton Phipps Racetrack? Let me say why I'm asking this. In the agreement that was signed, the agreement is for the build out of the bleachers, the racino, etc. But in the agreement, it says that the promoter will be responsible for the maintenance of the surface, the repair and maintenance of the surface. Absent a promoter, there's nobody for the maintenance and operation of Clinton Phipps. So then it reverts back to Sports Park and Recreation being responsible for the maintenance of the surface. I heard your conversation recently in reference to the $100,000 for the cleanup. But even if you clean the track up, it must be maintained on a daily basis. So you got to drag it every single day, or it becomes a dangerous situation within 2 days for the horses if the track is not dragged. What is the alternate plan? Can you have one? If you have a promoter, you have no issue, they're responsible. If you don't have a promoter, you have a track with no promoter and no operation and maintenance. So I think at some point we need to just be truthful about the situation we're in and develop a plan to move forward. Or we're going to have the track built, but not operation and maintenance, because the contract does not include the surface, and it does not include operation and maintenance of the facility on a regular basis.
Great question. So you had two questions there. First of all, the amount. So Clinton Phipps is 4.1 million, and Randall Jack James is 3.4 million. That was allocated by FEMA. Senator, what you just stated, I think, is the reason why myself and the commission decided that to be proactive and go ahead and start cleaning up the track. We know that there's a access agreement being put in place right now, but they also has to get permits and all of that stuff.
Okay,
we don't know how long.
Hold up. they're trying to get an access agreement.
Correct.
But the access agreement is not for the maintenance of the running surface.
correct.
The access agreement is for the construction phase.
Correct. So I was getting there. I was getting there. I was kind of long and I'm taking up the chair time.
The
We
chairs
have
are all the
already
time in the world, don't
correct,
forget.
and that's why I'm using your time. But we have already the tractor that was out there is now up and running, is operating. The harrow that was down is currently up and running. I have an employee who was one of the employees that was on the track previous to this franchise agreement, who might be a possibility of going out there to maintain the track in the absence of the promoter. But if in fact that this track is turned back over to Sports Park and Recreation, we will then have to come back to this body or to OMB for an additional 3 employees to put at that specific facility.
You had an individual that used to work on a track, and then he switched over to work with VIGL?
That's correct, Senator.
And he was the main man in maintaining that surface. You got some, even when they did the analysis of your surface, it was better maintained than we were maintaining the St. Croix surface. Have you tried to get a person back? Did he qualify for retirement?
He resigned.
You need to talk to him.
He is one of the employees that I have spoken to about returning, but he is still an employee of VIGL currently.
Okay. We need to understand the dynamics that is actually going on with the track. In a simplistic conversation, it's a bit complex because of how things are worded. Do you agree, Mr. Hodge? You're the recent commission member.
I agree.
Okay, so we got to, and I know that there was a rush to try to get it done because I heard Totola is supposed to be having races for August Tuesday. Is that
I can assure
factual?
you, Senator, that Tatola had nothing to do.
No, I asked him about that.
Okay, I heard you say a rush to get it done.
Because you actually have horse owners in St. Thomas that had horses that were racing and can't work now, etc. So the horse owners are excited if, in fact, there's a possibility of Totola having races in which they would like to prepare the horses to go.
I know the action from the commission standpoint was based on learning of the proximity of time between the operation agreement for the track coming to fruition. So we wanted to be proactive and go ahead and get the maintenance done and whatnot. We did not plan out or have a plan for how it will be maintained going forward, which is needed. But I always figure Big Cuz going to take care of it anyway. But we weren't urged by horse owners that they were ready to train for BVI's races or anything like that. So that didn't come to mind, or the conversation didn't come up until after I heard it afterwards.
But additionally, if your horses are unstable and they don't exercise, they get hurt.
So that was my motivation, Senator. I visited the track a couple months ago and actually saw a horse on its way dying. That horse have since died. And that was the reason, that was the motivation to get the track cleaned up so that the horses now can exercise. I have not had one horse owner came to me and say, hurry up, get this done so that we could start training our horses.
That wasn't premise. So let me tell you, it wasn't premise with anything there, but that's just a partial reality.
If they can't, great. But my motivation was just really to get the horses up to get out and exercise, get out the stable.
If you don't have a plan for maintenance, it doesn't make a difference what you purchase. Because within the first arena, or just after 4 days of working horses there, it's not going to be safe. You must have a plan as to how you're going to be able to drag the track on a regular basis as to whether or not one of the horse owners will volunteer to work the tractor and drag it every morning. But you got to have a plan. So we're doing the budget now, and there needs to be a discussion as to how that is going to move forward, and what are the possibilities of getting a promoter that is going to immediately take agreement and to build certain stuff, but they're not necessarily going to concentrate on the running surface right now. So until you have a promoter that's going to concentrate on the running surface and maintaining the running surface, you're going to need to hire an employee, or it doesn't make sense to buy the equipment. So if you can submit that information to this body, what we need to do to make sure that we don't waste $100,000. And I don't necessarily agree with your funding source, but that's a different ball game, a different story. Frank, Senator Johnson, you had a question. Senator Johnson, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a few things and then I'll wrap up. And I wanted to let the commission know I did have a little fuzzy math here, and that thing could come up to $130,000 a year with that water delivery, and $30,000 put in a contractual agreement with someone with a maintenance plan in place will be the best route to go. If someone is going to install it, 9 out of 10, that person can do some maintenance on it. And I also want to speak to the commissioner a bit on Polly Joseph. I sure wish that what you're saying is true. I can see that happening. I visit that project quite often, and it's a slow boat to China. So I hope that your testimony come out to be true, but I don't see that happening. Mr. Morales, I saw in your testimony you spoke about sending folks to training. How many officials have been to training, and what have these training entail?
The coaches, when we send them to training, we get requests from the specific federation to assist them in sending them to training. Basically, they get the updates in the latest technique, tactics, and coaching theory, etc. And we have also assisted in official training also. But like I said, whenever they submit requests, then we work on it, we review it, and then we give them assistance.
I need some help from you, Mr. Morales. In regards to weightlifting, we had a conversation some time back of a young man that's been traveling around the world representing the Virgin Islands, pretty much out of his own pocket, and I must say thanks to Commissioner White. He assisted that young man on his last journey. How does the Federation assist individuals, especially in this field of weightlifting? What can be done?
Okay, we presently do not have a weightlifting or powerlifting federation. So technically our hands are tied, especially as it comes to, providing funds for non-members. I know you have requested, but we present this to the board, and the board made a decision not to assist because the federation, the board has been looking forward to these organizations becoming members, but up to now they haven't been submitting application, a request to join the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
So from what you're saying to me, if these organizations put in a request, this is something that can possibly happen?
It can happen, yes, once they submit an application to become members. First, they need to become members of the international body, and then in turn, then they submit a request to join the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee.
All right, I appreciate that. What I would do is when that individual return back, I'll try to set up a meeting with you and him and the organizers of that committee, that organization that he's a part of, to see how we can make sure that assistance is there for our athletes, especially in this area. He's been doing very well and been just smashing some numbers out there. So hopefully we could get that done. Thank you very much,
I'm
Mr.
looking
Chair.
forward to that. Yes.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. We're getting ready to conclude. Last outstanding question. There seems to be is there a financial dispute with the Umpire Association and Sports Park and Recreation in reference to the governmental league that was just run? And have you resolved that particular issue?
I will let DA Jamila Henry answer that.
Ms. Henry?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. Umpires. So currently we're in the process of creating an umpire academy through Sports Park and Recreation. That will assist us with having our own in-house umpires, eliminating the issue we had this past season for our mental league.
So hold up one minute, Ms. Henry. Was the issue resolved? I know the senator that's sitting right in there, he was utilized to umpire the last 2 games of the finals because I got information that the Umpire Association refused to umpire because of some payment, and we just resolved it. You have a good idea internal, but have we resolved that issue?
Yes. A little backstory. We initially had a verbal agreement with the Umpire Association to umpire our league games. Upon completing the payment process, we realized that the association paperwork was not up to date, and that was the holdup for the delay in their payment. I believe it was in October the check was cut to them. However, we've been in back and forth conversations, and we're not able to come to an agreement as far as contract goes because initially we were paying the umpires $45 a game, and they now wanted to increase that payment. As you know, Sports Park, we have a limited budget, and we were not able to raise our umpire fees.
Just a suggestion. I hear you and I understand. Just a suggestion moving forward. Let's have a written contract and not a verbal agreement. Do you have a written contract for the basketball league that you just started with the referee association? Let's do it now.
Yeah, so that's what we were trying to do. We were going back and forth based on a written contract, but we couldn't come to an agreement because, like I said, they wanted a raise and we just couldn't afford that.
Okay.
Currently with the basketball governmental, we have an agreement with them.
Written agreement. Ms. Henry, written agreement?
No. We have a quote.
You need a written agreement so you don't end up with the same issue that you're facing right now. So I would, it's only like a week and a half in, so you need a written agreement. Commissioner, I allow you to put a closing statement on the record. It doesn't have to be 2 minutes long. I'm going to give you 60 seconds, no more than that.
I don't think I even need that much. Thank you for allowing us to project our 2023 fiscal budget. For me personally, I just want to thank the employees of this department. You know, I think we have a good blueprint that we're dealing with right now. The assistant commissioners, the employees, the DAs, everybody in this department, pushed me to go so hard for them, and I'm going to continue doing that. One of the questions that wasn't asked is the challenges of this department. And like I said, without the employees, there's no me. We really have to find a way, those on the field employees, to see how we could rectify and get their salaries change and get them up. If that's the one thing I would say is a big challenge for us, is those employees. I'll continue to see how we could make that change. Other than that, just thank you for listening to the testimony.
Thank you so much. And remember that we did provide additional funding because we want these salaries to increase. Your department is one of the lowest paid in government, next to Department of Agriculture. I just turned back to the salary portion, and I'm still seeing a lot of individuals making $27,000, $29,000 who have been working for the department for a number of years. These are not new employees. Some have been working there for 9, 10, 12 years, and we got to work on that, and this body is committed. And this body have already clearly said that we're willing to provide that funding so we can be able to retain those individuals. So we just spoke to OCB about stipulations for certain categories, and we're waiting for that, for OCB and the particular department to say we have come to some type of agreement and this is what we need. Before I allow Mr. Morales to put a short closing statement on the record, I think this is the easiest Senate hearing that Mr. Hugo Hodge has ever had since he has come to the legislature, and I expect tomorrow that he's going to say that they treated me so nice at the legislature. I just had a wonderful time.
Absolutely.
All right, good thing. Mr. Morales.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the Committee on Finance for having us here, defending our budget. And I want to urge this body to make sure that those allotted funds already, as Ms. Senator Fred mentioned, the $2 million, this fiscal year will soon be over. We have this month, next month, August, September. And like I said, I don't see us anything happening yet because FEMA is a long process. So I urge this body to roll over or carry over the funds that were allotted.
I think those monies were made available until expended.
Okay,
I
great.
will check to make sure that is in place. If it's not, then we'll just submit an amendment to make sure that those funds remain available until expended, because we have to have that amendment passed before September 30th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a successful Finance Committee meeting, central staff, the staff of the legislature, my staff. I want to thank my colleagues. I thank each and every one of you for being here, and we will continue this process next week. The Committee of Finance stands in recess. Is hereby adjourned. Not recess.